How's it been? It's been a while. Had a good summer? I really hope so. From Pink Flamingos up through Serial Mom and Cecil B. Demented, today we're going to watch the rise to Filth elder from the man who started as a juvenile delinquent from Baltimore. How did this all happen? This is the story of the Pope of Trash, the Prince of Puke, the Duke of Dirt, the Baron of Blasphemy and Bad Taste, the Sultan of Sleaze, the People's Pervert. This is the filthy life of John Waters.
I get a little at a time, tickle and a touch, a wiggle and a step, but honey, when are you gonna be all mine?
John Samuel Waters Jr. was born on April 22nd of 1946, severely premature. It was a miracle that he survived longer than a few weeks. As he would say, "I was their first child. They were scared of me basically because I weighed a pound or something, so I caused trouble from the very beginning." As you can imagine, for a queer kid with grand artistic ambitions, who was more out there than most being raised by Catholic upper-middle-class parents, with 3 siblings in the suburbs of Baltimore in the 1950s, was not the most ideal childhood, and would have been frustrating for him much of the time. As he said on one of his earliest memories, "From the first sign of my childhood obsessions, they realized that I was not likely to turn out to be the all-American boy. I remember sitting at the top of the steps as a child, eavesdropping on my parents' conversation and hearing my mother confide to my father, 'I don't know what to do. He's just an odd duck.'" I think it is a little telling that Waters has written multiple autobiographical texts, but touches on his childhood and upbringing very little. He seldom mentions his parents, and essentially never mentions any of his siblings aside from the occasional reference to his brother Steve, who it seems he was closest with, and was the only person that he trusted in his early career to manage his money for him. Still to this day, he is a man who enjoys his privacy. A bit of a walking contradiction for someone who mostly makes his yearly income talking about himself and his past on stage in front of a paying audience. But there is a nuance to this. He would explain this mentality when he said, "You learn to make the press work for you. The press has never been interested in who I'm sleeping with because I don't sleep with celebrities. And the people I sleep with have never been bothered by the press as a result. I share plenty of things about myself, but I'm not going to tell the press everything. You have to keep some things private for your own sense of self-respect." He's very calculated in interviews of what he does and does not divulge about his history before going into the movies. And when he does talk of those times, he often tells stories about something that happened to him when he was alone, which I think can inform our impression of his childhood and how he views that time. These stories are often also very well rehearsed, and from interview to interview, when he tells them, the wording changes little. There's so little available information that it is hard for me to paint you an entirely accurate picture of his early youth that does not rely heavily on speculation and inferring based around things that he has said and not said, rather than presenting concrete evidence of things that he has directly addressed. But from what I can gather, he spent his earliest years more or less alone, aside from his immediate family members, outside of Mary Vivian Pearce, who would later appear in his films. It does not seem that he had many close friends growing up. We can gather from several things that he has said that the Waters were probably a little more wealthy than he would probably like to let on. The Waters family had a decently large house that sat over an acre of land that would later be used to shoot the outdoor scenes in most of his early work. Most notably, all of the exterior scenes in multiple Maniacs were filmed on the property. Waters mentioned once in an anecdote that his family had a maid. He also mentioned that his family would vacation for a month on the coast of England every summer. He went to private school for most of his education, except for the 4 years that he attended a public high school. They were closely related to John Whitaker, who worked high up in the Nixon administration. His parents' marriage and the birth of their children were listed in the society pages of the Baltimore Sun newspaper. They were prominent members of local social clubs and community gatherings, and it could probably be argued that they were closer to being members of the upper class rather than not, which I think is compelling when looking at how Waters would later both critique and rebel against notions of the rules and expectations of high, polite, straight-laced society. As he would later say, "Once I had a shrink who said, 'Your parents are the fuel that you run on,' because I was raised on the tyranny of good taste. If my parents had not taught me all of that, I would not have made fun of it." In these family relations, I feel more tension between him and his father than him and his mother, although things were not good with either, especially after he became famous. "Our other kids are normal," his father would say to a reporter in 1998. And from what I can tell, John Waters Sr. spent his life in a complex emotional imbalance of caring about his son and wanting him to be happy, but not understanding him or any of his actions on a basic fundamental level, and how his son reflected badly on him as a member of normal, upstanding society. And since they shared the exact same name, it was nearly impossible to disconnect them in most people's minds within Baltimore. As we will see at several points in time, he tries to reckon with his son's strangeness by attempting to channel that energy into creating art. But even if there was an air of tension among them growing up, Waters has still maintained that he thinks they did the best they could with the difficult situation of having a queer son as strange as John Waters is, whom they loved but did not understand. No matter how much trouble I got into, they never threw me out of the house. Despite all the hassles, I knew I could count on them if real traumas arose, and I think this kept me from taking the final plunge to the deep end. From an early age on up through his mid-30s, I think a strong argument could be made that Waters was not necessarily a dangerous person, but at the very least from my perspective, a deeply mentally troubled and disturbed one. He would say, "Even as a toddler, violence intrigued me. My parents claimed they suspected something was wrong with me from the beginning, and my childhood obsession with car accidents seemed to confirm their worst fears. While other kids were out playing cowboys and Indians, I was lost in fantasies of crunching metal and people screaming for help." But later in life, when asked about this, he would always get a little upset and push back against being painted in this kind of light. When he would be asked about his tendency towards a fascination with violence as a young person, such as when he somewhat snapped at a Vice reporter in 2019, when they asked him about being infatuated with violence as a child, with him saying, "I am not a violent person. I have never been in a fistfight in my life, and the reason is probably because I'd lose. As a child, I was obsessed with car accidents. Not violence. Car accidents." His mother, in an attempt to break him of these fantasies, would take him to junkyards to be confronted with the realities of how these things affected real-life people, and he would say on this as a young adult, "My favorite sight was cars that had overturned. You could always tell by the dented roof. I always loved broken windshields, and the thought of people who might have gone through them. Once I saw bloodstains on the seat, and this I still treasure as my happiest childhood memory." He also, at another point in time, said of how his family approached his eccentric behaviors as he grew into a teenager. "My parents used to drop me off at a beatnik bar downtown because they thought, well, I don't know what else to do with him, and maybe here he will find himself. And I did. My mother said, maybe you'll find people here that you can get along with, and I did just that. And they ended up in my movies. It was an incredibly loving and risky thing to do. My friends had all left different suburban environments to be something. Artists, beatniks, lunatics, drug addicts. Just, we went downtown to rebel, basically." In addition, he would also say on this time, "Fires also fascinated me as a kid, and this was one fixation my father seemed to understand. Whenever we'd hear the siren that alerted the local volunteer firemen, we'd drop what we were doing, race to the car, and speed to the firehouse just in time to follow the fire trucks to the local blaze. It's a good one," my father would whisper if the flames were raging out of control. I always felt closest to my father when we stood together and watched a neighbor's house burn to the ground. His father attempted, as many do with their queer children, to create a forced bond over sports, which is something that Waters particularly hated. Reflecting on being taken to these games against his will, he would say, "Bored to tears, I fantasized about the stadium bleachers collapsing, all the while thinking of the famous photo of the Indianapolis 500 tragedy that I had secretly clipped and hidden under my bed. Gazing intently at one section of screaming fans, I would imagine them falling to their deaths, so my father and I could experience some real excitement." Around the time of their passing, Waters gave a statement that informs the direction that his relationships with his parents took later in life. "My mother taught us to have a good work ethic and a sense of humor. We were a very close family, and she always made us feel safe, which is really the only job that a parent can do, and she did it so well. I'm a weird gay version of my father, and I got my work ethic from him. By the time they died, we had worked out most things, and the things that we didn't, I turned into a career." This childhood love for danger and spectacle would blend with another early habit of his into his future aesthetic, as he would go to traveling circuses and what remained of the old-school freak shows as often as he could as a child, saying this greatly impacted the way that he saw the concept of self-expression. The things that made these people freaks to some were to him their unique defining features that informed their humanity. And in this, you can see the formation of the notions of what he would consider real, genuine beauty within his art later in life. I would argue that every John Waters film resides in the conflict of wanting to depict genuine beauty without ever actually showing traditional standards of beauty. One of his earliest moments of realizing that he was queer came from watching Elvis Presley perform live on the television with his family in the 1950s. As he said, "The first time I heard Elvis Presley, I practically levitated." His parents were later mortified when they went to the school concert and there was a song where each of the students got to write a line about themselves, which, mostly pertained to sports or subjects that they liked in class. But when it came time for their son to give his line to the audience, to their horror, he's saying, "Johnny Waters is a rock and roll king, and he likes to hear Elvis Presley sing. As a teenager in the years after this, his parents actively tried to stop him from dressing like Elvis within his day-to-day life and from getting his hair styled in a similar fashion. This was, as we will see, a fascination that stuck with him all throughout his life. And not only is nostalgia for the 1950s a major undercurrent through his work, but also the iconography of Elvis and the Scorpio Rising styled leather biker bad boy look would be an image that he would return to again and again across his entire career. And like the bad boy energy that Presley showcased on television before being drafted, Waters himself was very guilty of falling in with the juvenile delinquent rebellious culture of the 50s and 60s, even appearing in the local paper at one point in middle school, along with future Dreamlander Mary Vivian Pearce. The article read, "A young lady school teacher I know was briefly terrified by two strangers in Townsend the other day, as she prepared to drive her station wagon away from the filling station near York Road and Pennsylvania Avenue. A youth accompanied by a girl pelted the machine with snowballs. Alone in her vehicle, the school teacher considered this a harmless, though slightly malicious tradition. The girl and boy appeared nice, but then the youth walked up to the car, opened the driver's door, and poised to throw a firmly packed snowball into her face from a distance of about 2 feet. 'Let her have it,' the mole behind him cried, utterly without humor. Neither of these charming children attends the school at which the teacher teaches manners as well as English. He did not socialize well with others in school as he grew up, and as teenagers, he and Pearce became known as alcoholics, who would steal from you when not being observed, if you allowed them into a party at your home, whether they had been invited or not. As a result of not being welcome in social settings, the two started a short-lived babysitting business as a means to steal liquor from parents who hired them to look after their children. In this time, he would also be arrested for underage drinking, possession of alcohol, and public intoxication after getting too out of hand while at the local drive-in theater, and later expressed embarrassment about having to go back the next day with his father to get his car after he picked him up from jail. Soon after, Waters would continue down the path that he was on into experimenting with hard drugs, something which would further alienate him from the other students at his school. By the 70s, he would have tried basically everything that existed as far as that was concerned, and has written at length about these experiences, but never fully fell into being what one would consider an addict. He was always able to keep himself high-functioning enough to not let the drugs ruin the life that he was building for himself, and still to this day does experiment with them from time to time, famously doing LSD again to celebrate turning 70. But also, as he would age, he would gain a different, more complex perspective on this, as he would say, "LSD really changed everything. My reality was altered heavily in high school because of it. I'm not, however, pro-drugs for kids. If I had a kid and they told me that they were taking drugs, I would be very upset about it. It's hard because I can't be a hypocrite about it at the same time. Nothing bad ever happened to me, and I don't regret experimenting with drugs. However, many of the people that I took drugs with are now dead from those drugs. So it's a subject that I don't want to be hypocritical about. I am not for drugs, but I do think they can increase your sense of humor." Another friend of theirs named Bob that they often associated with in high school was arrested for committing arson when he burned down the home of a couple that was best friends with Waters' parents. After this, Waters also developed a brief shoplifting phase, but was never caught and as such never got into serious trouble over it, other than the continued harm that he was doing to his image as a menace to the community. He has also said that his favorite theft was when he walked into a clothing store, went into the dressing room and put on a new outfit, and then after cutting off all the tags, he walked up to the front desk and asked the manager for a job application while wearing the clothes that he had just stolen from him. He has also said that the only one that he actually regrets and feels awful about to the point that he doesn't even like to talk about it is when he was driving around Baltimore and saw a woman carrying a great deal of Christmas presents. She unlocked her front door and momentarily left the presents unattended on her front porch, and in that time, Waters threw them into his car and drove away, later unwrapping them and keeping the ones that he liked and taking the ones that he didn't back to the store to get a cash refund. He has, at least in retrospect, kind of reflected on these times, and realizes that this is to an extent just the way of things, the path that is taken by someone like himself, that anyone who amounts to anything in the arts probably at one point was a shitty kid, who didn't get along well with other people and did a lot of regrettable mean things. But through that emotional internal hardship of being an outsider, comes more of an understanding on a sociological level about how people interact, as he would say, "For your whole life, people are always going to give you grief. Nobody who turns out to be great had an easy time in high school. People in the arts always have trouble in school. The prom queens and the football stars, their lives went downhill after they graduated. It was over for those types. They peaked too early. Look them up in your yearbook after you graduate. Look in your parents' yearbook for those people, and you'll see that they have pretty dull lives. But anything can happen to anybody. You don't really know what's going to happen. One thing you have to learn early on is you can't judge people until you know their whole story, about what causes them to act the way that they do. In high school, everybody judges everybody. But you have to take some risk when you're a kid to find out who you are. You just have to learn which risks are safe and which are self-destructive. Everybody does weird stuff. As you get older, I believe, if you've never been allowed to do that weird shit, then you just make it into some kind of obsession that you're too old to have. Waters from an early age was also invested into show business. Around Halloween each year as a child, he would decorate the family garage and charge other kids a small amount to come explore his makeshift house of horrors. And by the age of 12, he was running a successful puppet show business for local places like retirement homes, making upwards of $60 a week in the late 1950s. Which he did after being inspired by the very creepy 1953 film Lily, as well as being in the peanut gallery for the filming of an episode of Howdy Doody. Because of this, I have always been surprised that puppets have never really played a large role within his filmography outside the puppet Rat and Crybaby, because I feel that he could do a lot with them in his style and has never truly explored that, and seemingly left this interest alone in his childhood. The biggest influence from this that he would later incorporate into his films is the exaggerated eye makeup that Divine would become known for is directly taken from the clown puppet Clarabelle from Howdy Doody. In these early puppet shows, he would use influences from some of his favorite filmmakers like Douglas Sirk and William Castle, who would later influence his film work. Many were direct adaptations of their films retold for a child audience. You can see his film education beginning in this time period as well. He subscribed to Variety and would read as much as he could about film culture and business, seeing as many movies as he could when not in school, and even sitting on a hill with a pair of binoculars to watch the adult-only films that he could not get into at the local drive-in. He also, while in high school, submitted articles to film magazines, some of which got published under an alias, where he pretended to be an adult woman, in an attempt to keep him out of trouble and channel his chaotic creative energy into something somewhat productive. Waters was given an old 8mm camera for his 17th birthday, and he quickly fell in love with filmmaking, exploring personal style through a series of short films that he made over the course of the 1960s. I don't really know how much trouble it ultimately kept him out of, though, as the first thing that he did when given the camera was go and steal enough film to be able to experiment with it. Now, the first few films that we're going to talk about do not have a lot of information about them, because while they were early films made by an important and culturally relevant filmmaker, they are ultimately at the same time experimental works made by a teenager that are not very good. They have only been screened publicly a handful of times in the decades since they were produced. This is for multiple reasons, ranging from the content and the amateur technique of the films themselves, to the fact that Waters was sued multiple times early in his career because of his use of pop music from his youth, for their soundtracks in a way that was inspired by Kenneth Anger's use of music in his films, but did not get any form of legal clearance to do any of this, making distributing and preserving them in their original form difficult still to this day. Waters has said multiple times that he would sneak to New York for short trips to see underground films, either by hitchhiking or taking a bus, and that Scorpio Rising was very influential on the way that he made his earliest work. And that can be seen on a number of levels beyond just his use of 50s and 60s pop hits. The first of these shorts was the 1964 film Hag in a Black Leather Jacket, running at 17 minutes long and shot on a budget of just $30. The film was done in a single take because Waters did not have the funds or connections to learn how to edit film, nor even the equipment to be able to do so. The movie was supposedly terrible even to him. Waters does not mince words when talking about these early experiments, and his attitudes towards them may be one of the deciding factors that they have never really been preserved as a special feature on, say, a Criterion disc or something like that. He was quoted as saying on this project, "It's barely a real movie that was very much influenced by the theater of the absurd. I had no idea what I was doing, absolutely none." He says that the only moment of good, genuine artistic inspiration is the final shot of the film, where he writes the end on a sheet of paper, and then puts it in the toilet and lets it float in the water for a moment before flushing it. As we will see throughout the 1960s and 70s with his output, he is often being transgressive for the pure sake of it. Or to put it in more simpler terms, he was a teenager. And then, soon after was in his early 20s and had to work his way out of that edgy joke era that everyone goes through. It took him a long while to develop actual genuine commentary within his art that would make his work meaningful. It is interesting to watch him develop over time as a communicator, because his inner surrealist nature stays essentially the same, but he would become more gentle with age as he made films that were more mainstream, and learned to better express himself each time that he produced a new work. His earliest shorts, though, have a strong mean streak to them, and that was somewhat evident in him as a person as well. There is an edge to his work that would be softened down with time, which, also wasn't entirely unwarranted, Again, he was a young gay kid growing up in America in the 1950s and 60s, who was forced to go to a Catholic school. I think that a little edge can be forgiven knowing the circumstances here. I also think that most things that people say when they're younger than 23 or so should be forgiven as long as they show intention of growing out of that pattern of behavior on into adulthood. I do kind of hate having this conversation so early in this video in association with his youth, because it is the time of his life that I am most critical of regarding his career and personal conduct. But in order to understand Waters' 60s and 70s output, you kind of have to first understand the dark mental state that he was in for like 20 straight years, before he transformed into his current dirty but mostly wholesome grandpa persona that is much more PR friendly. I genuinely am of the opinion that it was a very real possibility based on his childhood tendencies and things that he has said, that Waters was at one point at risk of being a potentially dangerous person if his film career had not worked out. And I'm not trying to be sensationalist when I say that, as I think that he would probably somewhat agree, at least internally if not verbally. One could realistically argue that he could justifiably be outright classified as a dangerous person in this time, even though he did not actually personally commit any acts of violence, just based on the culture around the Dreamlanders that he purposefully cultivated, which we will get into here, and how many of them were arrested for serious public misconduct or died early from drug-related incidences. And I think that this is something that he recognizes within himself and has grappled with for his entire life. As he even said in 2019, "I am but a man, a damaged, self-involved man, who realized from an early life that he should not have children." There's just a lot of quotes from him in the 60s and on up through the early 80s, where it is clear that he was going through some very prolonged episode of what I read as troubled thoughts, with some of them being, "Once Mona and I saw a guy get shot outside a bar, and it had absolutely no effect on us." He later said around the early 80s, "I tremble to think how boring my life would be without the throbbing excitement of violence always surrounding me. It makes the newspapers worth the quarter, perks up local news shows, helps the economy, and can even make a mundane walk to the store exciting, if you're lucky enough to see a mugging or a car accident. It's not that I want to harm anyone. I've never initiated physical violence in my life, but thinking about violence always seems to relax me and give me comfort. Even when violence is directed at me personally, I've managed to keep a cheery attitude. Recently mugged in New York and given a serious concussion, I managed to stagger to a rather snobby friend's apartment. As she opened the door, she saw me covered in blood. I'm told I blurted out, 'I've just killed 5 people and I've come to involve you.' Life is nothing without a good sense of humor." Years later, looking back on his more aggressive style of humor and the state that he was in, he would also say, "I'd go to the butcher and get some animal heart and gift wrap it in a pretty box. It was influenced by the Wicked Queen and Snow White. The kind of boys I always gave them to were punk boys. You know, they liked it. They had a sense of humor. Now, I wouldn't do it. I'd give them a nice present." And I'm not trying to make a huge deal out of this, but in examining him as an artist, you have to try and figure out the intention behind his delivery and his psychology. It is a definite thing, and would not be true to his spirit to ignore it in a biographical piece, just to try and make him look better as a figure. For instance, and getting back on track, the plot of Hag in a Black Leather Jacket, this first short of his, is a surrealist piece about a white woman ballerina and a black man who lives in a trash can, being married on the roof of John Waters' mother's house, in which the wedding is officiated by a Klansman in full regalia. In the audience of the ceremony, you can find staples of elements that he would return to time and time again, from fashion to drag and high camp, but done in a shoddy, no-budget way, with most of the people in the crowd just being those that he went to high school with, that he could convince to give up their Saturday. And overall, this is emblematic of shock for shock's sake. This says little and doesn't even represent who he fully was as a person or as an artist. Soon after making this, he would march with and do activist work for the Black Panthers. And if you look into his history with activism and protest, he clearly was far from racist, even then when it was just culturally accepted to be racist. So to see him explore this within his first work is a little odd, and can fully really only be explained as transgression and edgelord behavior at all costs. A blunt tool that is very early in development here, that he would use wit to sharpen with time, and actually implement with intention in his more mainstream films later down the line. This short is different from Waters' later short films and feature films, in that the cast is mostly comprised of people who we would never see in his work again. The circle of people that socially surrounded him then on up to present day, and appeared throughout his films over and over again, are called the Dreamlanders. And to become an official Dreamlander, you have to be allowed by Waters to appear in his films more than once. The main cast of his body of work time and time again was typically mostly made up of Dreamlanders, but Hag in a Black Leather Jacket only had one of the members of the group, Mary Vivian Pearce, who typically does not hold major roles within his work except for the occasion where she played Cotton in Pink Flamingos. She is one of only 3 people to have ever appeared in every single film that he has made, with the other 2 being Mink Stole and Pat Moran. And really, if you consider these early shorts as official works, then she actually is the only person to appear in his entire filmography. After this, Waters basically sat around and got high for 2 years. Soon after making Hag in a black leather jacket, he would become very close friends with a boy named Glenn, who Waters himself would rename to Divine, to mock their shared Catholic upbringing, as well as another future integral Dreamlander, Pat Moran, who was already close friends with Divine, as the 2 of them were already infamous in the Baltimore area after briefly being the prime suspects in the murder case of Divine's previous roommate, but both were eventually cleared of all wrongdoing. Divine and Waters immediately got along well and reportedly became close very quickly. They had similar backgrounds, both being queer men who were raised by wealthy Catholic parents in the suburbs of Baltimore. In fact, they lived so close to each other, roughly only separated by 6 houses on their street, that Waters' father used to make fun of Divine regularly for being visibly gay before he ever even entered his son's life, when the Waters family would be driving down the street and see him waiting at the bus stop, a memory that stuck with Waters for years. And Waters' father was not the only person who treated Divine this way because of the way that he looked. As he would later say of the kids in his class, "They used to wait for me every day to beat me up after school, to a point where I was quite black and blue and afraid to say anything because they had threatened my life. I really hated school, and I hated the whole situation." The problem eventually got to the point, to his embarrassment, that a police car would be waiting outside of school every single day to take him home because he was not safe walking or on the bus. In this time before meeting Waters, he had, because of the way that he had been socially treated, tried to force himself to be something that he was not, and dated a woman for about 5 years. She described their first kiss as being extremely gentle and decidedly not lusty. Divine's parents were so rich that he was actually raised as a child in a home that had previously been owned and lived in by Zelda and F. Scott Fitzgerald. At first, Divine actually had trouble mingling in the circle that Waters was building around himself, because he had never been exposed to anything quite like what was forming here. As he said, "I thought, God, what a sleazy crew they are. Everybody liked living in poverty and filth. No one I knew lived like that. I was still stuck in a middle-class mentality. My thinking wasn't up to par. I had a very sheltered life and didn't realize that it was chic to be filthy then." Waters would also say on this, when Divine finally did go out and went downtown and met other gay people, then he went out with a vengeance. He never came back to his old life. Soon after this, Waters had a very brief stint studying in the NYU film department, but hated the films that they wanted them to learn from, which the program saw as important works of art. And he was ultimately expelled within a matter of weeks after his poor class attendance and for being busted with drugs on numerous occasions. He continued to live in New York for a time because he didn't want to go back to his parents' house, and because he liked that many of the theaters in the area showed what he thought were important contemporary art films, which he considered a better and cheaper education than he would have gotten from NYU in the first place. He has since joked that they wanted him to write papers on Battleship Potemkin, but that any artist could learn more about making movies if they just skipped that and went to see Olga's House of Shame instead. To make ends meet while doing this, he began to steal books from bookstores and resell them to other bookstores on a near daily basis. NYU has, on several occasions in the decades since, paid for him to come back to speak to film students, and he always jokes that he charges them just a little bit more for his appearance fees than he normally does for anybody else. His parents were furious when they learned that he had been kicked out of NYU, and school officials strongly advised that they sign papers to force him into involuntary psychiatric care, an event that he seemingly held internal resentment over for years after the fact. He has also said that he strongly disliked the fact that one of the professors tried to connect with him on a personal level by what felt like talking down to him, saying things like, "Look, John, I'm like you. I like opera," which he joked about years later, saying that it made him feel like he was being called the F-slur. He would say, "I mean, what was he really insinuating? He might as well have said, 'I know hairdressers.'" Later that same year, it ended up being beneficial as his name came up in the Vietnam draft, and his mental health forced stay, mixed with his queerness, was enough to get him out of that commitment. He said they didn't even take the physical at his meeting with them. The Dreamlanders would very quickly make a name for themselves in the Baltimore area, and would essentially become a less notorious version of what Andy Warhol's factory was doing in New York, or what the club kids would eventually become decades later. By this point, a woman named Nancy had gotten involved with them, whom the group would rename to Mink Stole, who became a huge part of Waters' body of work. He would say on their group activities, "If we weren't tripping, we were getting ready for one of Divine's illegal parties. He'd rent the biggest banquet halls at the best hotels and have huge sit-down dinners. You'd arrive at the hotel wondering what fake name Divine had given so that you could find the proper party room. There was always an open bar and huge bouquets of flowers stolen from cemeteries. Once the staff saw the guest list, they'd immediately become suspicious. 'Are you folk singers?' a nervous maid would ask, everybody would get completely ripped. Servant, servant, drunken party guests would scream before passing out at a table. Divine always gave the hotel management a bad check, or charged the entire party to his unsuspecting parents. His father went wild when he discovered his credit rating was bad. Divine had intercepted all of the bills in the mail and destroyed them. Vincent Peronio would later say on this in 1997, Glenn stole like crazy from these people to pay for his festivities. Divine's mother would also later say, I'd get this bill for flowers for like $800, and I'd say, what was this for? And he'd say, oh, we threw a party. And then I'd ask back, well, how come I wasn't invited? I like parties. Divine said on one of these events, I always like to entertain. There was that one party I had at the Hilton, 22 people for cocktails, hors d'oeuvres, a sit-down dinner, and after-dinner drinks. The Hilton staff photographer said, can we photograph this for the brochure? I said, sure, because it looked really pretty. He started clicking away and the guests started screaming and hid their faces. Everybody was wanted by the police, or were on parole, or were in trouble with their parents. You also have to keep in mind that they were all roughly 20 to 22 while this was going on. And the types of hotels that we're talking about are like the Belvedere and places like that. Divine also got into the habit of writing bad checks for large purchases, and would soon be arrested for this. Their lifestyle did eventually begin to creep up on all of them, not just Divine. Waters himself described that time when he said, that summer I supported myself by selling diet pills and shoplifting. And after getting caught several times doing illegal activities, and facing financial ruin while being humiliated, and having to yet again move back to Baltimore to live in his childhood bedroom, Waters decided that he should finally treat filmmaking seriously, and began to come up with ideas on how to do this, starting with stealing a lot of film again to shoot with, except this time in color. This next short that he would film would be called Roman Candles. Made 2 years after Hag in a Black Leather Jacket, which should be considered really his first actual step in the direction that Waters' career would take. Casting and stylistically, this is much more him, but also still you can see him trying to find his footing as a filmmaker, as even at the time people commented on how similar this was to the experimental works of Andy Warhol. In particular, Chelsea Girls, which had the gimmick of being played on 2 projectors at the same time with overlapping images. Waters decided to one-up him though, and shot Roman Candles to be played on 3 projectors instead of 2. But this inspiration makes more sense when you know that Waters would frequently make trips to New York from Baltimore, and was a distant member of Andy Warhol's world in that city. Warhol even took this Polaroid of Waters soon after he finished high school, and later when he started making movies on a more professional level, was foundational in his path to financial success, by helping to start grassroots word-of-mouth advertising in New York to build up anticipation among the art crowds. He personally was the reason that Fellini even went to go see Pink Flamingos in the theater, which itself is one of the many things that led to Waters being accepted within the greater art community. And I think to understand Waters, you have to see him through the lens of how he sees Andy Warhol, whom he has described as one of, if not the most important artist of any medium of the past century. A man who was more influential than any other figure of the 1900s. Everything that Waters did, from the style of the films that he made, to how he conducted himself with a band of misfits that had a cutesy, playful name, was ultimately him imitating Warhol on a smaller, trashier scale. As he said, every artist who comes up today is infected by him in some way. You can't not deal with it. He was doing video art and cable TV. He was mixing gay and straight people together. He was doing porn, chic, everything, before everybody else. You forget today how incredibly radical that was. The art world had no sense of humor, and Andy came in and made complete fun of it. This is something that would never leave him. It is baked into his style even on up through films like Pecker, and how they deal with the art world. Waters has basically made a career on being a bizarre cartoon mixture of Warhol and Vincent Price, and I think recognizing that can help contextualize any artistic decisions that he made, especially in the 1970s, when he was trying to establish a name for himself, and figure out who he even was as an artist. He was following a Baltimore low-budget version of that template that the factory had done for the New York art scene. At the time, however, he would get mad at this assertion and push back against it. Critic Lou Sedgren Jr. of the Baltimore Sun called him in the paper the Andy Warhol of Baltimore, to which Waters wrote into the paper a few days later saying that he did not appreciate the comparison because his films were distinctly different from those that Warhol made. But while it is true that the comparison does not work on every front, it does still have some merit. It is undeniable that Chelsea Girls had a massive impact on the way that he would later make films. He would also soften to the idea, though, and would understand why someone would make that comparison. He even spoke on this before and said, "Remember, if you get famous like Andy, and believe me, nobody will get a fame that original or complicated or lasting again in our lifetime, you will probably drag a lot of other people from their unfamous lives into the glare with you, and some of those people will flower on their own own, which is great to see, and you remain friends with them for life. But others will not, and you will still be glad to have them along for the ride. These early short works were so low-tech, and Waters' ability to edit was so rudimentary, that the soundtrack to this film was a mixtape recorded on an actual cassette that would have been played on a stereo system that was in the same room that the film was being shown in. And the person with the tape would have to hit play the exact same moment that the projectionist started the film, otherwise the timing would have been completely off. And there is also essentially no plot to what's going on here. The Wikipedia page describes the film as follows. The movie features random scenes of Malcolm's soul in non-habit drag, a priest drinking a beer, a woman being attacked with an electric fan, a drag queen riding a motorcycle, and Divine playing hide and seek. The soundtrack is played from a tape in the room during the screening and includes radio advertisements, rock songs, a press conference with Lee Harvey Oswald's mother, and tunes by the Shangri-Las. We see a lot of faces here that we will come to know very well for the first time, including Divine and Mink Stole. This film would also mark the first appearance of David Lochary in a John Waters work, who on the surface seems relatively minor within his greater cultural orbit, but is a very important figure in the early days and eventual success of Waters. He would appear from here on in every single film made by him, short or feature length, on up through Female Trouble. He briefly dated the 70s fashion icon and singer John Smokey Condon, who was known for cult BDSM singles such as Leather, Hard, Hot, and Ready, as well as Piss, Slave. Lochary had known Waters since the late 60s, and fell in with his band of misfits after being introduced to them through Divine. Lochary, who would also do the hair and makeup for all of Waters' films, on up through Female Trouble, met Divine because they were going to the same beautician school, and according to her, she was completely unaware of the concept of drag until he introduced that into her life. This picture is the first instance of Divine in drag, dressed and photographed by Lochary. And Divine sort of skirted around his interest in drag by throwing lavish costume parties that he would invite dozens of people to, just as an excuse to dress like a woman in a public way that was both funny and existed within the boundaries of acceptability. And there was almost a sense of guilt or shame that came from this new lifestyle that Divine built for herself here among the Dreamlanders, where she would be spending time with them in drag on the weekends and going to beauty school in men's clothes throughout the week. Looking back on those early years, she would say, "I was leading a double life. There I was on Sundays dressed up like Divine, and during the week I was Mr. Glenn. I couldn't really talk to all those women about what I was doing." Without that chance meeting at school, everything that we're going to be talking about today probably would have never happened, or at least would have happened very differently, as Lochary had a hand in designing these early iconic Divine looks that she became known for, and which served as the visual advertising basis for all of Waters' early work. Without Divine, there is no John Waters, and without David Lochary, there is no Divine. Shortly after Female Trouble, Lochary and Waters had a falling out because of an argument over payment disputes, as well as Lochary spiking joints with angel dust before giving them to people at parties, which resulted in him leaving the Dreamlanders and moving to New York to try and become famous as an independent artist and performer, but would find that even though he had held a prominent role in the cult hit Pink Flamingos, without his connection to Waters, people simply did not care. Lochary would never appear in another film again, and fell into a cycle of hard drugs. In 1977, at the age of 32, he would cut himself on his broken bathroom mirror while on PCP, and would bleed to death alone in his apartment. This film would also make the first of two appearances by actor Malcolm Soule, who would have become an integral member of the Dreamland team if it were not for her death at the age of 27 to a drug overdose in 1968. A model in the fashion department of the Maryland Institute, Waters met her when she was tending the bar at Marduk's, a popular dive location that was important to the culture of the Baltimore beatnik crowd. She was a woman who did feminine drag at all times. Waters said that their friendship spanned years, and yet he only saw her in plain clothes on only 2 occasions, both of which were in private in her home. And he would later say of her, "Malcolm was very theatrical. Her makeup even today would be rather astounding, very bizarre, like complete whiteface with a small painted star. She was a big influence on me, on Van Smith too, who does my makeup on everyone. She died at 27, I guess of old age. She lived a lot. I was in total awe of her. Malcolm was the most astonishing bohemian I've ever known, and she influenced my twisted vision of how women should look more than any film, book, or painting. She'd walk down the street and a riot would break out. Malcolm's death totally numbed us. So great was her influence on our attitudes towards the world. We fought our way to her funeral through riots following Martin Luther King's death, and were shocked to see her laid out without her usual makeup. Everyone wanted to sneak up to the coffin and draw on her crease lines, but her mother managed to soothe the mourners by pulling out 8x10-inch glamour shots of Malcolm and saying, "Malcolm was everything I wanted to be in life, but didn't have the nerve." Eat Your Makeup is the third and last film to be completed of the Dreamland shorts before deciding to dip their toes into feature film work. Coming in 1968, it is by far the longest of the shorts with a runtime of about 45 minutes, and tells an actual narrative that can somewhat be followed, which is new to his work at this point in time. The story is about a woman, played by Malcolm Soule, who kidnaps women and makes them go through horrors such as eating their own makeup while they get dressed for an insane fashion show, where they will model their clothes to the death in front of a man played by David Lochary. The film would then end in a very John Waters way with a recreation of the Kennedy assassination, where Divine plays Jacqueline Kennedy. In fact, this is the first time that an actor in film history played her on screen. A great deal of Waters' early work is fueled by a mockery of things that people held as important, reverent, or tragic. A lot of the ethos of the early Dreamland productions was irreverence, profanity, and blasphemy by any means necessary. And to me, while some of this works, a lot of it was really done in bad taste, as we have already covered. But this is a classic example of that kind of mindset that actually kind of works and is funny. And this was done just 5 years after the actual event that they were depicting. And within American culture, this would have been an exceptionally taboo thing to do at that time. Dorothy, the Kansas City Pothead, was to be the last in a series of experimental short works from the Dreamlanders that spanned the mid to late 60s, but was abandoned after only 2 days of filming and was never completed. What you see on screen right now is, to my knowledge, the only footage from this project that still exists to this day, which is a shame that he never got to complete this, because out of all of his earliest short work, this is the film that I would be the most interested in seeing. This was that era of X-rated reimaginings of children's media, such as the 1976 version of Alice in Wonderland. And I can imagine that he would be playing in a similar surrealism magical territory that he would later explore in works like Desperate Living, A Dirty Shame, and Liarmouth. And I would kill to see that through his lens at such a young age. This was filmed very soon after the production of Eat Your Makeup, and while it had no effect on the film as it had already been abandoned by that point in time, Malcolm Soule would die roughly within 2 weeks of this production. Planned to be a 45-minute retelling of the basic Oz story, where Dorothy would take LSD and be transported to the land of Odd, where she would watch a ballet performed by the Munchkin people, who Dorothy would have to save from the drug-obsessed Wicked Witch and her winged junkies. The Scarecrow would have been a weed-obsessed character called the Grassman, and the film was to end with Dorothy, Auntie Anne, and Uncle Henry, all being arrested for indulging in a drug lifestyle. And I think overall, as I've already said, the argument could be made across all of these shorts that while they have the tone and style of someone who would be refined into a great artist at a later date, who unfortunately had to live through the process of first being 20 years old. In the early 80s, when reflecting back on this project, Waters would say, "I tried to make my next film, Dorothy the Kansas City Pothead, but it never really got off the ground. Pat Moran played Dorothy, Malcolm was the witch, but I soon learned that it was impossible to lip-sync sound film with only a camera and a tape recorder. I sent out press releases anyways, and got a big article in the Baltimore Sun paper, headlined, 'The Wizard of Oz Goes to Pot.' The reporter never suspected that there wasn't even any film in my camera when he covered the making of the film." Now before I move on to chapter 2, you and I have got to have a quick heart-to-heart for just a second. Won't take longer than a minute or so. Clearly the direction that I've been going in hasn't been working for a while now. It led me to being sloppy and burning out rather publicly, and in the process making a lot of regrettable mistakes. So we're going to change gears and try something different this time, okay? From now on, the plan for In Praise of Shadows videos is that they will only come out when I think they are as good as they can possibly be, like the one that you're watching now. So you're not going to be getting monthly uploads anymore, but instead, I'm going to focus entirely on making higher quality videos in the style that I'm primarily known for. Right after this, I'm going to go into the research phase of a multi-video series on the history of a monster, just like I did with witches in the past. Basically, I used to make what I considered filler videos. They were done to buy me time while I worked on the longer projects, and that's no longer going to be happening. That process spread me too thin, and bred an environment for mistakes and missteps. But with this decision comes financial risk, and so to offset that, I'm going to be starting a second channel called In Praise of Shadows, Darksides, where I'm going to be doing semi-weekly short-form videos that are less labor-intensive about weird movies and other media that normally wouldn't justify a whole In Praise of Shadows video, but are still worth talking about. The first video is out over there today, where I'm going to be talking a little more in depth about stuff that has happened and where I plan to go from here. So after you finish this, please go check that out and subscribe to that channel. The link will be in the description below. And if you'd like to help out further, I'd ask that you please consider donating to my Patreon to help to get this all off the ground. I'm going to be using this second channel and Patreon to fund these larger projects, which is what I think people seem to want the most from me. I know that I've asked for some help in the past, but now please, more than ever, I could really use your help here in making this a reality. You'll get some additional side content, and in turn, I can keep doing things here in a sustainable way in a style that I should have always been doing in the first place, as professionally as possible. which I think is a win-win for everybody involved. Thank you so much, and now, without further ado.
Stocks flew high, now you're flaming never die. Open your eyes and look at me. Face the heart, oh the heart that sees right into you.
Things soon went from bad to worse for the internal workings of the Dreamlanders, both socially as well as financially, as their public image within the greater Baltimore area sank to an all-time low. Marina Mellon, a prominent member of the group and one of the stars of Eat Your Makeup, was using LSD on a near daily basis and would suffer a breakdown and be institutionalized, but would eventually be released and appear in several more of Waters' films in the 70s. Waters would say on this time of his life, Divine had become a hairdresser, and his specialty was exaggerated, ridiculously complicated, bouffant hairdos. He always rented the most luxurious apartments and had them staffed with servants. He gave the fanciest, wildest parties and usually dressed in drag for the occasion. Once, the hired butlers and maids saw him making his entrance, and they immediately stole all the liquor and ran out the door. The parties usually ended with everyone tripping and planning audacious antique burglaries. Divine even talked one party guest into being lowered by his feet outside the 7th-story window to break into the apartment directly below. Since Divine had no way to afford this extravagant lifestyle, he was always one step ahead of husbands of maids, landlords, bill collectors, and the police. He moved constantly, but this gave him even more reason to plan yet another housewarming party, and each one had to top the last. Divine had become consumed with a chronic case of party fever, and finally had to move in with David Lochary and Howard to hide out from his creditors. He quit his job, began to eat vast amounts of food, and really put on the weight. He got so lethargic that when the toilet broke, he shit in the tub and beat the turd down the drain with a stick. He really needed show business to pull him out of this depression. And so out of a general group desperation to put their party energy into something good that could make them famous and wealthy to support their habits, they made their first feature film in 1969, Mondo Trasho. But considering the general mental state that they were all in at that time, you can imagine what a train wreck this was, and you may not be all that surprised to learn that every single person who worked on this except for 2 people were arrested during the production of the film. After being caught filming a sequence where actor Mark Isherwood hitchhikes nude down the highway, although all charges would later be dropped. Waters and most of the cast and crew would spend several days in jail, which would even be reported on in Variety. David Lochary would be especially upset over this, after learning that on the official paperwork officers had sarcastically listed his middle name as Gaylord to mock him. When the police had arrived at the scene, Divine, who had been wrapped in a gold lame dress, jumped into her bright red 1959 Cadillac Eldorado with a nude Mark Isherwood in the passenger seat and then sped away, and somehow managed to escape. Waters would later joke that this does not say a lot for the Baltimore Police Department. Because of her ongoing legal troubles that were already becoming an issue, she would have to go back into hiding until things settled down again. Waters asked his father to produce the work and provide the budget that would be needed to do this, which he estimated to be around $2,000. But as a stipulation to this, his father demanded that Waters take an actual film production class before making the movie, so that this wouldn't end up being just another one of his expensive experiments that didn't go anywhere. Waters has always felt that his father giving him this money was in his own way a form of love and acceptance for who he wanted to be, even if his father didn't fully understand him as a person, as he explained. They could have said no and it would have ended and I would have gotten a real job. Years later, after the passing of Waters' father, he found records, receipts, and repayment notes in a safety deposit box that John Waters Sr. had kept, detailing the money that he had used to help launch his son's career, which he described as a moment that deeply moved him. Even though he did end up taking the film production class and even became close friends with a local film technician who took him under his wing and taught him even further the craft of filmmaking, their abilities here as a crew were extremely limited, and the film is entirely silent except for the soundtrack that plays because they had no equipment to record dialogue with. To make fun of Divine's recent weight gain, they decided to write it that the film should be a parody of later Jane Mansfield movies, who both Waters and Divine were huge fans of. This movie should honestly be considered the last of his short experimental films, and not his first feature film despite its runtime. Nowadays, Waters jokes that it is a 90-minute, nearly unwatchable movie, and that it would have been better if it had been 10 minutes long instead. The whole thing is online to watch, but I wouldn't really recommend it. It is a bit of an excruciating sit, and people don't talk about it in relation to his work for a reason. Most people even mistakenly think that Multiple Maniacs is his first film because of how unknown this one is. It is basically a day in the life of a few people who have an unfortunate run-in with each other in Baltimore. You see flashes of ideas that would fully come later. The monster feet surgery is somewhat similar to the giant lobster in Multiple Maniacs. The fight against the police that is in this is also an idea explored several times in Maniacs as well. But overall, there just isn't a lot that you can say on this other than it is something that exists. He is still painting crudely here, and without being able to record sound, making this effectively a silent film. He is very stifled as far as the amount of story that he can actually tell with just visuals alone. And he also, as a filmmaker, doesn't fully lean into the idea of using the techniques that makes a silent film work. Instead, trying to more or less cram a modern film into the limitations that come with a silent black and white picture. As a work of art, it isn't even original, being basically a style remake or ripoff of the Russ Meyer movie Mondo Topless. At the premiere of the film, which was sold out because of the exposure that the arrest had given them on a national level after being covered in Playboy, Waters ran a joke raffle promotion where 2 people in the audience would win a dinner for 2 at the local hamburger restaurant. A woman named Cookie Mueller won the award, who told Waters in conversation later that night that she had just days previously been released from the mental institution, and she quickly became a key member of the Dreamlanders. She would appear in every one of Waters' movies from here on up through Polyester in 1981, which, as we will get to here in a little bit, was the beginning of a slump in Waters' career, which would disperse many of its members. She would relocate to New York, where she would become an art critic, would publish several novellas and a memoir, before passing in 1989 from AIDS at the age of 40. You know, the one power that people cannot take away from you is that if you make something that isn't very good or is just even outright bad, and that a lot of people vocally hate, they can't stop you from just making more things. It is fully within your power to just keep going, which is what Waters did. One thing that I really appreciate about Waters is his ability to look at his work objectively. He holds little of what he did in this time in reverence. He knows how bad most of these movies were. He said once on this film, "If someone is ever having a festival of my stuff, I always tell them to make sure that Mondo Trasho is the hardest one to see. Because if you've never seen any of my work and go to see that first, you ain't coming back." This would be his last short film that would be considered a part of his official filmography, although he would of course continue to dabble in short format filmic media for the rest of his career, but often in a more fine art exhibition sense, rather than the intended more traditional role of the short film, which is to establish your name or build your brand with proof of concepts. An example of this is when he much later remade sections of Pink Flamingos with an entire cast made up of children, except for himself as the narrator, that was only made with the intention of being shown in museums and art gallery settings. The summer following Mondo Trasho and the Diane Linkletter story, Waters moved to Provincetown and worked in a bookstore, while Mary Vivian Pearce paid her side of the rent by selling bicycles that she stole from bike racks, while Mink Stole and David Lochary participated in several credit-based schemes and insurance fraud to pay their bills. All 4 of them ran bank fraud schemes, reporting stolen travelers' checks taken out in each other's names. Divine moved with them and opened up a secondhand store called Divine Trash, where she resold things that she had shoplifted or stolen from the local dump. The store eventually had to close because it was being illegally run without a city permit. After this, to raise money to live off of, Divine rented a fully furnished, very large, ornate house in a different town under a fake name, and then she rented a truck and held an auction where she sold off all of the furniture. This event would eventually lead to Divine having to flee town and run away from the law. As Channing Wilroy would later say, Divine was no longer even there when the warrant was issued, but it lasted for 7 years. Marina Mellon also that summer took a job in a small boutique, and when she was finally trusted to run the store by herself, she told the Dreamlanders to come by and steal as much as they could carry so that they could wear the clothes that they wanted and then sell the rest privately. Waters has also said that it was around here that he committed voter fraud on a number of occasions just because he thought that it was funny. Also, it should at some point be noted that everything I am talking about here more or less comes from Waters as the primary source. All of this is based on things that he has directly said on his past across his entire career. And so while all of it is probably true to some degree, we should also consider that we might have a bit of a Baron Munchausen situation going on here, where he could potentially be lying about some of these things or exaggerating what actually happened to help build this cultural mythology of wild depravity that he has cultivated around his image since the 1960s. We ultimately have no way of knowing this, and so I am presenting these events as he has described them in the past at face value, but I felt it necessary to recognize at least somewhere in this presentation the potential of him being an unreliable narrator of his own life's story. According to him, the group would occasionally travel to nearby New England cities to rent out theaters for midnight showings of Mondo Trasho, that they would personally advertise on the streets as well as on the radio, and eventually made back the $2,000 that they had borrowed from Waters' father. But upon repaying the money, they immediately asked for a new loan of $5,000 to make their next film, Multiple Maniacs. He initially said no because of how much he ended up hating Mondo Trasho, and out of a fear that it would somehow get out and come back to haunt him, that he was the financier that funded the project that resulted in a huge fiasco surrounding a nude hitchhiker. But after some convincing, he agreed to provide the budget for his son's second feature film. Multiple Maniacs is technically his second feature film, but as I've already said, it really should be treated as his first outing into actual genuine movie making. And it is a good movie and shows a lot of growth in Waters as a filmmaker, from what we've seen from him so far. But I think your mileage will vary with it as a film that is first and foremost concerned with being exceptionally blasphemous. It is a very Catholic movie, made by people who were forced to be raised as Catholics. And if you aren't from that background, then you might not really care or be invested in a lot of that's going on here. He specifically has said that him being forced to take a yearly oath to the Catholic Legion of Decency that determined which movies could and could not be seen by people of the faith was a huge factor that played into him making this film. It really feels like it is Waters wrestling with his upbringing and artistically trying to get this out of his system so that he can move on to bigger and better things down the road, as he never really makes an overtly religious picture like this ever again. And he does have a sense of humor about all of this, as with most things in life, as he once said. Don't get me wrong, I'm not at all sorry I was brought up Catholic because it gave me that warped view of things that all Catholics have. And also a sense of theatricality. Once a Catholic, you always remember it. I don't believe in what the Catholic Church believes in. I believe they are my enemy. The entire concept of Multiple Maniacs is based around being as sacrilegious as possible, not just to the church but also to the ethos of the peace, love, and happiness late 60s hippie craze which Waters also hated, as well as being against the mainstream culture of America as well. It is a movie that is decidedly against most things, which is, kind of funny. He would say on his intentions with this film, Woodstock was the last straw. Sitting in the mud with a bunch of naked hippies and their illegitimate children and listening to Joan Baez was hardly my idea of a good time. Violence was this generation's sacrilege, so I wanted to make a film that would glorify carnage and mayhem for laughs. In 1969, right before I started to shoot Multiple Maniacs, Sharon Tate was murdered. The crime would have a profound influence over the entire making of the film. Since the real killers hadn't been apprehended yet, I decided that Divine would take credit for the murders in the film. I figured that if the murderers were never caught, there would always be the possibility that maybe Divine really did do it. We wanted to scare the world, just like the unheard of Manson family, but we used a movie camera instead of deadly weapons. So we have two primary levels of blasphemy going on here with the plot, spiritual and cultural. We start with Lady Divine and a failing relationship with Mr. David, who together run a traveling circus of freaks like the Puke Eater, the Seat Licker, and other questionable figures that make up this band of misfits that go by the name of the Cavalcade of Perversion, who sometimes murder their guests based on entirely how they are feeling that day. Mr. David leaves Lady Divine for a younger, more pretty woman named Bonnie, which causes Lady Divine to spiral into sheer madness, revealing that she was the secret mastermind behind the Sharon Tate murders. And then she takes a woman lover and kills and eats Mr. David and his new girlfriend, before becoming completely delusional and having a psychotic episode where she believes that she's being sexually accosted by a giant lobster. And then the film ends, with her filled with raging madness, chasing normal, law-abiding citizens down the road before being killed in a hail of gunfire from government officials. That is all the cultural blasphemy. The spiritual side of that is much more controversial, especially in its time, and is what the film is primarily known for. After being attacked and sexually assaulted and left on the sidewalk to die, Lady Divine is saved by the image of Jesus appearing to her in the form of a young child, who takes her by the hand and leads her into a church, where she undergoes an intense religious experience, consisting of visions of the crucifixion, intercut with her praying, while her new female lover inserts rosary beads into her ass. Which is easily up there with the most shocking scenes of the 1960s, it is hard to state just how much your average New Englander would have hated this at the time. And how they were able to shoot this scene is kind of beyond me. They learned of a nearby church that had allowed their space to be used for fringe punk political radical group meetings. And Waters called the priest and said that he was making a movie, and that he would like to shoot a scene in the church without telling him the content of that scene. And the priest said yes, assuming it wasn't going to be anything that was too outrageous. They also were aware that the priest had allowed the previous groups to meet there because he had an interest in different political ideologies, and having further education on how they function. And so, while Waters shot the scene with Divine and Mink Stole in the chapel, a different unspecified Dreamlander purposefully distracted the priest in his living quarters by starting a bad faith political debate with him, as Waters would later say. My friend, who was a hippie and a political activist, he went in there and talked to the priest about Vietnam and stuff while we shot the scene. The entire cast and crew would return to the church for Easter Sunday service and would take communion from the same priest. The premiere itself was actually even held in the church by invitation of said priest, who offered the space because he wanted to support local artists and was excited that the movie had been filmed there. Waters would eventually express regret for how they handled the situation though, saying, "The priest then came to the premiere. I felt really bad for him because he was almost crying." The film would have 9 showings that would each sell out, with each one having a raffle with the grand prize being a pound of ground beef. The film also had to be screened in a church or similar venue because Waters was trying to skirt regulations that oversaw the material that could be shown in commercial theaters in the state of Maryland, which is a problem that he would deal with for most of his career. And I guess here is an appropriate time to discuss the content of Waters' early feature films, the years that truly defined his position as a filmmaker primarily concerned with filth. To me, he would say, bad taste is what entertainment is all about. If someone vomits while watching one of my films, it's like getting a standing ovation. But one must remember that there is such a good thing as good bad taste and bad bad taste. It's easy to discuss someone. I could make a 90-minute film of people getting their limbs hacked off, but this would only be bad bad taste, and not very stylish or original. To understand bad taste, one must have very good taste. Good bad taste can be creatively nauseating, but must, at the same time, appeal to the especially twisted sense of humor, which is anything but universal. Now, in the time of making these movies, he was absolutely inspired by the work of contemporary filmmakers that were a little bit older than he was. As we have said, Andy Warhol most notably, but also many others from Herschel Gordon Lewis to Kenneth Anger and Russ Meyer. Flaming Creatures in 1963 was a huge influence on the style of shock that he was going after, and stylistically, is very much what informed multiple Maniacs, especially the more out there surrealist scenes such as The Little Jesus and The Lobster. So when looking at his work, it is important to note that he is not reinventing the wheel here, but more so picking up the torch from the previous generation of filth art filmmakers, and running with what they did and trying to top what they had achieved within their work. And on most fronts, he is succeeding in those efforts. Or at least he would once he fully entered this era of directing feature films. The first 4 feature films of John Waters' career exist within a genre mostly of their own. Films made with such limitations, from such strong perspectives of taste, that the only thing they could really be compared to are the film works of Warhol, but even that comparison is somewhat lacking. It is someone who has a clear vision of ideas that they want to communicate, but essentially no money or skill to do that in any way that would be considered conventional, and as such, have to be viewed within a vacuum of their own design. I don't think that Waters becomes a mostly great filmmaker until Female Trouble, and doesn't achieve his full potential of what he can do until Desperate Living or Polyester. Each scene in these early movies is more or less a single uninterrupted take, which is more of a move of necessity rather than one of style. The audio was recorded separately than the film, and Waters did not have the editing experience or education that was needed to sync up the sound with the shots very well, which made complicated edits very difficult to pull off. and to avoid syncing issues, he decided to use as few shots in the films as he could to hopefully avoid these problems. This does ultimately hurt them though, as it comes across as feeling very amateurish in nature. In conversation with Dennis Cooper, Waters once said to him, "I think my work is about writing and editing more than it is about photography or color." And I think that one sentence informs a lot of why it took him so long as a filmmaker to focus on the actual craft of making a movie. Because especially when watching his earliest work, it seems mostly unimportant to him compared to the ideas that he is trying to communicate. To him, as long as the script is good, literally everything else can be bad and it will still be fine. And if we approach Waters and his earliest work as viewing him through the lens of a writer who happened to be in a situation that required him to direct movies out of necessity, rather than a director who exclusively wanted to make films, then I think that we can build a bit more of an appreciation for what he is attempting, even if he's not landing the mark a lot of the time. One thing that I find very interesting that starts in Multiple Maniacs, but is a continuing thread across most of his body of work, is that time and time again, Waters often is more interested in lampooning aspects of straight culture than he is in depicting elements of gay culture. He has many gay actors in his films, but almost always has them playing straight, cis, heteronormative characters. And it is fairly rare for him to actually explore queerness as a subject within his work on any meaningful level. There are some big exceptions to that, obviously, with Desperate Living being the most obvious. But with most gay directors, going into their work, you would assume that there would often be a lens of objectification and examination of the male form and traditional beauty. Even if it is being done subconsciously, but Waters is very much not compelled by that concept, at least on an artistic level as a filmmaker. Typically in his work, if the camera is pointed at a nude male figure, the feeling he is often trying to provoke is one of revulsion. Like both of the sex scenes involving crackers and pink flamingos, as well as the sex scene in Female Trouble. But here in Multiple Maniacs, you have the often shirtless and very traditionally pretty Rick Morrow, taking up a lot of the screen time and being presented to us as a figure to physically admire in these scenes. It is the purpose of his character within the film. He is there to be looked at, which is a massive outlier in the greater body of work of Waters' career. He just did not really cast people who were simply pretty just for the sake of doing so. He liked for a performer to have an interesting look about them that made them and their actions compelling on a deeper level than just baser sexual attraction. And the casting of Morrow here really sticks out to me as something that maybe a younger and hornier Waters would do that the seasoned director that he would become would possibly avoid. And it's not like he never did these kinds of things at all. Most notably, Michael St. Gerard in Hairspray and Johnny Depp in Crybaby would both certainly fit this kind of bill, with Michael St. Gerard being there, in my opinion, because he looked like Elvis. But within those works, the sexual attractiveness of those characters serves more of a narrative and thematic purpose than just to stand around nude and look pretty while plot happens around them. They are deliberate callbacks to the type of men that would be showcased in the 1950s, and add to the feeling of nostalgia that he's trying to develop in those later movies. And this is all ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but I do find it interesting to point out. Waters would say on shooting the climax of this film, "During the shooting of Multiple Maniacs, my mother met Divine for the first time. He was dressed in heels, wig, full makeup, and wearing a one-piece woman's bathing suit covered in blood. He carried an axe. Since I had just shot a scene in which Divine had to walk barefoot through the snowdrifts, my mother was concerned about frostbite. She led us into the formal living room and served Divine tea with a shot of brandy. Divine felt odd sitting there in drag, trying to make polite conversation, so he excused himself to go to the little girl's room. A few minutes later, he returned, still in makeup but now minus the wig and swimsuit. Seeing him in half-drag was somehow more bizarre, and I could tell my mother went into silent inner seizures, but she remained outwardly calm. I heard my father coming down the steps in the hall and raced to block his tracks. 'Divine's here,' I said, matter-of-factly. 'Oh, okay,' my father mumbled and then trotted right back up the steps to the safety of the second floor." To avoid any issues that they faced on Mondo Trasho, the entire film was shot almost exclusively on private property, where they had permission to be at, more or less, with a great deal of it being filmed in the Waters family backyard. There is one scene of indecency shot on a sidewalk where Divine is attacked by two strangers, but even that only implies what is happening, and no nudity is actually shown. After the 9-night premiere in Baltimore, Waters then proceeded to live in his car for several months as he traveled the country with a copy of Multiple Maniacs in his trunk, spending a week or so in each city finding a theater that would be willing to do at least one showing of the film, and would also work with the local press and radio channels to promote the events. He has said that this is the best education that he could have received on film marketing, promotion, and distribution. It was in this time that he began to develop the John Waters brand as we know it today, growing his iconic mustache as a means to be more recognizable to the average person, which the style of mustache, like many things in his life, came out of necessity rather than for a particular look, at least at first, because he was so young that he couldn't actually grow a full one. It's tough for a white man who isn't that hairy to grow one, he would say, and would further elaborate on the upkeep required for the look. Every day, shave it down. Twice a week, scissors on the bottom. He eventually took to drawing the mustache on every day with an eyeliner pencil, which is what he has done now for decades. He would also grow his hair out very long, which was his look in the 1970s before he would cut it short and style it combed back in the early 80s, which is the look that he has maintained to this day. He said, "My long hair practically made my father have a nervous breakdown. If I really wanted to make him gag, all I'd have to do is wear it in a ponytail." The family meal was usually traumatic. My father would eat silently, trying to avoid hair-eye contact. Out of the corner of his eye, he'd catch a glimpse of my locks, and you could see him start uncomfortably shifting in his chair. This would enrage me, so I'd bait him into a political discussion. "I'm going to New Haven for a Black Panther rally. We're going to burn that town down," I'd say. "They ought to take every one of you bums and lock you up for life," he'd return. "I am for the total destruction of this government," I'd say. "I want communism, and I want us to get our orders from Russia." Shaking, he would return. "In communist countries, they'd cut off your hands if they caught you stealing. That's what we ought to do here, or shoot rioters on sight." The Dreamlanders soon found themselves very accepted and celebrated within the community of San Francisco, which was a huge shift for them in a positive way, and Divine began to be known on the party scene there as well as in New York. Waters would say on Divine wanting to come to San Francisco for the first time to attend a screening of their film. Divine was quite eager to make a getaway. He and many of the Dreamlanders had decided to stay on and spend the winter in Provincetown, much to the chagrin of the town fathers. It was rumored that Divine and friends, dead broke and depressed at Christmas, had been chopping down fully decorated Christmas trees from neighbors' lawns and dragging them home to brighten their own holiday gatherings. One such tree belonged to the local sheriff, which they had not been aware of at the time that they took the tree, which added further to the pressure on Divine to once again relocate. Waters has said that he knew their future had been secured when he saw the crowd of reporters in San Francisco eagerly awaiting Divine to get off the plane in full drag to photograph her arrival. This plane ride is one of the most important moments in Waters' entire life, because it signaled that what they were doing in Baltimore was working. It was having a tangential effect around the entire world, and that they weren't just a bunch of weirdos making bad movies that nobody was ever going to pay attention to. He knew in that moment that they had become actually famous, and probably had been within certain circles for some time. Before her arrival, Waters was concerned that the look that she sported in multiple Maniacs was not enough to get the attention that they needed, because he was concerned that people would see her as just another drag queen. So he suggested that they work on a look for her together that would make her appear like she wasn't even from this planet. And the look they developed was the one with the half-shaved head that she would become known for in Pink Flamingos, which was done so that makeup artist Van Smith could then paint eye makeup on her that was so exaggerated it went beyond where the hairline usually goes. To raise their notoriety in the weeks before her arrival, Waters had plastered the city with fake wanted posters for Divine's arrest on the grounds of interstate flight to avoid persecution for murder, armed robbery, and conspiracy, supposedly issued by the FBI, with the bottom of the flyer having the signature of J. Edgar Hoover himself. Divine would later tell the Baltimore Sun, "When I got off the plane in California, there were several hundred people there. John screamed, 'There she is!' And I remember people saying, 'Divine, Divine, Divine, we want Divine, Divine, Divine. I wish you were mine.' And I'll never forget it. It was like stepping into another world." Waters would later say in the 90s about her exit onto the San Francisco airport tarmac. He never really took it seriously until he came to California and saw fans. And then in his mind, he never, ever went back to being Glenn Milstead. That week, to further build a name of notoriety for themselves, Divine entered a drag queen beauty pageant covered in fake burns and a soot-covered dress and screamed at the crowd in attendance with the microphone on stage. "I am the real misdemeanor. I smuggled rotten fruit into California and I eat pounds and pounds of white sugar. I had come to California because I killed a couple of cops back east. Don't you realize? I killed Sharon Tate, and they've arrested the wrong people. And last week, I did it again. I followed a young hippie couple who live alone with their pets. I waited, I watched, and then I broke into their apartment and stabbed them to death. All I can tell you is that it made me Something that has to be expressed here is that this is something that people had not really experienced before. Drag before this was often very pageantary. There were drag beauty pageants, but the concept of balls as we know them now, with voguing, lip-syncing, dancing, and talent among other categories, would not come around until much later. Drag balls can be traced back to as early as the 1860s, but really would not form until the 1920s with underground black queer communities, and often had a strong focus on extreme passing femininity. This would continue even after Divine, and was very much the drag standard of the day. And simultaneously throughout the 1900s, you have this strong undercurrent among gay men to project a hyper-masculine image, also known as the Castro clone, which just makes sense considering that the homophobia of the time would lead to a culture that would like to appear as if it can defend itself if provoked, which led to the popularization of Tom of Finland, whose art style took pre-existing cultural ideas and further defined the pop queer fashion looks of gay culture of that era, which this era of hyper-masculinity led to drag being mostly unpopular among gay men, and often those that did engage with it, either as a lifestyle or an art form, were looked down upon and seen as lesser within that cultural sphere because of its emphasis on femininity. Divine, among a few notable examples like Tim Curry and Rocky Horror, are the bridge to what modern drag would become. And without these movies and the superstar fame that she would capture during the 70s queer world, that was able to break through the masculine wall that had been built up among queer men, we would probably not have the outrageous camp drag that you associate with something like Drag Race today. Most of modern queer irony humor is just distilled from Divine's stage persona. Van Smith said in the late 80s that if Divine and Candy Darling had not received the recognition that they did, RuPaul would have absolutely not become famous along with the other club kids, and that the whole fashion world would be a totally different place than it is currently. Soon after Divine's rise in popularity, other queens were able to gain a platform of mainstream success within American pop culture that previously would not have been possible, such as Sylvester, whose 1978 disco hit You Make Me Feel, which she performed in drag. That was, to my knowledge, the only time that a song by a drag queen ever reached #1 on any of the US Billboard charts before the beginning of RuPaul's Drag Race over 30 years later. Everything that we are witnessing here in these cheap little bad movies that were made in their parents' backyard would plant a seed that would grow to the point of drastically changing the culture that we live in. And when looking through it in that lens, it is impossible to look around and not see the fingerprints of John Waters and Divine on so many aspects of where our culture is today. You can see the impact of the fallout of this single plane ride all around us if you connect the threads. Waters expressed something in this same vein when he said of his costume designer Van Smith, Van has always been ahead of his time. The same mock poor taste outfits he designed for my films seem to end up on the Paris runways years after he's already been bored by the style. These things seem normal from our perspective, but everything going on surrounding the concept of presentation and performance that Divine was doing was so far out of anything that even queer people associated with drag or queer culture at the time. And every single queen working today can trace their roots back to what the Dreamlanders were doing in these films. Divine would say on why she developed the public personality that she had compared to other contemporary queens. Well, at first, I wanted to look good. After a while, I saw the others were ridiculous and I couldn't get into it, so I decided to just have fun. That's when I got comic, and they really hated it, because they thought I was making fun of them. Some queen threw a beer bottle at me one time, and a huge fight broke out. Before you knew it, wigs were flying and we had to run. Back home after San Francisco, it became hard for Divine to hide what had been going on, as she would say about her parents' shock at her appearance. They saw me and I had no eyebrows and my hair was shaved back. That's the day I told them everything. I told them I was gay. I told them I smoked dope, that I tripped. I just got it all off because I couldn't live two separate lives and they just did not understand. Her mother Frances would later say on this conversation, I just said keep on going and forget that you have a mother and a father. I remember saying that and I felt so bad after I said it. After the rejection from her parents, Divine would go back to San Francisco and perform stage shows with the Cockettes, which were a group of alternative drag performers, and would only come back to Baltimore from here on to be in further Waters projects. I know that she is known for her iconic look and performance in Pink Flamingos, but I would argue that she is good in that movie, but great in Multiple Maniacs. It is, to me, the shining moment of her career. Even though it is an earlier work in a lesser film than Flamingos would be, what she's doing here is so much more nuanced than the total unadulterated filth of what was going on there. Which is great, but is a little one note across the whole piece. The level of face that she is serving here as she attacks the townspeople before being put down by the police is so wild and manic that it truly lives up to the title of the film. It is one of the finest moments in both Waters' career as well as her own, and also makes the film almost a third-act parody of something like King Kong. One thing in every one of her performances that should be noted at some point is that she and Waters embraced her size and physicality to add to the performance rather than to try and hide her natural beauty. And we are still seeing the results of this daring showcase of bodies within film that you would normally not see within drag and film culture. Big is beautiful, and you didn't see a lot of that before Divine presented in this particular way. Costume designer Van Smith, who made all of her outfits, would say on how he had to approach Divine as a performer and as a cultural entity. She is a fat woman, so rather than covering up her fat, we threw it out there. Fat as sex. It just goes beyond gender or whatever. Rather than concealing her fat, we show it and are like, well, there it is. It is beautiful, depending on how you want to look at it. This movie would also be the first appearance of Edith Massey in a Waters film, playing the barmaid that works as the go-between for a few of the characters. Like many people in his films, essentially she is playing an extremely exaggerated version of herself, as she actually did run the bar at a very popular place in Baltimore, which is how Waters got to meet her in the first place. It is a small part, but you can already tell how memorable she will be in her short acting career, as she would hold prominent roles in all of her films on up through Polyester, and would easily, in my eyes, be the best addition to his roster of actors that he would ever find.
Hi, everybody. My name is Edith Massey. Some of you might know me. I play in John Waters' films, Multiple Maniac, Pink Flamingo, and the new film, Female Trouble.
And she's a fascinating figure. A video about her life could easily exist on its own. Just the fact that she used this exposure to start touring as a singer in a punk band, and dressed like this in her free time, and was well loved within the Baltimore community running a local thrift shop, are very compelling ideas to me. She was born in an orphanage, ran away and was captured by the police and forced to attend reform school. Tried to break into movies at a young age but struggled because of her weight and her looks. She became a madam overseeing an illegal brothel in Chicago, and when that fell apart she moved to Florida and got arrested and spent 6 months in prison. As she explained, "Here's where I got in trouble. I was working in this club and I had a customer who was buying me nothing but champagne. Everybody could see that he had money. He was setting up the bar. So my boyfriend and a bunch of us got some liquor and went to my place, 3 guys and 4 girls. Another girl I didn't know came later and she robbed him. I was so drunk, all I could think about was mushing my boyfriend. You know, kiss, kiss, kiss bullshit. I really didn't have nothing to do with it, but it was my apartment. I can't blame the guy for being mad. He'd taken out a loan of $2,000 for a truck. The girl who did take the money bought an old Cadillac. I swear even now, I wasn't guilty of anything, but I got 6 months." After getting out of jail, she moved to Baltimore and started working at the bar that Waters would later meet her at.
Ain't that a cute little kitty?
She also has a thrift store in Fells Point called Edith's Shopping Bag, where she holds court.
Well, I met Edie when she worked at a bar in Fells Point called Pete's Hotel. That was sort of like a wine ale hangout. And a woman friend of mine said to me, "You've got to see this woman," and she was right. And I went in and I asked Edith if she wanted to do a part in a film, and she said, yeah, she'd love to do it. You know, of course she said, "Oh, I can't do it, I can do it." You had to talk her into doing it. But it was in Multiple Maniacs, and she actually played herself as a barmaid in Pete's bar. Edith is basically too nice. I think that would be the best way to describe her. Edie doesn't have a mean bone in her body. I mean, she is the most unvicious person I've ever met in my life. To me, see, beauty is looks that you can never forget. So I think Edie fits that perfectly. You never think, is that Edith? You immediately know it's Edith. She's instantly recognizable, and I think that's what I like the most about her. And I think her whole look is sort of Nanette Fabre gone berserk, I think.
This is a little poem I wrote about Fells Point. I hope you all like it. It's a quaint little place where good people meet, where there's a lot of good places to eat and drink, and an art gallery and theaters that are so neat. It's a Greenwich Village where people can meet, never a stranger, on the street. It's a Fells Point, you see. So let's all get together and be merry and have a good time with the people of Fells Point Street by Edith Massey.
But right here in this moment, Waters' life and career reached an episode that almost ended everything for him. As in 1970, he struck a man who suddenly stepped out into the road with his car and killed him instantly. He would go to court and could have gone to prison for manslaughter, but would eventually have the charges dropped against him because of witness testimony, which all of this was not even publicly known until he told the story in 2010. In 1970, Mink Stole and I were driving up Broadway, a Baltimore thoroughfare that is divided by a safety island. It was Sunday, early afternoon. We were not on drugs or liquor, and an elderly man without looking stepped off the curb right in front of the car. His body flipped up and landed on the hood with his face pressed towards mine through the driver's side windshield. That's something I never told anybody. Thank God a cop saw it. My God, it was like a guardian angel. It really was. An angel in a police uniform, who could stand as my witness at court, because I really did look incredibly disreputable at the time. It was a horrible experience causing someone's death, even if it was a complete accident. It was even worse when I found out that it was the old man who sold peanuts at the Broadway market. The Peanut Man. It's there in every movie. In Polyester when they run over Tab Hunter at the end, and he lands on the windshield. In Crybaby with the Lollipop Lady. In Serial Mom when she runs over the teacher. In Cecil B. Demented when Fidget falls off the marquee and lands on his parents' windshield. I hate the phrase creative process, and it's a term I'd never actually utter out loud. But anything that happens to you, if you're a creative person, ends up in your work in some way. In 1972, Waters would make the film that he is arguably most well known for, only in competition with Hairspray, and he and the Dreamlanders would find themselves in the defining moment of their lives. It tells a simple story of several people competing to see who is the most filthy person alive, with each act that they do one-upping the trashiness of what preceded them. Now, the film is not without its faults, most notably to me in its plot and its pacing. Waters has a firm rule for himself that no film should ever run for over an hour and a half, which he sticks to near religiously. His longest film to date, Female Trouble, just barely misses that mark at being 97 minutes long. But I think this also harms Pink Flamingos, in that Waters was shocked to realize that his first cut of the film was 2.5 hours long, meaning that he had to cut about an hour of material from the story, removing entire characters, leaving out crucial scenes, and quickening the pace of the story to where the plot and the narrative is somewhat lost in this one. We are supposed to be watching this escalating war between these two rival groups of filthy people, but much of this is removed in the version of the film that exists today, leaving their conflict feeling at times a bit flat, at least to me, and lacking proper setup and context. If I were to pick one movie in his filmography that I would say is disproportionately over or underrated, it would be this one. It is really good, several moments are truly iconic, and have entered the cultural queer lexicon even for people who have not seen the film. But it is still crazy rough around the edges, and isn't nearly as outright funny as Waters' next 3 films would be. It's outrageous, it is obscene, and very loud, and as such has always attracted the most noise. But that doesn't mean that it's good all of the time. But I also know that I can be kind of a natural contrarian with that kind of thing, and I have to take that into consideration when making my own analysis of it as a work of art. I similarly think that Pulp Fiction is Tarantino's worst movie, despite it too being a cult hit that established him fully as a filmmaker. I just think that both of those guys would go on to do much more creatively compelling films after making the work that they are most known for. This is the first movie in Waters' filmography that has an intensive eye towards fashion and the overall aesthetic presentation of both his characters and his world, which will become a staple not only of his work but also in the way that he himself as a person would be defined as a cultural icon in the decades to come. There is a genuine attempt to create looks here really for the first time. From Mink Stole's glasses to the many outfits that Divine showcases throughout the film, to the overall set design of her trailer. Everything on display shows more care and thought to how the world of these filthy people should not only feel but also should look. And from here on, the way that his characters present themselves to the world says as much about them as the things that they actually do and say. And I think it is interesting that you watch him begin to explore this as he is starting to distance himself from his parents and build a brand that is entirely his own, as he would later say. Fashion can certainly help you identify yourself. It is your advertisement. It's what you tell the world. Not, I'm goth, or I'm this, or I'm that, but I have my identity. That's why kids are obsessed with fashion. It's what makes their parents crazy, because usually it's against what parents want to wear. Like Madonna's daughter. I'm surprised she doesn't dress like Barbara Bush just to rebel. John Waters himself has, in his career, become his own titan of fashion. The man is known for his suits, and has always held a prominent place within the high fashion world. He was even the seasonal face for Saint Laurent in the summer of 2020. And what makes Waters look unique is that he does break a lot of traditional ideas concerned with how a person should dress, while also at the same time presenting these wild concepts in a traditional, easily understood, and playful way. Which, is not so easy to do. You wear a silly French coat one time in the wrong setting and you'll never live it down. To him, clothing and looks have never been about what's trendy or even what looks traditionally good, but instead is about finding beauty in that which has been deemed ugly or unsuitable, and searching for what speaks to the person who is performing that expression of identity and gender, which I think is a good way to look at clothes and presentation in general, and in this case, can also inform how we view his films. As the clothes are an extension of the man just as the work is. He once said, "Fashion is very important to me. My look for the past 20 years or so has been disaster at the dry cleaners. I shop for fashion like I shop in a joke shop. I always say that my clothes never go out of style because they're never in style." And he has never been someone that says that a look has to be expensive to be effective. Fashion does not have to be an expensive hobby, even if many make it that way. Even after getting money, he has for the most part been far from having an elitist attitude. You'll occasionally see a comment from him related to money and wealth that might not be the most well thought out, but for the most part, he has never forgotten where he comes from and the types of people who got him to where he is today, and he still makes art concerned with the lives of those people. One of the designers that he is most known for wearing is Comme des Garçons, created by the Japanese fashion designer Rei Kawakubo, whose suits are often made of loose-fitting, distressed materials. It is rich people's clothing made in the style of the poor people aesthetic, and you can see this through him having a desire to retain that younger punk look that he grew up with, even if he's now doing it with ample cash. He says things like, "You don't need fashion designers when you're young. Have faith in your own bad taste. Buy the cheapest thing in your local thrift shop. The clothes that are freshly out of style with even the hippest people a few years older than you. Get on the fashion nerves of your peers, not your parents. That is the key to fashion leadership. Ill-fitting is always stylish, but be more creative." He would later add on to this idea by saying, "Go to the thrift shop and buy the worst thing that the coolest kid in school would never wear. It'll be the thing that's most out. Buy it and turn it into something funny and witty. Fashion is confidence. If you can get away with it, it's a new style." Another big inspiration that connects to his elevated poor aesthetics is the homoerotic photography of Karl-Heinz Weinberger, which directly ties into his love of the aesthetics of masculinity of the 1950s, and also his enjoyment of the look of things that are done on a budget. Primarily a photographer of men and men's fashion in Zurich in the late 50s and 1960s, you can see a distillation in Weinberger's work of the idea of the Elvis look of American pop music through a different cultural lens. All of these outfits are technically constructed poorly, with very little money, and do not have the same effect as the polished looks that they are attempting have. But, in a way, that is what makes them kind of special. They are aiming for the kind of look that Elvis was only able to pull off with ludicrous amounts of money and dozens of employees, and through that lack of resources almost creates a new style altogether. He would say when asked if his enjoyment of these looks came from a similar place of kitsch or camp. "What kitsch means to me is an old man talking about Rita Hayworth. I like Rita Hayworth, but I wouldn't say that she's on the lips of that many people in cutting-edge gay conversation. Do I think they're camp? No. Camp to me is a word I would never say out loud, but it means something that is so bad it's good. And to me, these people aren't so bad they're good. These people are fucking amazing looking. These people have fashion gall. They were trendsetters. There are books on them 40 years later. They are artists. And in regards to modern fashion, Waters also laments that he feels as if there's no true punk or underground cultures anymore within many aspects of life, but in particular, that there is no strong recognized look associated with underdogs and rebels like there was for most of the 20th century, saying in 2011, "I see people dress with mohawks and it doesn't look punk. It looks like a Halloween costume. It looks like 20 years ago." And lastly, what follows are a few of John Waters' rules for fashion that he has said over different points in his career that I think are pretty interesting. Skinny jeans on anyone over 20 years old are a no-no. You'll look like a loser in a Ramones Halloween costume. Turtlenecks should be a staple of the wardrobe of anyone who isn't a teenager. I think there are some things that you should be in prison for wearing, like pleated khakis. I don't think you should wear a t-shirt out of your house if you're 40 or over. Bruce Springsteen can get away with it, most cannot. I'm appalled at how people are dressed on airplanes. Like, tracksuits on airplanes really make me hate you. No leather pants ever, no skinny jeans for anyone over 30, no belt abuse, where the first thing you notice on an outfit is the belt. Looking dirty is also good when you're young. Looking dirty kind of works when you're cute, but you have to be young to wear certain things. I'm very right-wing on the oldest of style rules. Never wearing white before Memorial Day. Even Anna Wintour wears it now. I think velvet before Thanksgiving is wrong. Patent leather before Easter is wrong. All those old rules I believe in. I think some things like tube tops can never be okay. Maxi skirts are the ultimate violation. That's the only dress rule I have in my office. You're fired if you wear a maxi skirt. We do have some codes here. Considering all of this, I do think that it is patently wrong that Waters has never once been invited by Anna Wintour to attend the Met Gala, even in 2019 when the theme was camp. A style that he and his costume designer Van Smith had a massive impact on the development of with the films that we are covering today. And I say everything related to this tangent just to communicate that how he views clothing, texture, and color is a way that he uses it as a filmmaker to inform how a character presents themselves on a more nuanced level than others might. And from here on, the fashion and looks in Waters' movies are extremely important to act as shorthand communication about who these people are in their core and how they feel about themselves. Every single look is detailed with texture and intention. With the last thing on this that I'll say is that if you try and view Waters' films through an explicit lens of how he views fashion, then it will inform very much the way that you can see him and his work as a whole. The following quote, I think, is one of the most overt times that he has ever stated how he thinks about expression and how he would like people to view what he does as an artist. "You have to know the rules of good taste to have bad taste. With good taste, you just know the rules. You like something not because it's worth money, but because you know its value, and you don't care if anyone else knows it. You pull it off seamlessly, without ever looking down on anybody. Good bad taste is celebrating something without thinking you're better than it. You think it's so amazing that you could have never even thought it up. But the people who have this thing have it without irony. And so you're stupefied by it. And you have to respect it because it's so peculiar and so weird, and much crazier than you could ever think. But those people think they're normal. Bad taste is condescending, making fun of others. An old plastic pink flamingo on a lawn that two older people have had forever is just good taste. But a plastic pink flamingo on a yuppie's front yard is bad taste. It's not even original. It's mass-produced. And they're way too late on the junk. So that's the difference for me, if you're celebrating something or you're looking down on something. But getting fully back on track to Pink Flamingos, Waters himself has an interesting perspective on the film as a work that I think is different from most who would see it, as he describes Pink Flamingos as a very American movie that is concerned primarily with competitiveness and war. He once said, "I love everything that is bad with America, and that's what I make movies about." And when looking at the film through the perspective of it intentionally being about America and the failure to de-escalate in situations where that would be appropriate, you can kind of see what he's getting at here. When Divine finds her home burned to the ground, that is the crossroads moment for her character, where she could move on and start a new life, or she could continue down that path of revenge, which, is the one that she ultimately chooses, using the media and a mockery of the American judicial system as a justification as to why she should be allowed to execute her unarmed enemies with a pistol out in the woods. The core idea for the film came from a road trip that David Lochary took with Waters across the country to go watch the Manson trial in person, where they ended up driving through long stretches of trailer parks, and the two began to discuss what might be happening inside of them as they drove past. When it came time for production on the film, Waters only had a budget of $100 for the trailer itself that the film takes place around. And the only thing that they could find that fit within those restrictions was one that had been badly burned up in an accident, that they then had to refurbish to use on screen. You can't tell in the film when watching it, but before they burned the trailer on screen, after they managed to get it to the set, it was then covered in cardboard and spray painted to achieve the final look that it has in the film. How they protected this from the rain for the entirety of the shoot, I do not know. When talking on this, Waters again demonstrated, I think, the deeply disturbed mental state that he was in practically all through the 60s and 70s when he said, "We finally located one we could afford, a mere shell of a mobile home that had been burned to a crisp in a fire. Excitedly, I imagined that people had died in this very trailer." Set decorator Vince Peranio would say, "We had a budget of $200 for Pink Flamingos. $100 went to buying the burnt-out trailer, and then we had $100 to fix it up and paint it. Plus, we had to consider all our other props, and when we ran out of money, we would just steal things." A Baltimore resident known as Bob Adams the Psychedelic Pig ran a gay homeless commune out in the country and allowed them to build the mobile home set there on his land, where they wouldn't be bothered by the police, which came with a whole host of issues, including having to run extension cords plugged into each other that ran for about a mile or so to get power to the set. But this also was a benefit considering that the script called for them to burn the trailer down for a pivotal scene in the film, something which they clearly did not have the actual budget to do through the proper channels. They doused the mobile home with tanks of gasoline and lit it and just hoped for the best. They did say that they had a fire extinguisher on hand, but really if this thing had started to spread to the dry brush around the area, the extinguisher would have been essentially useless. Bob Adams was so stressed about the whole thing that he went away for a week to New Jersey so that he could have potential plausible deniability if there had been a fire-related disaster. If you watch the footage of them filming this sequence, Waters has to fuss at people standing around multiple times to not have any lit cigarettes while they're pouring gasoline all over the trailer. You can see in the look of the actors, in particular Mink Stole, that they were all concerned that this thing was going to spread and get out of control fast. But luckily and surprisingly, everything somehow worked out fine. Similarly to what he would do in multiple Maniacs, the other primary set in the film was just where Waters happened to be living at the time, along with his roommate Mink Stole, completely unchanged from how it normally looked. Everything about the making of the film was genuinely miserable. In the scene where the Eggman is talking to Edith, you can see plumes of fog coming out of his mouth, and this is because it was on average about 25 degrees most days that they were filming. Edith would stay in her playpen most of the day, and to prevent her from freezing to death, they would cover her in as many blankets as possible when they weren't shooting. Filming ran from 8 a.m. to midnight every single day. But the one saving grace was that since they had rehearsed the film for weeks indoors before filming to save money, like one would with a play, they were able to shoot the film in just a matter of production days. The only problem being that since none of them were actually famous and they all had day jobs, they could only shoot 1 or 2 days a week, and the production ended up lasting months over the course of the entire winter. Because of their cartoonish blue and red hair, which was achieved by cutting open children's markers and using the dye from the sponges inside to change the color of their hair due to it being before the time where alternative hair dye was easy to procure, David Lowery and Mink Stole both had to wear wigs to their normal day jobs, as seen here in this photograph from the time of Mink and her wig. Divine's head was half shaved for the iconic look that she sports in the film, but this also meant that she just had to live her daily life like this until the production ended, and was constantly frustrated that this had gone on for months. The scene where she is walking down the street was filmed with a hidden camera, and the reactions from the people out and about are genuine. And you can imagine how those kinds of looks can be mined for comedy, but if that is your entire life, then things would get old really fast. No drugs or alcohol were allowed on the set, and nobody was allowed to be present who wasn't a part of the direct cast or crew, so that they would not be tempted to be distracted and goof off. So, despite the chaotic nature of the film, Waters showed here that he was capable of a level of professionalism that would be needed for his later turn to Hollywood studio productions. But this does not mean that everything on set went well. Due to the stresses of production, Divine's mental health started to slip, and she was arrested twice while making the film because she began to develop a habit of kleptomania, including one instance where she somehow managed to steal 2 chairs from a furniture store. The main issue from this is that Divine was 6 feet tall, and look the way that she did. And you just can't get away with petty crimes when you're so physically memorable. Years later, Divine, reflecting on all of this, said that her favorite time that she committed theft was the time I walked out of a hardware store with a chainsaw in one hand and an electric drill in the other. I used to go there every day and take stuff. I thought I was invisible then. I don't know why I did those things. The production then had to film around her court dates. Divine was given probation for these crimes and got into a very public fight with her lawyer, who she ended up never paying. And Divine's kleptomania was then worked into a scene in the script. And just because they were professionals as far as how they conducted themselves and their schedule for the most part, there are other aspects of the production that still would not fly on most films, even smaller budget independent ones. They had 0 locations that they had scheduled to film at in advance before making the movie. And so every single time they needed to shoot in a new place, John Waters would simply just walk into whatever store it was and would explain to them that they were making a movie, and that he would like to shoot a scene right then and right there in their store. Something which would excite the people, and they would say yes, not knowing the context of the movie. And then as soon as Divine would walk in, they would begin filming and would immediately realize that they had been had. Waters also asked several cast members to perform dangerous stunts that they luckily refused to do, including one where he wanted Cookie Mueller to destroy the screen of a television with a hammer while it was still on, and another where he wanted Mink Stole's character to get so mad that her red hair burst into flames. Related to this, just in general, the film would have originally been more entrenched in magical realism cartoon logic like this, similar to The Lobster and multiple Maniacs, but this was ultimately mostly cut from the film, partially for budgetary reasons, including a joke where the marbles had a magic mirror on their wall, where an older black actor from their neighborhood, whose name I could not locate, played a floating head that when asked would tell them that they were the filthiest of them all. The camera that they were using, a hand-me-down that once had been used for local Baltimore news, could not properly function due to how cold it was, as the film would often get stuck and not run at the proper speed, meaning that scenes had to be filmed multiple times, which ballooned the budget. Which, as you can imagine, was not good news for a film that already was essentially being made for no money, and where half the things that they were using had been stolen. Since Waters came to the conclusion that it is actually better to hire people who know what they are doing instead of trying to do every single job on a film by yourself without any training, he hired several professionals to work behind the scenes on the film, who were among the only ones who consistently got paid for their time. But these were normal, everyday people who were suddenly working among the most filthy performers of all time, which did cause some tensions. Reportedly, they in particular had a hard time being around Divine while she was in drag, and were very put off by Edith the Egg Lady, who stayed in character at all times. Waters would eventually fire these men after they could not stomach being around some of the more out there scenes, which I don't really blame them, considering the time period and how sheltered a lot of their lives probably were. With the most tensions coming from the moment where Divine opens a gift wrap box and finds that it is filled with human feces, and the scene where the actor playing Crackers kills several real-life chickens in the middle of a sex act. Probably the single most controversial moment in Waters' career that he still stands by to this day, saying that it was justified because he bought the chickens from a slaughterhouse, so they were going to be killed either way, and also the fact that after they filmed the scenes, the cast then prepared and cooked and ate those chickens for lunch. So their sacrifice to the arts was not in vain. And on top of that, speaking of controversial moments in this film, we can't not talk about the infamous ending scene where Divine eats actual dog shit that we've just watched fall out of a dog in the same take with no cuts. A horribly famous moment that I can't even show here and probably am at risk just for talking about, but was the one idea that solidified Waters' future as the Pope of Trash. Just the sheer absurdity of her trying to serve face while at the same time gagging and obviously being in horrible discomfort is one of the funniest moments in film history. It was the initial single idea that Waters had for the film while they were still making multiple Maniacs, and Divine agreed to do it the first time that Waters pitched her the concept, but didn't actually think that he was being serious until it came time for the day to do it, and was very upset that the whole thing had not been a joke. The dog belonged to fellow Dreamlander Pat Moran, and they held him inside for a few days without letting him go outside so as to be sure that the filthy act could be completed on demand when the time came for the shot. But this unfortunately did not work out, and the crew ended up standing around the dog for well over an hour before he finally decided to do his business. Divine afterwards, once the rush from the moment faded, grew quite pale and began to be concerned about the health ramifications of her actions, and she ended up calling the hospital and using the Divine voice to pretend that her non-existent son had just done what she had just done so that the doctor would reassure her that she would be fine. The scene itself, while iconic, would probably be the single thing that Divine would come to regret the most in her life, because it is all that she would be asked about in interviews for the rest of her career. If you watch enough interviews with her, then you start to notice this very funny pattern where she will just sigh and get this look on her face when the question comes up. And then she will tell the same story almost word for word like she's memorized a script and is just going through the motions. Waters has expressed a similar notion as well, saying in 2005, "Even if I discover the cure for cancer tomorrow and then die the next day, the catastrophic ending of Pink Flamingos will run first in my obituary." I've always held the belief that there exists this imaginary sliding scale, and on this sliding scale are two notches that represent obscenity. There is the first that is the fake line that most people in society enjoy being crossed. This represents things that are dirty, but not in a way that is scarring to our mental health or even really challenging in any way. The Cards Against Humanity notch, where the average normal boring person is given temporary permission to engage in an act or say a certain phrase in public in a safe way that would normally get them in trouble in other social situations. And then there is the second notch, that can never under any circumstance be crossed, which represents actual true indecency. And right at the edge of this second notch is where Pink Flamingos dances, and at times even briefly crosses. Most of the content on screen for the majority of the runtime actually is not that bad, but still, the moments that do go hard go very hard. It makes it a bit of a difficult film to talk about, which in part is what led to its success in the first place, which has always resulted in the movie having a troubled history and being challenged for its content, with many at the time branding the film as pornographic. But as filmmaker Richard Kern said in defense of Pink Flamingos, that in order for it to be considered pornographic, it would have to be something that you could masturbate to, and that no normal or even slightly off-kilter person would ever be doing that during that film. Now, shock art has always, and still is to this day, been an extremely important tenet to queer art. From Barker to Gary Indiana to Pasolini and William Burroughs and Dennis Cooper and many, many more. There has always been an undercurrent to gay art and gay culture that is more entrenched in actual obscenity and indecency than you would find even in the more out there straight spaces. Like the urinal in gay bars and clubs will occasionally have a mirror or some other kind of joke like a trough, where it's basically impossible to do your business without exposing yourself to everyone in the room, and that is just seen as a normal aspect of the culture within that setting. Not saying that you don't find that level of openness within non-queer art and spaces, just that it is much more common, and is much more important and accepted within the foundations of the inner workings of gay culture on a fundamental level. On a sexual side, acceptable gay kink goes much further than it does with most straight people most of the time, something which in the past has often been attributed to anal sex being considered kink for straight people, but is the baseline starter for gay men. And if that is the starting baseline, then it pushes the walls of what is acceptable kink past where it normally would be from the straight perspective. And in that light, it makes sense that that would slip into being represented within other aspects of the culture, such as the art that queer people produce. But to Waters, it is not enough to simply shock. To do shock for shock's sake is something that literally anyone with a camera can do. It is the lowest common denominator of horror that does not appeal beyond its surface value, and through that has little value within itself. As Waters would say, "I want to shock them, but I want to make them laugh at the same time. It's very easy to make a shocking movie. I could have somebody getting their head cut off for 2 hours. That would be shocking, but it wouldn't be very funny. It wouldn't be original. All of my humor is anxiety provoked. I want you to be nervous about what you're laughing at." And this is something that I think pop queer culture has to a certain degree on a macro level kind of lost. Drag Race is funny, but I wouldn't call it challenging on any level, either mentally or to the cultural status quo. In fact, kind of the opposite is true. It is as liberal as you can get, taking the wrapping and veneer that something like Divine and Pink Flamingos were presented in, and removing all sense of radicalness away from it. Dragula and the filth-based mindset of presentation is a huge example in my eyes of the torch being passed down from the practiced ethos of what Divine was doing in this early exposure of drag to the greater American culture. At least as far as television is concerned. But even Dragula is losing that tactile quality of danger as it progresses with each season and becomes more popular. What started out as one thing is quickly just becoming goth Drag Race. And you know, it's all art, and art is subjective. And at the end of the day, this is all being done just for the purpose of entertainment, so who even gives a shit, right? But I think making people a little uncomfortable through being exposed to queer art is a huge part of being queer, that we've kind of as a whole lost in exchange for people somewhat liking us. To a lot of people in the 1970s, this would have been the first time that they would have been forced to encounter actual drag that wasn't being done for simple laughs. And on top of that, they were encountering it with probably the most out there stuff that they had ever watched in a film for the most part. And that is radical expression, which is what resulted in it being the cult hit that it was. But what does that even mean? As Waters himself said, all cult really means is that something is popular and no one foresaw its success. Some people get it, others are assholes. But he also would kind of contradict that idea another time when he was being hard on himself, saying, cult means 3 smart people liked it and nobody paid to see it. But whether they are cult or not, they did unarguably make a movie that shook waves when it was released. No matter what, this got the attention they needed at this stage in their career. Waters would later say, the reason for my success with my early films was because people would see them, and even if they hated them, they would leave and say to their friends, you won't believe this movie I just saw. As Divine put it, Pink Flamingos was one filthy word after the other because it was a $12,000 movie playing up against Superman, which cost $40 million to make, and something had to be done to get us noticed. It was a gimmick. And if there's one thing that you can take away from this video and the story of Waters, it's that you've always got to have a gimmick. But with a gimmick like this comes pros and cons. You can make a lot of money, sure, but also you become pigeonholed into that one very specific thing for the rest of your life, which basically every creator who has gone through this has resented at some point in their careers, like Stephen King not wanting to be known as strictly the horror guy. In the case of Waters, a mild-mannered drama film like Pecker that he would later make down the road wouldn't be received well by his audience because it wasn't an all-out trash humor filth film like he was known for. So, with the benefits of a certain public image, one must also take the cons that come publicly and privately, as these early movies also had a significant damaging effect on Waters' own personal life and relationships, as people felt their connection to him reflected negatively on them, or, as he put it, what parent would be happy? Like Divine's mother. What mother would be happy that her son is in drag eating dog shit? Really, no parent is that liberal. And it is clearly true that Divine did have a rough relationship with her parents, and really had since birth. At the age of 5 or 6, Divine was taken to see a doctor, because his mother knew that he was probably gay and wanted the doctor to do something about it. After that conversation following multiple Maniacs, where they found out that she was doing drag in movies, they packed up and they moved to Florida, and more or less did not speak to Divine for nearly a decade. But she would later learn that they at least made a point of watching her movies each time that they knew that one was coming out. At some point in 1977, Divine's parents slowly started to try and re-establish a relationship. First by postcards in the mail, then occasional phone calls. They apparently did not realize the extent of the fame that she had achieved until they saw her face on the cover of a magazine in an airport. Divine later said in 1981, "They saw me on the Tom Snyder show, and they said, 'We'd love to see you. Would you like to come home? But could you wear a toupee? And would you wear your eyebrows and sideburns?' And I said no. I'm not willing at this age to change my looks completely with glued on things just to make you two happy for a few hours. They wanted me to drive the car into the garage to let me out so that the neighbors didn't see me." Divine eventually would travel to Florida around 1983 or 1984, and was touched that her parents had hung a banner in their living room that read, "Welcome home, Divine." These movies and Divine's way of life literally ruined over a decade of Divine's short life, which is 100% on her bigoted parents. But still, deciding to do this had harsh negative ramifications on her overall happiness as far as her relationship with them is concerned. On her later appearance on Larry King, she even went so far as to say that Pink Flamingos was the best and worst thing that ever happened to her, because it gave her the career that she always wanted, that she actually got to live out her dream of being a movie star, but also that she had been branded from then on as this entity entirely connected to filth, and was stuck in people's minds as only being able to play women in movies. This scene ultimately would be the catalyst for the dissolution of Waters and Divine as a creative partnership. Because even though they would continue to work with each other, Divine was so upset that she was now synonymous with the dog scene that she would begin to make a concentrated effort to distance herself from Waters. Waters' mother left the opening screening of Mondo Trasho in tears, and reportedly told him that evening when he got home, "You're going to die, end up in a mental institution, commit suicide or OD," to which he jokingly responded, "So you liked it." His father also told him after that screening, "You're going to be shot one day, boy. I don't mean assassinated, you're not that famous, just shot." They expressed embarrassment at attending these screenings. Like the expense of their emotional turmoil was part of the fun for the audience. His mother would say, every time there was anything questionable, all these young people would turn around to look at us to see how we were reacting. Another time, she told her son during a fight about his movies, we always thought we'd come home and find that you had hung yourself in your bedroom. When Waters explained to them that his movies were spreading in popularity all around the world, and that things were actually going to be fine, his father said in return, yeah, spreading like cancer. And this is something that they never came around on. As in the early 2000s, when Waters was in the beginning stages of working on his film, A Dirty Shame, his mother told him in a seemingly only half-joking way, maybe we'll die before that one comes out. And here at the end of Pink Flamingos, Waters' mother had the worst reaction to any press they ever received, when the New York Times review said that Waters' problems probably started with childhood, and that his mother must have given him faulty toilet training. When she read this in the paper, she reportedly screamed, "You did not. Why can't they keep me out of it?" But this also worked to inform the way that Waters sees relationships in a positive way. Not saying that this was a good thing, but he also, like with everything negative in his life, would take this pain and use it in a way to reflect and grow and build and learn about how you should conduct yourself, saying, choose your friends wisely, read as much as you can, and it comes a little easier later in life, but make a deal with your parents that you can get on their nerves and they can get on your nerves. So think before you say something, and they have to do it too. If they don't, pull out a verbal abuse whistle and whistle when they don't. But if you think before you say something, maybe you won't get on each other's nerves, especially in the hardest time, when you're a teenager dealing with your parents. And remember that a no is free. Ask for what you like, and get used to being turned down. Rejection is hard. But to get acceptance, you have to put up with a lot of rejection. If you really like something, don't ever think, can I do this? If you think, can I? You won't. You have to say, I'm going to do this, and nobody's gonna stop me. But you have to believe that. You can't just say it. It might take a really long time because people never say you're good at first, or if they do, you're a flash in the pan and it's over. And maybe what I'm trying to say is that Pink Flamingos and Waters' filmography as a whole is about strained relationships, about ego, about characters that reflect us in our need to grow and our stubbornness. But in that, you see someone who is human, that you can still root for despite and also because of what they have done and their past mistakes. He would say on audiences' positive reactions to Pink Flamingos, they like to see an outsider win, no matter who that outsider is. And they don't have to be a member of that outsider group as long as that outsider makes fun of the people that harasses outsiders. And I think in this we can find the sole root of what Waters will try to say across his entire career, and how it ties not only into his views of self-expression, but also in queerness. He once said, "Gay is not enough." It isn't. It's a good start. It helps, but I'm not a separatist. I think that heterosexuals can be great artists. They can't be good florists, but they can be great artists. But you have to have some sensibility about being an outsider or being other, no matter what. Gay or straight or minority or anything that's not fitting in with everybody. Everything within Waters' work, like with most other queer artists, has a foundational basis in what it means to be queer, and how that upbringing will shape the way that you see and interact with the world around you. Or more so, what it means to be seen and perceived as an outsider, centered around the question of how do you stay true to yourself and your values, in a world that is openly hostile and antagonistic to your very existence. A message of how to find joy and a sense of self while also holding a mirror to the things that you dislike about power and status within this world. Social power is the core of every conflict in a Waters story, and Filth is the medium in which he paints these ideas. It isn't just dirty for the sake of being dirty, while also being fairly empty fluff like something like Deadpool. There is an intention to the shock that makes it important, and all of that is what Pink Flamingos stands as a symbol for. While making a massive jump forward in fame and success with this movie, this also did come with some downsides, namely in the form of a woman named Mary Avera, the secretary of the Maryland State Censor Board at the time. Maryland was the only state in the country that had their own media ratings board that had to approve all films and shows that would be broadcast or shown within state borders. And if they rejected a film, it could not play in a venue legally, even if the venue wanted to show the work. Which is why Waters so often held screenings for his movies in rented churches, because they were exempt from this rule. Avera was famous for lining the walls of her office with the posters of the mainstream films that she had successfully banned from ever being screened within state lines in Maryland. Waters so far had gotten around the board just by pretending that they didn't exist and not submitting his work to them, and in general had just gotten kind of lucky that they'd not gotten involved with his behaviors and career up until this point in time. But famously, Mary Avara herself interrupted and shut down an early screening of Pink Flamingos, and fined Waters for showing his film without written approval from the censors. An edited version of Pink Flamingos would only be able to be shown from then on for several years. They removed all controversial scenes except weirdly the one with the dog, which remained fully intact. Waters, who still lives in Baltimore to this day, and whose work has always been concerned with Baltimore as a place, would then be involved in a feud with Avera that would last for years. Because from then on, she would try desperately to force Waters and his films out of the state, and would attempt to prevent him from holding the premieres of his movies in Baltimore. She would later say when being quoted about his films, "You should see some of the movies he brings into the office. There should be controls on this kind of garbage. I don't care what he says about me. I ignore him completely like he doesn't exist. The only man I fear is God." Now, here also in relation to this and finishing Pink Flamingos came one of the most important turns in Waters' life, both personally and professionally. And it could be argued that what happened here would start a chain of dominoes that would eventually lead to the Lord of the Rings films being made over 25 years later. When Pink Flamingos began to screen in individual theaters at midnight showings in the local area, people began to catch on that this might be an underground hint, a big one at that. Previously with multiple Maniacs, Waters had reached out to multiple studios to see if they would like to distribute the film. One of those, a new company called New Line Cinema, did not choose to do so, but the president and founder Bob Shea told him that if he made something more commercial and more professional, to reach back out and that they would consider backing Waters' projects. Bob Shea and his sister Lynn, who you might know from the Insidious movies, would become massive figures within the film industry on the business side, but at this point in time were just starting out. New Line had not made a single actual film, and were instead just a distribution company that primarily handled the American releases of small independent foreign films. Working with an American film like Pink Flamingos was something that they did not have a ton of experience with, but they liked the movie and they agreed to buy the film from Waters to manage its release. But New Line knew that the film was risky and did not know how to appropriately advertise the controversial project after taking it on. They first tried a few test screenings in gay movie houses in New York, which were all failures with low ticket sales, which caused New Line to write the film off and shelve it, meaning that no one was going to get to see the film. Waters argued with Bob Shea on and off for the next year before finally convincing New Line to give Pink Flamingos a second chance in the art house theaters of New York. And to their surprise, the film was a massive hit, with lines around the block trying to get tickets to each showing. The film had write-ups in The Village Voice, New York Magazine, and Fran Lebowitz gave a very positive review in Andy Warhol's Interview magazine, which caused other contemporary critics working for outlets like Variety and the New York Times to give the film a chance that they otherwise might ignore. And New Line capitalized off this moment by cutting a trailer for a nationwide release of the film that featured no footage of the actual movie itself, and was instead comprised entirely of reactions of scandalized audience members caught on camera as they left screenings of the picture. Deals would be worked out with most major universities in the country to host Waters and Divine at screenings of the film over the next 2 years. And slowly, New Line used pre-internet word of mouth and guerrilla marketing to build an aura around the film that led to a status of the film being simultaneously something that is dangerous, while also something that you just had to see. A campaign that would result in Waters' first substantially profitable movie, making roughly $7 million on a budget of $12,000, which was huge in that time for such a small company. This would start a decades-long relationship with John Waters and Bob Shea, who both suddenly found themselves in a situation of being financially profitable and successful for the first time in their lives. Shea started New Line with $300 in the late 60s, and today the company is valued in the billions. And Pink Flamingos was a massive stepping stone of financial security for them that opened the gates to huge cultural movies later down the road, including The Lord of the Rings, Nightmare on Elm Street, Evil Dead, Critters, Austin Powers, Mortal Kombat, Blade, Rush Hour, Final Destination, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Elf, The Conjuring movies, along with many, many, many others. All of which arguably probably would not have happened without Waters' 70s trash era ushering the way and generating capital for them to make good business decisions with later on. This relationship and professional success would result in the first film actually outright produced and funded by New Line, Waters' next movie, Female Trouble. So far in the company's history, New Line had merely purchased the distribution rights to films, but here they took a risk and used some of the funds that Pink Flamingos had generated to try and bet on Waters, to replicate that success once more. Ending in a situation where Waters and the Dreamlanders were working with a larger budget than any of them had ever been accustomed to, which, while small, was over twice of what Pink Flamingos had cost. Mink Stole joked that they had been so broke that there'd not been a single morsel of food for anyone to ever eat on the set of Pink Flamingos, and from here on, those days are solidly behind them. In the time between Pink Flamingos and Female Trouble, however, many things changed for Waters and the Dreamlanders. Internally, it was decided that they were more or less at a crossroads, and could either work within the Hollywood studio system and become professionals and make a lot of money and be famous for the rest of their lives, or they could continue with their life of petty crime that was increasingly catching up with them. But that both of those ideas could no longer habitate in the same space. They were at odds with each other, and it was collectively decided that it was time for them to grow up and clean up their act if they wanted an actual real chance of success in this world. And so while their attitudes and behaviors would still sometimes be wild and attention-seeking, 1972 can kind of be seen as the end, or at least beginning of the end, of what the Dreamlanders had been up until this point. Divine became a professional drag queen in the sense that you would expect, with live shows and continuous touring. Mink Stole joined her at many of these events. Mary Vivian Pearce retreated from the public life, and while remaining friends with Waters and still appearing in his work in small parts, she no longer fell into these social circles for the most part, it seems. Waters went completely sober and stopped smoking weed and doing LSD completely, although he would continue to socially drink for the rest of his life. And this can be felt in his work as well, as the core humor is still there in his work with a degree of edge, but from here on we will see a softer, less controversial Waters, as he slowly rebuilt and reinvented himself to be a more mainstream, friendly figure. But this does not mean that the man that we have known so far was gone completely. I mean, in this same time of trying to rebuild his image, he did also start a friendship with Tex Watson, who was on death row for his involvement in the Manson murders, and would even visit him in prison and discuss different drafts of Female Trouble with him, as Watson's personal philosophy was one of the driving forces behind that film. Waters, as we will see throughout his life, is essentially a firm prison abolitionist. And this is the film that deals with that concept more than any of his other work, although one could argue that it is present in almost every single one of his films. Even in Pink Flamingos, Divine walks past graffiti that reads, "Free Tex Watson," and this was, I believe, before the two had ever even met. I don't really know where to put this in this overly long video, but I think it fits here pretty decently, as in relation to his connection with Watson. I think the older Waters got, just from my perspective, that while he would do some good within the prison system within his life, he might not have been doing that fully or purely altruistically all of the time. Waters' lifelong connection to famous court cases is a really difficult thing to wrap my head around, that we are going to visit a few times throughout this story. He became a regular face in the gallery of famous national trials, and made it a habit of sorts to visit ongoing cases that had gained notoriety. Going to these trials, becoming friends with people who had done horrible things in their past and supporting them, helping to educate them and serving as a character witness in hearings to try and reduce their sentences, all can be good things, but at times feels like the adult version of his mother taking him to see those crashed cars. It is a way possibly for him as a person to get close with and confront the realities of real violence that he was obviously very infatuated with, but is being done so in a way that channeled this compulsion into an act that is mostly being done for the greater good. Because, as we will see down the line, he would go on to work as a professor to educate some of the worst prisoners that you can imagine in the prison college system, which is a good thing. But then you begin to question his motives when you learn that he was one of the first people to ever receive a John Wayne Gacy painting after his arrest, and for a time had it displayed in his home, that he owns a genuine electric chair that he also displays in his home. And, when he says things like, "Going to a sensational murder trial is the only way I can relax. Some people collect stamps, others pursue unfathomable physical fitness programs, but the only way I can completely escape my everyday worries is to hop on a plane and head for the nearest media circus in a courtroom. The best defendant to watch is one who is guilty and unrepentant, but who denies his guilt. The more hideous the crime, the more intriguing it becomes. If you're going to be rotten, do it well, we say, and do it with style. Murder is my favorite charge, with kidnapping, terrorism, and armed robbery following in exactly that order. The facts of the case are relatively unimportant. A true crime buff is interested in only 3 things. Can the criminal handle the sudden glare of publicity? Are his family and friends standing behind him? Is he smart enough to fool a jury and beat the rap? And there's just a lot of incidences over and over again, particularly in the 1970s, where he trivializes deaths of innocent people and had a clear, strangely comfortable acceptance of human suffering and didn't appear to have any strong feeling or notion of guilt or remorse that he is adding to a cultural problem through this by saying, "Pay no attention to our critics. Those liberals will always frown at our antics and gripe about our lack of feeling for the victims in the case. But they forget that we didn't commit the crime. We just want to be a part of the drama. There's never a need to be distressed at crime news. Cheer up. You never know. Maybe something awful will happen tomorrow." And I'm trying hard to not analyze his psychology too much while working on this, but time and time again, I come to the conclusion that there was an unaddressed darkness there within him. A genuine antisocial disturbance that is evident to me from a mile away that seemingly lasted at least publicly until 1983 or so. For instance, in 1981, he casually joked that he had ordered a tape depicting the suicides from Jonestown, and that when he threw parties and was ready for people to leave, he'd put the tape in and suggest that everyone get together to watch it, and he said that usually would clear the room. And again, I'm not trying to psychoanalyze him at all, really, but I bring this up because court cases and trials and capital punishment and unacceptable crimes are a massive running theme throughout almost all of his work, especially in films like Female Trouble and Serial Mom. And I don't really know what to say about this other than it's a thing. It is an elephant in the room that I find myself battling with at different stages in his life within this script, and find myself trying to write around it more often than I would like. His father was once quoted as saying to him, "You're crazy to wait in line to experience another man's misery." The dichotomy of him being a genuinely kind man who believes in doing good while at the same time pretty openly fetishizing the worst things that have ever happened to people is a hard position for me to defend. And he does not deny this. It is an elephant that we can read into if we wanted to, as a lens to understand why his films depict the people and events that they do, on why they center so firmly around elements of crime. And I'm not trying to paint him in a bad light here at all, that needs to be clear. I obviously very much look up to him and find him to be a fascinating figure, to try and understand, but also one that is deeply complicated, who, like everyone, has contradictions within him that only the subject himself could understand, and maybe he doesn't even fully get it either. Waters would describe the artistic mental state that he was in at the time of going into Female Trouble. "I knew that if I tried to top the shit-eating scene in Pink Flamingos, I'd end up being 70 years old and making films about people eating designer colostomy bags." Which, in a way, I think that especially in moments like this, Waters can be seen as sharing the other side of the coin with a filmmaker like David Cronenberg. Both men make exclusively 90-minute films. Both explore the exact same concepts in their work, with a focus on the grotesque, but one does so through humor and the other through drama and tragedy. They got started around the same time period, and they also both built a name off of shock that they then used to make more mature and thoughtful works that actively go against the audience expectations of them as artists, and also comment on that idea itself within their art. And I find that kind of fascinating. Female Trouble is the last remnant of what the Dreamlanders had been. It is a bridge between the vulgarity that made up their early work and the humor that they would carry with them to actual success in the 1980s. And is in a way a final bow to close out their decade and a half of public indecency. All of the Dreamlanders returned to Baltimore to make the film. That was this time an actual film with an actual budget, that was being overseen by an actual movie studio. But still, they were able to infuse that same quality that they had brought to their previous feature work. And so it has a strange middle ground quality of clearly having a lot of money at their disposal, but still having the uneducated instincts that created something like Pink Flamingos. This was 1974, just 2 years after Flamingos. And the leap in craft in that time is kind of wild to see. Money helps, of course, it always does. But aesthetically, everything about this is just firing on completely different cylinders than they'd been working with before. This is their first real actual movie, and it is still among Waters' best. It also almost wasn't the movie that it is, however, as Waters did have multiple offers for money this time around, one of which came from Andy Warhol, who wanted to release the movie for marketing purposes as Andy Warhol's Female Trouble, just as he had previously done for several movies. But Waters turned him down because he was wanting to be seen as more Hollywood legitimate, and also because Warhol had recently been very publicly rude to him at a New York party, when Waters showed up with his boyfriend even though only he had been invited, which resulted in Warhol refusing to speak to him for the entire evening. Upon rejection, collection. Warhol then instead would go and have a team make Andy Warhol's Bad for him, which was a style ripoff of everything that Waters had done, which even critics at the time recognized. Which is, just kind of funny considering that Waters had started his career by copying him first. This movie tells the life story of a woman named Dawn Davenport, who we watch from the time that she is a teenager that can't be controlled, who gets into trouble at school and attacks her mother and father on Christmas Day because they wouldn't give her the cha-cha heels that she asked for. All the way into her falling into a life of crime with an acid-burned, disfigured face that culminates with her being put to death in the electric chair, which she considers to be the Academy Award for crime, as the credits roll over her last moment of life. Dawn is a fascinating character who is able to support an entire film on her own. It is the culmination of the same basic character that Divine has been playing essentially since Multiple Maniacs, but this time with a little added nuance of an arc played into it. The performance is big across the board, but we see her spiral more and more into madness and evil as the story progresses. That is handled expertly well. Divine is working in a double role this time as well, playing both Dawn Davenport and her lover Earl Peterson, whom she even had a child with. Divine was reportedly uncomfortable somewhat with the process of growing her natural hair back out and presenting in a masculine way in her day-to-day life. But from what I can tell, this uncomfortableness that she experienced was less associated with gender expression and more that she realized that without her hair and makeup, just how much her lifestyle had caught up with her, and how much she had aged in just a few years. This interview that you're seeing footage from with Divine and Waters was a couple of years after the making of Female Trouble, but still, Divine looks like she's pushing 60, and was at the time only 35. But this had no effect on the energy that she brought to any of her performances, and she really had to do a lot of physically demanding work for Female Trouble, such as the sequence where she's hiding out in the woods from the police, and has to flee across a freezing river in the wintertime in full drag. Another example of them doing something that was too dangerous and just hoping for the best, as this scene was more or less improvised on the spot, and the river was more powerful than they expected and Divine was almost washed away. Any panic that you see here is genuine. According to Waters, she was also sexually assaulted by several men who swarmed her in a sequence that mirrors the one in Pink Flamingos, where she goes and showcases her outrageous outfits on the streets to get the genuine reactions of Baltimore residents. But she was thankfully able to get away before anything extremely serious happened. She also had to go through gymnastics training to do a full flip in the air on a trampoline for the ending sequence of this film. And seeing her able to pull that off with her weight is honestly kind of astonishing. She at one point said that in training she landed in the wrong spot and her legs went through the springs of the trampoline and she got stuck there and panicked because she thought that they were going to have to cut her legs off. Waters and the crew were supposedly very nervous about this and did not think that she would be able to pull off the flip in the air unassisted, but to everyone's surprise, she somehow managed it and mostly sticks the landing. Stylistically, this shouldn't be as good as it is. Waters is using the same style, a single shot that doesn't cut away for the most part in most scenes. Sets that are often bare bones. It is clearly still the work of the man who made Pink Flamingos, but just something about it to me puts it ahead above that film in almost every department, despite it being not nearly as well known. Relatively by their standards, very little disturbances happened on the set or around the production of the film this time around. They did save some money, which ultimately led them to getting in trouble for using borrowed film equipment from their local television station, but to my knowledge, no legal ramifications came from this. They also had difficulties with the beauty salon that a great deal of the film takes place in, as the owner was reluctant to let them film there because of their reputation, and on one of the last days of filming, they blew a fuse, and thought they had fixed it themselves correctly without alerting the owner, but it turned out they didn't properly turn everything back on, and the water heater remained off, resulting in the pipes bursting and the salon being flooded in the night. The purple carpet that was in there was entirely ruined, and Waters had to work the shop damages into the film's budget to pay for it, which meant that several things he had wanted to do for the film then had to have their scale reduced. They also had trouble finding a church that would let them film the wedding scene in, as they were denied every time that they showed up with the performers in these outrageous costumes. And speaking of that, this is the film that you can see Waters and Van Smith's eye for fashion really be pushed to another level, as they finally had the money to play in that area in a substantial way. Dozens of unique costumes and hair designs were created specifically for the film, and on a visual level, I think this, in addition to his next work, Desperate Living, make up the time period of his career that is the most energetic, as far as that is concerned. Almost every look in these two films is totally iconic, and really are the peak of what they are trying to achieve in these early, more artistically outrageous films. Edith Massey's skin-tight leather suit that she wears for most of this, I think is the most fun look that ever appeared in any of his movies. One of the biggest issues that faced the film was the fact that they also struggled finding a prison that would actually allow them to film the final sequence in. Waters personally called basically every single prison in New England, and they all turned him down on the spot. It wasn't until Waters, out of desperation, called the Baltimore City Jail that they would finally find someone who would accept him to film. Just out of the bizarre coincidence that the warden of the jail was a huge fan of Pink Flamingos, and was very excited about the prospects of meeting Divine. This apparently caused a panic attack for Divine, who upon learning about this assumed, rightfully so, that this was probably a ruse that local law enforcement were using to try and trick her, and that this was an opportunity for them to be able to easily arrest her for the crime spree that she had been on the run for at least a decade at this point. But Waters convinced her that this was probably not the case, and they went to find that there indeed was nothing to worry about, and that the warden was so excited that they were there that he let them use anything that the prison owned to make the movie better, including evacuating a section of the prison so that they could have an entire row of cells just for themselves to film in. The warden took his family to work with him that day so that they could meet Divine and Waters, and Waters was given an invitation to come screen the movie when it was completed for the prisoners in the jail, which did end up happening. This project was shot under the working title of Rotten Mind, Rotten Face, but Waters ultimately changed it because he was worried about clever journalists using puns based around the title in the reviews to make fun of him. And so he changed the title to be based on something that Cookie Mueller had once said to him when she had had an emergency and had to go to the hospital. Waters asked her what happened when he arrived to visit her, and Mueller responded, "Oh, just female trouble, hun." The film had a lot of anticipation built up around it because of the notoriety of Pink Flamingos, and Waters was able to recoup the entire budget for the film through ticketed private events alone before they even released it to theaters nationally, making it one of Waters' only other financially successful projects that he has ever had in his entire life. He and Divine were escorted in a limo by police to the Los Angeles premiere. It played in actual respectable theaters this time, and not just campus colleges and midnight showings. It was a real, genuine movie, but still, one that New Line advertised with purposefully sensationalist lies, saying that each movie that they made was going to be more and more wild than the last, and that for their next one, Waters was going to pay $500,000 to someone in exchange for them committing suicide on camera for the film, something which was said without him knowing or approving, and funny enough, actually upset him a great deal, because he felt that it was irresponsible, and was worried that it might encourage someone to hurt themselves in front of him for attention. He was also upset because he felt like it reinforced the culturally feared idea of snuff films, which he described once as a publicity scare thought up by obscenity prosecutors so people would be in favor of censorship laws. Female Trouble was reviewed well from most major outlets. There were obviously some bad reviews, as is the case with any movie. Film critic Rex Reed famously said of the film, "Where do these people come from? Where do they go when the sun goes down? Isn't there a law or something?" But overall critically, it was fine. The real problem for them was that it seems that audiences were a little underwhelmed by it, by those who were expecting it to trump Pink Flamingos and its game, which artistically, it definitely is not trying to even do. Viewing it in this lens as a follow-up to that work will only produce disappointment. It has filth, sure, but it is not a film surrounding the idea of filth like that one was, and instead even has a core theme of finding beauty in everything. Dawn Davenport becomes more confident in her appearance than she ever was her whole life after her face is permanently scarred. The core idea is that crime and depravity are the most beautiful and exciting things that a person could possibly do. It is an examination of that allure that we all have to danger, and the excitement that Donald Dasher gets from taking pictures of Divine's wild acts insinuates that he and those who see these photographs are getting the same kind of reactions from viewing them that they would get from traditional pornography. Waters would reflect that going back to the Baltimore City Jail to screen the film for the prisoners ended up being one of the highlights of his life. He would later say, "Thrilled to be invited to my favorite location, I jumped at the chance to screen my film to this captive audience. I knew their reaction to my Crime is Beauty saga would mean a lot more to me than the New York Times review." The film started, and they sat silently on the gymnasium floor until Divine knocked the Christmas tree over on her mother and screamed, "I hate you, I hate this house, and I hate Christmas." The audience went wild, and I knew I had won their hearts. The warden entered during the second reel, and further ensued a favorable reaction from the prisoners. They loved any scene with violence, and cheered the shit stains on Divine's underpants and yelled out, "Hey man, is this a real movie?" Since the death penalty had been reinstated in Maryland the day before the showing, they didn't seem to think the execution scene was one bit funny, and quieted down immediately, but applauded at the end. The best review I ever received came from a convicted murderer, who approached me after the screening and said, "Hey brother, you ought to show this down at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital for the Criminally Insane. I think they'd like it better." Everything in their lives continued to grow in excess. Divine was featured in Time magazine in a photo shoot in full drag, the first to ever have that distinction. She moved to New York and became the center of queer culture within the city, and quickly fell in with the Andy Warhol crowd at Studio 54 after it reopened in 1977. Something that sparked mild jealousy in Waters, because Divine was doing that specifically because she knew that Waters had always wished that he had been closer with Warhol. And her being photographed with him so often was in part a dig at Waters, because their relationship began to deteriorate for a number of different reasons that Waters now seems to hold a lot of regret over. 10 years later, in 1987, Divine would eventually stand up Waters after they agreed to publicly go to Warhol's funeral together. Divine would fly to Los Angeles regularly, and would be booked at the top clubs nightly, and became known for being regularly seen on the party social circuit there, among other Hollywood movie stars, and the biggest names in pop music of the time. He also, on top of this, began sleeping with some of the biggest stars in queer culture of the time, including dating the famous gay porn star Leo Ford. She began recording singles that she would perform along with her stand-up routine, that would eventually in 1982 be collected together and published as her first album, Jungle Jezebel. In the late 70s, she would use these songs to open for Elton John when he was in New York, performing at Madison Square Garden, and the two reportedly became very close friends after this. Divine would go on to release multiple albums, and would have a second side career of becoming one of the most popular acts of the late disco era, with stage costumes and presence that would only grow in extravagance as the years went on. When she was invited to perform at a disco in Paris, she entered the venue riding on a small elephant. Her show was so outrageous that when she performed on Top of the Pops, there were so many calls in to complain that she was banned from ever appearing on British television again. Not everything would go smoothly in her transition to the New York arts scene, however, as Divine would become embroiled with a decade-long plus feud with Bette Midler that had been simmering for years before the two had even met. In 1972, the same year as the release of Multiple Maniacs, a pre-fame early 20s Midler began to perform regular gigs in the gay New York bathhouses under the stage name of Divine. 2 years later, at the age of 24, her debut album, which was released 4 months after Pink Flamingos, was titled The Divine Mrs. M. And Divine moving into New York club spaces apparently created a friction between the two of them over the use of the name, with Divine even saying once on stage, "What bugs me most about Bette is that when she had her interview with Barbara Walters, she looked right in the camera and said, 'I was the first Divine. I just want everyone to remember that. I wanted to punch her right in the face. I have been Divine since 1962 when John gave me that name. Was she even around then? Isn't it enough to be Bette Midler? God knows she's more famous and makes more money than I do.'" It is a grudge that Midler seemingly has never gotten over, even decades later, as her official website still to this day is called The Divine Mrs. Bette, despite the fact that everyone just knows her as Bette Midler. In this time, you begin to see a change within Divine. There are several instances in the 60s and 70s of Divine insinuating in a joking way that she was flirting with the idea of potentially transitioning or expressing some sort of gender fluidity in expression, even when not performing on stage, saying once, "I'm an actor. If you must call it something else, then I suppose I'm a drag queen, or I prefer to be called a shim. I hate transvestite, transsexual, female impersonator. I think they're all ugly. And now, I don't mean the people, I mean the terms. I don't want to be put through any terms. I'm an actor. I play a woman, and a lot of people believe that I'm a woman. And I think for a man that weighs 250 pounds, who can go out there every night and convince people that he is a woman, I think is the definition of fine acting." But he abandons a lot of that kind of language here around the late 70s and early 80s, and references to him talking about gender expression more or less completely stop. whereas before she was wearing women's clothing and presenting as a woman more often than not while in public, especially through the late 60s and early 70s, while also talking multiple times about wanting to see a doctor to experiment with hormones. And that sort of slowly started to disappear from Divine as we approach this new era. John Waters would later say on what may have been going on with his friend, Divine didn't want to be a woman, he wanted to be Godzilla. She eventually would buy a penthouse apartment on Fifth Avenue with her boyfriend, and would continue to perform drag on the party scene and in clubs, as well as her one-woman stand-up Broadway show. But in private, she became much more sheltered and reclusive. Fame and success had broken down her lifestyle of petty crimes, and she was no longer famous for her lavish and wild parties where anything and everything could and would happen. Now it was rare for someone to be invited into Divine's apartment at all, and when they were invited in, it would have been for an evening of at most 5 guests, for a simple dinner, and then they would be expected to leave before it got too late. She was, on a national stage, still known for her drag performances, obviously. In 1978, she made national headlines after attending the funeral of her close friend, Harvey Milk, when she was photographed sitting in full drag in her assigned seat next to the then governor of California, Jerry Brown. But in private, he began to dress like a man at all times when not at an event that he had been paid to attend, and began to refer to her feminine attire as her work clothes, and began to treat Divine as a character that Glenn played rather than who Glenn actually was. Waters described this mindset as his drag fever had almost vanished. She would later say in 1984, "When I wipe my makeup off, I wipe Divine off. We all have our other sides that we don't show to other people, that we sometimes don't even know that we have. So I think playing the character of Divine as opposed to being the person Divine is maybe a great release for me." He also took to wearing men's suits when out of drag, as an attempt to build a distance between Divine the character and Glenn the person. I think Desperate Living in 1977 is the least discussed major work in Waters' career, and I also think that's a real shame, because it's also one of his best. Just based on my own personal taste and preferences, I think that it might be my second favorite right behind Serial Mom, and yet, you can't even buy the thing on Blu-ray. I had to order a 20-year-old DVD from a reseller just to get a copy of it for this. I don't even think that you can stream or rent it anywhere. Not even Amazon Prime, and they tend to have, most everything. As a movie, it almost seems to reside in a cultural vacuum, where discussion on it is near non-existent. And if there's one outcome that this video has, I would hope for it to be that more people would know about this movie, and that it even might find a Blu-ray restoration release through a boutique label, because it really deserves that kind of treatment. It tells the story of Peggy Gravel, an upper-middle-class woman who suffers a nervous breakdown and kills her husband along with the help of her maid, Griselda. The two of them go on the run from the law and hide out in Mortville, a shantytown of criminals, perverts, and weirdos who live outside the boundaries of polite society, who are mortified to have found themselves here amongst the dregs. This is essentially John Waters' take on the type of low-budget, weird, half-fantasy films that were being made at this time, and especially on up through the 1980s, at least on a visual level. Mortville has a castle and an evil queen, colorful costumes, and lavishly decorated sets, a witch brewing potions that really is just a mixed concoction of bat pus and rat piss that is being made with the intention of giving people rabies. It's great. It's a near masterpiece. But one of its biggest problems as a work of art, when looking at his body of work as a whole, is that it was a John Waters movie, but it wasn't a Dreamland movie. As he explained, it seems the trauma of becoming adults, coupled with the notoriety of the films, had forced the Dreamlanders to scatter around the country. We still kept in touch like demented relatives, but the ones who were serious about advancing their showbiz careers moved to New York or California. Not everyone involved shared my fanciful love for Baltimore. And while they agreed that you could live anywhere and be a film director, they pointed out that it was much harder for an actress or actor. Being in my films either got them parts immediately or discouraged producers from even considering them for roles. Basically, as much as I love it, Desperate Living is the result of the collapse of the project and the group of people that Waters had been building himself around since the early 60s. This all came after the death of David Lochary, which is one of the primary reasons that Desperate Living was made with an essentially all-woman cast of lead characters, because he couldn't imagine finding another male lead as good as Lochary had been. Divine was doing nightly shows in New York, and she was so booked up and making so much money that she declined to come back to Baltimore to star in another Waters film. And so Mink Stole takes up the lead here for the first time in a Dreamland film, having always played side characters before. And she really kills the over-the-top, wild, crazy energy that you would have been missing from a 70s Waters film that didn't have the one person that everyone associates with John Waters in the 70s. The breakdown at the beginning of the film is the precursor of the kind of humor that Serial Mom would later be built on, and it's great to see his wheels turning here in that direction of critiquing this aspect of society. And Waters did not seem to hold any ill will against Divine trying to distance herself professionally to be seen as a solo artist, saying, "I was always for it, because I couldn't make a movie every year. I couldn't get it together. I couldn't get the money to make it, so I always had hoped that Divine would find a way to get other work." Jean Hill in this movie gives one of the best performances out of any actor in Waters' filmography. It is criminal that this is the only major acting role in her entire career, and that she would only appear in 2 other Waters films in significantly smaller, mostly wordless cameos, and eventually would leave what was left of the Dreamlanders to go work as a substitute teacher and a census worker. From the time that she first appears on screen and kills a man with her ass, all the way to eating live roaches in her iconic green outfit, to meeting her demise by a falling shanty house, every moment that she's given on screen is genuinely electric. He said on finding her, "I was looking for a black actress who weighed 400 pounds to play the killer maid in Desperate Living. The Washington Post refused to run my ads, claiming they were discriminatory, but the Baltimore Sun obliged. Each night, dozens of huge black women waddled into my apartment to audition, and I knew my doorman must have wondered, 'God, what's he into now?' Most were either terrible actresses, self-conscious about their weight, or simply not fat enough. In desperation, I asked a black actor friend if he knew of anyone to fit the bill, and he recommended Jean Hill, a 5'1" black actress who was just a few pounds shy of being 1/5 of a ton. We set up an audition. Nervously awaiting her arrival, I prayed she would be the special one. The doorbell rang. I opened the door, and there she was. My dream come true. 400 pounds of raw talent. She asked for a drink and got it. She laughed and said she had no objection to nudity. I've got a lot to show, honey. And asked for a special chair that wouldn't break when she sat in it. After listening to her give a hilarious reading from the script, we went over the contract. I gave her an advance on her salary, and it was settled. When recalling her perspective on this meeting, she would later say that she desperately wanted the part and desired to leave a big impression on Waters to ensure that it was hers. So when he walked across the room with his hand outstretched to greet her, instead of taking his hand, she instead grabbed him by the dick, gave it a squeeze, and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. And I know I've already said this, but Waters really is groundbreaking in his casting instincts as a filmmaker, which he needs to share equal credit with Pat Moran, who was the casting agent on almost all of his projects. As a pair, they recognized that every movie lives or dies by who is in it, and what they are giving to the camera. Everything else is quite literally set dressing. He said at this time, "If I had $1 million to spend on a film, the very first thing I would do is hire a dream cast." And he was always consistent on this as well. He would later say in the late 90s on if he would ever consider directing a big $100 million studio blockbuster movie, or if the very idea of that stressed him out, that he would consider it, but that he would hardly spend any of the money actually on special effects, and instead would focus on hiring the best cast that he possibly could. As he once said, every movie is like a dinner party, and so you need a great guest list. A big thing that kept the Dreamlanders together for so long was that Waters realized the importance of this, and so everyone who held prominent roles in the films were given a percentage of ticket sales from all of the showings. He knew they were all in this together, and seemingly tried hard to make sure that everyone was taken care of in the way that they should be. That if you stuck around and gave it your all, he was going to make sure that your needs were met. And that is such an invaluable character trait in a filmmaker that doesn't get talked about enough. All of the Dreamlanders were pretty diverse in many ways, but the one thing that drew them together was that they each had a signature look about them. And the tactile distinctness that this brings, especially to his earliest work, always needs to be acknowledged. Almost no one would have looked at Edith Massey as a bartender and thought to themselves, that right there is a movie star. She needs to be in Christmas cards that we sell in stores and up there on the big screen. And she was on Christmas cards, as well as Jean Hill, both of whom's portraits I believed were photographed by Waters himself. But I can't find full, concrete evidence confirming that. But what is important is that he did see the star talent in these performers that most people would have just ignored. And it ended up being one of the best aspects of his art that he put a primary focus on. He once said, "To me, beauty is looks that you could never forget. A face should jolt, not soothe. A lack of teeth can be quite charming, and severe acne is always a plus." The fat liberationists are always griping that fat is not funny, but they are sadly mistaken. Audiences adore overweight actors, and any director will tell you that you get twice as much for your money when you hire a fat person. They take up more room on the screen, and you save money by cutting down on your set expenses. At another point in time, he also said, "I always had fat people in my movies, but not because they look bad. They even thought they looked great. I think that people who are ugly can be great looking. It's about the confidence that you have and how you pull it off. That's what counts. I think I've shown that in all of my movies, that as long as you have style, that's all that matters. You can be ugly, but you have got to have style. If you don't have style and you're ugly, well then it does just look really bad. And if you're great looking and don't have style, it's even more depressing." Edith kills in this movie more than she does in any other. I know people love her as the egg-obsessed mother in Pink Flamingos, and her hypersexual costuming in Female Trouble is also amazing. But her role as the grotesque and mad Queen Carlotta, who rules with petty power, making her subjects bend to bizarre decrees, and makes her obviously gay manservants have sex with her every night, and carry her wherever she goes, is maybe her funniest performance in any of these movies. She doesn't even have to say anything to be funny. Just being on screen, she exudes an energy that almost no one has ever been able to create in cinema history. I think that almost every audience member has fallen in love with Edith Massey the moment they first see her in one of his movies, and there are very few actors that you can say that kind of thing about. All of Waters' work is political in nature. I mean, Multiple Maniacs has a scene where Divine kills a cop in sexual ecstasy, while spouting anarchist ideals. But this one in particular is more apparent with its theming. It literally ends with all of the queer people joining forces to overthrow the queen, and disperse her money to all of the common people who join together to eat her roasted flesh at a barbecue. It isn't being subtle about its stance on class, money, or power. The film even opens with a critique on the police, who sexually assaults both Peggy and Griselda before they are able to escape to Mortville. It's something that I think is very interesting with Waters' work as a whole, that does not often get discussed. He always casts straight actors in gay roles and gay actors in straight roles, and very much likes to play with expectations, biases, and prejudices as far as stereotypes are concerned. What I like about his work, which is somewhat subtle, is that any time that someone is outed as being a sexual deviant pervert predator who is a dangerous person to others, it is always a straight character and often one that has social power, like the cop in this movie, while meanwhile the queer punks are often just living their best lives. It isn't a major aspect, but is recurring enough within his filmography to at least mention once. It is something that we see today, where queer people are often socially branded as groomers, pedophiles, deviants, and dangerous, while they're often the ones that care the most about taking care about people who are vulnerable, while at the same time, the people who are doing the labeling are statistically more likely to use social power to commit sexual violence. It is a problem that spans decades, and Waters takes a clear stance on that within his work here. The town of Mortville was constructed on 20 acres of isolated farmland 40 miles outside of Baltimore, and was made primarily out of trash that they found and then cobbled together with basically no money. They essentially took the concept of how they built the trailer in Pink Flamingos, and then did it on a scale of a small town. On a number of occasions, Waters was almost arrested for getting caught stealing trash from local dumps to use to build the imaginative sets for the film, but nothing substantial came from this. The only building in the town that was of an actual traditional construction was the castle itself, because they did not think that it was either safe or practical to build something this large out of garbage. Only the front of the building was real though, as all of the interior scenes were shot on a soundstage in Baltimore at a later date. Most of the extras in the movies that made up the residents of Mortville were homeless people from Baltimore that Waters paid to be there every single day, where they would meet in front of Edith's thrift shop at 6 a.m., and then be bused to the set out in the country, before being taken back again to the city later that evening. A problem came from this though, in that for some reason he again decided to film in the dead of winter, and most days on set only reached a high of 40 degrees. I don't know why he did this time and time again, but with each of these early movies you can find many examples of people saying that they had a good time making the film, but that it was a miserable experience because they were all exposed to the cold for over 12 hours a day. Divine, David Lochary, Mink Stole, and Edith Massey can all be quoted as enjoying the social benefits that came from working on a Waters movie, while at the same time actually hating how hard and grueling the process of making these things was. The set also smelled of death at all times because they hung up roadkill as set dressing on all of the buildings, which honestly wasn't even needed because it's not even noticeable when watching the movie and does not add to the project more than it took away from the experience of the people who were making this. Maybe it would show up on a 4K or Blu-ray version of the film, but watching it on DVD you don't even notice the dead animals. So if Texas Chainsaw Massacre is what happens to a crew under extreme heat, then this is what happens to people in extreme cold. Waters would say, the shooting schedule was so relentless that the cast started falling apart, and some would break into tears for no apparent reason. Jean Hill became so out of her mind from fatigue that she picked up an actor, threw him against a wall, and knocked him unconscious in a fight scene that was supposed to be simulated. Is it a perfect movie? Far from it. On a technical level, it feels like Waters has actually kind of regressed back to his Pink Flamingos mentality, rather than continuing the growth that he showed in Female Trouble. As we get deeper into the film, a great deal of scenes begin in an establishing shot, and then we stay with that shot without cutting for the entire scene. It feels at times very amateur still, which creates an odd feeling of filmic stagnation, contrasted against the work that went into these costumes and sets. If watching these with no context provided, I would be certain that this movie was directed immediately following Pink Flamingos. Which is especially strange considering that the first couple of scenes are shot like a traditional film with actual cuts and edits and multiple camera setups per scene. But then as soon as we get to Mortville, things start to feel like they did in Pink Flamingos on a filming style level. One could potentially argue that this is an intentional decision, where once we get to the town of perverts, the film itself sort of devolves. But I kind of doubt that at the same time. I think more likely we are watching a filmmaker who has grown in some ways, but is being held back by relying on bad habits that have prevented full growth. The film also has an inexcusable instance of nudity of two very young minors in a scene that is deriving humor from sexual jokes about their bodies. There's unfortunately a shocking amount of that kind of thing in a lot of art films in the 60s and 70s. As a culture, people just generally had a different kind of attitude towards that kind of thing. But it was a little bit more rare to see in an American film like this. But again, this is Waters, and he was likely trying to be provocative. If you want to argue that this isn't true and that it wasn't a greater cultural problem for a few decades, all you have to do is see how many sexual jokes there are about sleeping with teenagers in most comedies in the 1980s. It was just a different time, but still, it is a very uncomfortable aspect of this movie, and it would feel disingenuous to not at least mention it. And it honestly might be a reason that this movie has been trapped on DVD for so long. Fortunately, this sequence is only a few shots, and is only a minute or so, if that. There's also another scene where they put a baby in a refrigerator, and apparently the baby was pushing on the door and trying to get out when they opened it, and almost fell from the top shelf, but luckily they managed to catch him before he hit the ground, which is a huge needless risk that wasn't worth the possible outcomes of what could have happened here. There's another scene that I will not show, that shows the destruction of a dead dog body, and they couldn't find a way to do it without getting the real thing, so it is an actual dog on screen that they got from a science lab, which isn't great, but again, it was the 1970s. The poster of the film famously features a fine dining table setting with a course that is about to be eaten of a cooked whole rat. It is probably the best poster out of his filmography, and the photograph is a real rat that Waters actually did bake in his oven. But trouble came when New Line Cinema paid a bunch of NYU college kids to plaster the poster around New York before the premiere, but gave them no guidance about the kinds of buildings that they could post on, leaving a bunch of business owners mad that their storefront windows had been covered with an image of a rat on a plate without their permission. The New York Times also refused to run advertisements about the premiere because they objected to the image on the poster. The film was reviewed quite poorly, even with outlets that had previously supported and been kind to Waters' outlandish works. And even though New Line released the film in theaters around the country, it did not do particularly well, leaving the film to die in obscurity to this day. And as we will come to see, it doesn't matter if any of your projects are actually a success or not, or even if they're well liked. Once you make a movie that does well and build a publicly recognized name for yourself, if you play your cards right, then you can just keep doing your thing for decades. I love him, but M. Night Shyamalan is basically the poster child of having one popular movie, followed by decades of him doing whatever he wanted to, whether people liked it or not. Success often is ultimately not measured in actual success, at least on a financial level, as Waters put it. You never make much money on the projects you think up when you're young, the ones that are the most original, the ones that get you noticed. No, you cash in later, once you've made a name for yourself, and begin to fail. That's not to say that he didn't make enough money to live off of, though, from these early movies, because with the 80s came the age of the home video, and Waters' previous underground films slowly began to take on a life of their own in that market, almost hitting mainstream status. In 1997, when they did a commemorative 25th anniversary re-release VHS of Pink Flamingos, it hit number 2 on the charts only behind Jerry Maguire. This even ties into my first exposure to Waters, which was probably the same as many people's, watching Pink Flamingos on an old VHS in high school in a basement basement full of other teenage boys, then knew that they were experiencing something that they probably should not be seeing, although at least in my case, it was well into the DVD era by that point. I really do believe that internally, the launch of his film career helped Waters heal the darkness that had been going on inside of himself for most of his life. This time in the 80s and 90s is when he seemed to be the happiest in interviews. You see him smiling a lot of the time in this era, like he can't even believe that he pulled something like this off. He would say, "Achieving my lifelong goal of making successful exploitation films for art theaters made me deliriously happy, more mature, glowing with inner peace. Sort of famous. My cinematic garbage was actually becoming popular all over the world. True, I was a household name only in the most severely neurotic of homes, but still, I felt I had gotten something through to the right people. Imagine how thrilled I was when a New York sanitation worker emptying a garbage can recognized me on the street and asked me for an autograph." Polyester in 1981 is the single film that makes the shift from what came before to what would come after, even more so than Desperate Living. The shift can be seen within him and his work, as he and the Dreamlanders realized that they were not going to go any further within culture if they didn't make a movie that was at least R-rated and accessible to people who were not total weirdos. Every film that they had made up until this point was rated X, and while shown around the world, they were still not accessible to most people for this reason. Typically in those days, only college campuses, sleazy and art house theaters in major cities, and some late-night drive-ins would host films of that nature, and most video rental stores would not stock X-rated films, especially later on with big chains like Blockbuster, which as a result excluded most people in America from ever actually being able to realistically experience their work. It is a time of him coming to terms with the idea that maybe cleaning up your act a bit and putting out your most professional and polished work isn't the end of the world and doesn't make you any less punk. This is, in every sense of the word, John Waters going Hollywood and mainstream, and every single aspect of it is representative of that. As he said, "Commercial doesn't have to be a dirty word if you do it with a twist. Making money shouldn't be your first goal, surprising the world should be, but selling tickets must come in second." But this decision was only partially one of his own, because he had to consider that not only was he playing with his own money, but also with the livelihood of his stable of actors. And there was also the investors to think about. Bob Shaye at New Line Cinema, who after helping out with Pink Flamingos, he then funded and distributed Female Trouble and Desperate Living. It seems as if Shaye was already starting to get frustrated with Waters' determination to be exceptionally famous and also a commercial failure at the same time, making infamous underground movies that few people actually saw, but that everybody knew about. Bob Shaye was quoted as saying to Waters in an early meeting for this project, "Come on, John, let's make a movie that can play everywhere. Let's make some money." The most obvious thing about this at first glance is that it actually looks like a real movie now. Visually, this is indistinguishable entirely from most mid-budget screwball comedies of the 1980s, aside from the occasional flare of dramatic lighting or the brighter-than-average color palette that they're using for the costumes as well as the set design, all of which are style remnants of that original Dreamland team. This jump in quality can somewhat be attributed to the fact that they were now using a 35mm film camera, intended for movies rather than the 16mm news cameras that they had used up until this point, which always had to get blown up to make the print, distorting the image somewhat, giving it an overall lesser quality to the picture. The narrative this time around is a family melodrama through a John Waters filter. As he described it, "Father Knows Best goes berserk." It is the story of the Fishpaw family and their ultimate downfall from their inability to reject the vices of this world. The father is an infidelitous adult film theater owner who leaves his wife Francine for a much younger woman. Francine then falls into the deepest depths of alcoholism, and without parents to guide her, their daughter becomes a sex-addicted high school dropout who gets heat from conservatives for wanting an abortion, while her son starts recreationally using poppers and develops a violent habit of sneaking up on women who are wearing high heels and then stomping on the tops of their feet to break them. Now, to understand Polyester, we have to view it as a cross-section between three of John Waters' biggest inspirations: Herschel Gordon Lewis, William Castle, and Douglas Sirk. Stylistically and narratively, everything about the core contents of the film is an outright parody of Sirk. In fact, I would argue that every film that he has made is in some form a parody or homage of the quality of Sirk's work, but more so with this one than in any of the others. It is hard to not argue that if Sirk and the general genre of women's pictures had not happened in the 1950s and 60s, then we probably would not be talking about Waters in the same way today that we do. Women's pictures was a genre that sounds exactly like what it was. Movies that were made explicitly for women to go see with their friends. It is, in a way, what would eventually morph into the rom-com of the 80s and early 2000s. But they are distinctly different in a number of ways. Women's pictures, first of all, were more messy in how they were sexual and direct, often based around family tragedy and the fall of an established marriage rather than the formation of a new one. They could be funny, but they were not necessarily associated with always being intentionally funny, and more so were known for their melodramatic acting and plot beats, as well as their visual stylings, in particular those that were made by Douglas Sirk, who employed lavish costuming, sets, and lighting to bring a vibrant light of color to these stories. The other influence that we have to talk about here is with Herschel Gordon Lewis, the godfather of gore himself, who in the 1960s began to make horror films with a level of violence to them that had previously mostly been unheard of, and he made them fast and cheap, and also very frequently, directing roughly 35 films over the course of about 11 years or so. And that, in and of itself, is not what makes him important to Waters, who, despite having a deep interest with violence in real life, has never in my eyes made an outright violent movie. Instead, this inspiration comes not from the subject of Lewis's films, but instead the way that he would advertise them, and the use of bizarre marketing, publicity stunts, and filmmaking gimmicks, which is a technique that William Castle also enjoyed among other filmmakers of that era. Cannibal Girls by Ivan Reitman has an on-screen warning every single time that an act of violence is about to happen to prepare the audience for the worst thing that they had ever seen. And Lewis's Blood Feast famously handed out vomit bags to people when they purchased a ticket to see the film. Lewis saw his role as a filmmaker as being the job of exclusively putting butts in seats. He would even once say, "I see filmmaking as a business and pity anyone who regards it as an art form." As a man, he didn't even like horror that much, but saw the future business potential in it. And you can see how that mentality would go to sensationalism as a means to raise profits. You can also see this in the quality of the work as well, because it largely comes across as someone who didn't particularly care about the genre and was just trying to film the most fucked up things they could think of. William Castle's The Tingler had a particularly interesting one where some of the seats in the theater auditorium would have been taken apart and had motors installed into them that could have been activated remotely that would violently shake the chair without any warning, with the hopes that they could do this during a particularly frightening section of the movie to get audience members to scream. In large cities, Castle also hired actors to have fits in movies where they would be carried away in a gurney by an EMS crew that were also actors. And as you can imagine, this air for theatricality was very appealing to the sensibilities of Waters, who would even later cameo in Herschel Gordon Lewis's next to last film, Blood Feast 2, after being convinced to come out of a 30-year retirement. So how all this relates to polyester is as follows. Archer Winston was a critic who wrote for the New York Post, who once said something in a review of one of Waters' early films that got to him so badly that you can literally still find examples of Waters complaining about it today, nearly 50 years later in modern interviews. Winston wrote, "If you ever see Waters' name on a marquee, walk on the other side of the street and hold your nose." And so, channeling his love of the gimmick, John Waters made Polyester directly as a spite response to Archer Winston's review, making a movie that you can actually smell while watching it, through the use of scratch and sniff cards that you would be given when you purchased a ticket that Waters dubbed Odorama. The history of scratch and sniff technology is interesting, and this is not the first film in history that had attempted to build an immersive scent-based experience for the audience. Smell-based additions to popular entertainment even preceded the use of sound in film. It wasn't even something that originated in the 1900s, as in 1868, during a production of The Fairy Acorn Tree in London, false scents were wafted into the auditorium to enhance the overall effect of the ballet. In the early 1920s, as different companies began to successfully experiment with bringing color and sound to the movies, other companies tried and failed to make smells associated with popular radio shows and movies in the theater. The Odorated Talking Picture Company would in theory be capable of producing 5,000 unique smells that filmmakers would then be able to release like a gas into the auditorium for certain sections of their movies. But this never really fully caught on. In 1929, for screenings of the film Lilac Time, a pint of lilac perfume would be poured into the theater's ventilation system so that it would have circulated through the room at all times during the runtime. At the 1939 World's Fair, one new innovation that was on display was called Scentovision, that involved small pipes being installed into every seat in an auditorium that could accurately and quickly disperse a desired smell. But this process was extremely expensive to undergo, and never was utilized outside of experimental settings. General Electric tried a variation of this in the 50s called Smellorama that similarly went nowhere. Then in 1960, you have basically the only film that ever successfully used this method of pumping smells into the auditorium with the movie Scent of Mystery, basically using a variation of the World's Fair technology that was done from a new company that was started by Elizabeth Taylor. The movie even builds smell into the plot, which is kind of genius. The killer is identified by the smell of his pipe tobacco, and any time that you smell it, you knew that danger was close by. 1971's Little Bunny That Follows His Nose is actually the first time that scratch and sniff technology would be used for a mainstream product. And from then on, you see it done quite a lot in entertainment aimed at children, but basically next to no examples of it being used to advertise to adults, which, just makes sense. But there are a few examples. On the album cover of the band The Raspberries, you could scratch the little logo and it would produce a raspberry smell. And Hustler in 1977 had a very vulgar scratch and sniff issue that allowed you to smell the woman's odors, who was in the centerfold that came with a warning that read, "To be smelled in the privacy of your home, not to be sniffed by minors." There was a time in the 1970s that they tried to use this new technology as a way to advertise products in magazines and in the mail, but this also did not last very long. Food advertisements that you could scratch to smell what food would be like when you ordered it. Dog food advertisements that you were supposed to scratch and then put in front of your dog's face so that you could see how happy he got. There was even a PSA from the government that mailed scratch and sniff cards to people to familiarize them with the smell of what a gas leak would be like, that included directions of what to do if they were to ever smell that in real life. However, this caused an unintended effect in that the odor from those particular cards did not dissipate quickly, and mixed with the paranoia of people now knowing what a gas leak was supposed to smell like, resulted in many false reports of gas leaks within private homes around the country that took up time and resources from officials. But by and large, even in its time, it was considered a very silly thing, even by the standards of the 1970s, which would make it very appealing to Waters. He created a new brand called Odorama that was a nod to the different smell-based companies of the past, and had New Line advertise the film heavily around the gimmick that audience members would be given a scratch and sniff card at the door that they would use when prompted by a number in the corner of the screen. The 10 smells the audience would experience in the film were roses, flatulence, model airplane glue, pizza, gasoline, skunk, natural gas, new car smell, dirty shoes, and air freshener. This would strangely culminate years later in an unexpected, weird, and very public feud between Waters and the Nickelodeon network, who decided to promote their Rugrats and Wild Thornberry crossover film with scratch and sniff cards using the Odorama logo that Waters had helped design for Polyester without his permission. He would say, "A Rugrats Hollywood sequel copied my scratch and sniff idea in 2003 and used the Odorama name and the exact same logo after New Line had forgotten to renew the trademark. I was horrified to see that. In some sort of product placement deal, the studio was giving the cards away at Burger King. Those fuckers. When I complained, the offending marketing team said, 'We did it as tribute to you.' Oh, come on. Everybody in Hollywood knows that tribute means money. Oh well. Maybe imitation is the sincerest form of flattery." With the larger budget here on Polyester and an intent on making the film marketable to your average American, Waters knew that he couldn't just keep casting his friends in every single part, and that he needed a genuine movie star to help sell the picture for the male lead, Todd Tomorrow, the handsome stranger who enters Francine Fishpaw's life after it falls to shambles to help her pick up the pieces again. And out of everyone that he could get, Waters felt like he might have an actual shot with Tab Hunter, a movie star in the 1950s and 60s, whose career had publicly fizzled out over media speculation about his sexuality. Hunter was in fact closeted and gay, and Waters felt that he would fit in fine with the other Dreamlanders. He knew that Hunter was mostly retired, and spent his time now in the horse business, and he used some of his parents' contacts with the New England elite, who were into horses, to try and find a way to get into contact with him. He eventually was able to get Hunter's personal home phone number, and cold called him and pitched him the movie right then and there. Waters said that he offered him the most amount of money that he had ever paid an actor, and Hunter later said that it was the lowest amount that he had ever been paid to be in a movie. But he liked the idea of Divine playing his love interest, and so he said yes. Waters was thankful and took it as a blessing that prior to accepting, Tab Hunter had never heard of him or Pink Flamingos before. After he arrived on set, Divine was supposedly actually quite starstruck and nervous around him, because she had always had a crush on Hunter dating back to the 1950s. They were working with the largest budget that they'd ever been given, $300,000, but still things were moderately tight for the production. One issue that they ran into that they did not expect was that everyone in the surrounding area hated them. They rented an available, pretty upper-class house in the suburbs to shoot in, and the constant noise of the production mixed with the obvious levels of flagrant queerness going on in their backyards was not something that the neighborhood responded particularly well to. Many in the crew thought that it was funny that neighbors liked chatting with Divine when she arrived in the morning dressed as a friendly man, but did not like her when she was in character as the loud and obnoxious Francine, because they all thought that they were two different people. It also did not help when someone in the neighborhood realized who these people were, and word began to spread amongst the community that they weren't just filming a movie, but instead were filming the next John Waters movie. Even Tab Hunter arriving on set could not excite or calm their feelings towards the project, as in their eye he was just as bad as them for helping them make this trash. Most of these neighbors are actually physically in the movie as well, playing the protesters outside the Fishpaw house. Waters knew from the outset that the community might eventually turn against them, and so this was the first thing that they filmed for the project, when everyone was still excited that a Hollywood movie was being filmed in their neighborhood. Weirdly, Blondie wrote all of the original songs that appear throughout the film, but they themselves are not on any of the recordings, and the songs instead are sung by Tab Hunter and Bill Murray, neither of which are known particularly for their singing abilities. But what happened here was that Debbie Harry was supposed to perform all of these for the film soundtrack, but was then threatened with legal action by her representatives, who had her contractually obligated to only release music through their label. This would also later prevent her from singing at any point during Waters' next film, Hairspray, although she does appear in a very prominent role. One thing that I find fascinating about this film's story is that the family ultimately has a come-to-Jesus moment in the beginning of the third act, and gets clean, overcomes their vices, and reunites together as a loving family before it is all ripped away from them again. Francine begins to attend AA meetings, and her son and daughter both learn to channel their frustrations at the world through their art. And it really makes me feel that Waters is especially writing about himself as a younger person through the character of Dexter Fishpaw. The film is never clear on this either way, but his energy does read as queer throughout the movie to me. But either way, at the very least, he's a young kid who is clearly deeply frustrated with the world around him, who dresses as a punk and is seen as an outsider, who has a tumultuous relationship with his parents who hate his longer, uncut hair, who also has a strong fascination and compulsion to be around real-life violence, but then is able to bury that need within himself and returns to public life as an artist, wearing a suit with the exact same haircut that Waters had for most of his professional life. It really kind of feels like a commentary on his own personal growth as a person, and how that maybe success as an artist prevented him from continuing down a dark path, which Waters himself has insinuated that he was on. And Ken Keene plays Dexter really well, and wasn't even an actor when he did this. Sadly, this is the only movie that he has ever been in to my knowledge, and was just some guy that John Waters picked up at a bar and loved the energy of, and offered him the part. And I've tried to find any other information about what happened to this man after this movie, and it's like he never even existed. There is another Ken Keene who is an actor, and they even kind of look pretty similar, but the ages don't really add up, and he doesn't have polyester on his credits on IMDb. Another unknown actor who really excels here is David Sampson in the role of Divine's repulsive, adult theater-owning first husband. This is the first thing that he ever acted in, and then he only ever really appeared in a handful of television shows throughout the 80s, and some other Waters projects, and then seemingly moved away from this kind of work. But he really is good here, and plays such a nasty, over-the-top, cartoonish villain who dedicates his entire petty purpose in life just to making sure that Francine is as miserable as possible, calling her on the phone so that she can hear him laugh at how sad that he thinks that she is, driving around town with speakers attached to the roof of his car, blasting out a message that his ex-wife is a fat, depressed alcoholic. He's one of the best villains in a Waters film, and he brings such a unique energy to this that it's such a shame that he didn't become bigger as other sleazy characters in cheap, grungy 80s movies. This is far and away, in my eyes, the funniest film that Waters ever made, and his energy bouncing off of Divine's cartoonishly depressed performance is a big part of what makes this work so well. Mary Vivian Pearce would take a much smaller role in this as the nun than she had in his previous work, such as playing the princess in Desperate Living. She apparently liked the environment of these people and enjoyed working with them, but hated the publicity that came with that. At the premiere of Female Trouble, she said to Waters, "God, I hate this. I wish I was home." She would still appear in each of the Dreamland films from here on, but never in a major part again. In fact, all of her roles starting from here wouldn't even have names, they're so small. Which is another huge shame, really, because she was so good in these early movies and could have had a bigger career if she had wanted to. But clearly, that was not what she desired in this life, and that's obviously okay too. Most people's complaints for this film come from its admittedly strange, out-of-left-field ending. Francine Fishpaw climbs her way out of this depression, finds her new handsome man, starts a fresh life, and finds happiness, only for it to all be snatched away from her at the bitter end, as she realizes her new man is secretly a bizarre freak who is in love with her mother, and the two have planned this elaborate ruse for him to get close enough to Francine so that he can steal her divorce settlement, after which Todd would then have the money needed to elope with Francine's mother. But after this is revealed, they attempt their escape and are killed in a car accident in front of the Fishpaw home. Waters would say on complaints about this ending, "You should always do one more rewrite before the shoot begins. The third act of Polyester is so preposterous that even Divine muttered, 'Totally unbelievable,' before we filmed the climactic scene where her character catches Tab Hunter having an affair with the elderly grandmother. Who knows? If I had been able to fix this dubious plot point, Polyester might have gone on to be a TV series today." But just speaking personally, I don't think that anything needs to be changed or fixed here myself. I love the ending for its bizarre V.C. Andrews-style high melodrama. Tab Hunter leaving Divine for her elderly mother is the kind of moment of many in Waters' filmography that would later evolve over decades into the surreal internet Adult Swim-styled humor of today. I would argue that things like the entire brand of Tim and Eric are simply the next logical step in the escalation of surrealism mixed with parody that is happening here with Waters and Polyester. My problems with the ending is that the film feels structurally very strange. We have most of the problems that face our protagonist resolved by the end of the second act, and then everything involving the romance with Tab Hunter feels almost like a sequel to what we have just seen. Two stories in one, and I feel like if some of those plot threads had been moved to being later in the film, it wouldn't feel like the movie was about to end and then you still have another half hour left. If any rewrites were needed, it would just be to structurally change some of the order of events here. The movie was a decent hit and more or less did what they had hoped it would do. It opened at Cannes. The reviews were probably the best that Waters had had so far in his career, and many of them commented on the idea of this being purposefully made to have mainstream appeal. It was evident in every aspect of its marketing that this was a John Waters film that you could go see with your friends, with little risk of causing a rift between you. The Odorama cards did cost quite a lot of money to produce and distribute, which cut significantly into the profits of the film, especially so after many theater chains tried to use this as a way to manipulate numbers, to withhold full payments that were owed to New Line. But all in all, it proved that the Dreamland crew could more or less make an actual respectable movie that people liked and wanted to see. This also would start a new direction for Waters as a filmmaker that would determine what the next several releases from him would look like. It is the beginning of his 1950s nostalgia period, where the next 4 movies either directly take place in the 50s, or are steeped in the aesthetics and values of that culture. With the casting of Tab Hunter, David Sampson, Ken King, and Mary Garlington as the leads in the film with Divine, we also see a transition to where the familiar faces that we have gotten to know over the years begin to fill smaller and smaller parts within his work. Mink Stole still has a fairly sizable part here, but by the time we get to Crybaby, she's basically a blink and you'll miss her cameo. Which is a shame, but also kind of makes sense. People had lives outside of these movies, and a lot of them were not actually full-time actors, and operating within the studio system meant a certain level of professionalism had to be adhered to. And no matter how you spin it, casting your teenage drinking buddies in every major part in your multi-million-dollar movie in your 30s isn't exactly the image of perfectionism most studio heads would imagine. It calls to mind Phantasm 2, where Don Coscarelli was forced to get rid of Michael Baldwin in the role of Mike, and had to replace him with James LaGrasse, because this was a real movie this time, and as such needed a real starring actor to lead the film. And so, through all of this movie really is the middle period moment for John Waters. There's what came before Polyester, and then what came after Polyester. And those two halves of a career are drastically different from each other in many ways. In the release of Polyester, New Line did one of the craziest things for the Dreamlanders that they could do, and booked Waters and Divine as joint guests on David Letterman, which is a level of validation that is astounding for people who are making movies that look like this just a few years previously. They probably thought that this was the funniest thing that had ever happened to them. I've never seen clips of either of them talking about this moment, but they probably saw this level of national attention as the biggest con that the success of Pink Flamingos ever bought them. And seeing David Letterman's obvious discomfort with Divine, with him not even knowing how to interact with someone with that much presence in person, makes for an incredibly funny interview. One thing that I find fascinating about this is that because it was before the internet, most people on a national level had no idea what John Waters actually even looked like. I think it was a huge mistake on his end to not physically be in his films as small bit parts. Because if he had, I think it would have been much easier for him to develop himself as a public personality. But he himself has seemingly always been a little uncomfortable with his appearance, and also in his ability as an actor. Many times I've found references to him being self-conscious, from a perceived self-notion that he believed he looked like Don Knotts. And so this resulted in a situation where people would be shocked when they met him for the first time, because mentally they would be expecting this totally unsocialized weirdo art house filmmaker, and instead they got a polite, mild-mannered, well-put-together gay dude in a suit. The pre-internet way of getting people to know who you are was just totally different than how it works today. And so moments like this, with Waters getting his face on national television, were huge in establishing part of the cultural role that he now fills as a recognizable talking head commentator. With newfound success, Waters also began to repair his personal relationship with his parents, and began to have dinner with them at their home one night a week, as he put it. It took many years to achieve this fragile peace. Also around this time, Waters learned that there happened to be another completely unrelated man that was the exact same age as him, that was also named John Waters in Baltimore. By complete happenstance, the two ran into each other in public one day, and the other Waters approached him saying, "God, you've made my life hell." Lust in the Dust in 1985 is not a John Waters film, but it almost could be considered an honorary one, and should be at least mentioned here. The studio at least was trying to write his success by casting the two polyester leads, Tab Hunter and Divine, in a sexually explicit comedy western. They knew they wanted Tab Hunter for the part, and supposedly his demand in starring in this would be to re-team with Divine and Waters, because he had so much fun working with them. Divine accepted the invitation and Waters did not, on the basis that he did not write the script for the film, and I believe he probably saw what they were doing as a somewhat knockoff of the brand that he had built. Every time that he mentions the movie, he only talks about it in a matter-of-fact way. He will say that it is a thing that exists, but never says a positive or negative opinion about the film itself, which I read as a somewhat polite way of handling the situation that was stepping a little on his toes. This is significant, in that it is the only other major film with Divine outside of Waters' body of work, as once she found success like many drag queens do, she decided to focus her career on live studio performances instead of film. And this was somewhat out of necessity. She saw herself as an actor, and would have definitely preferred to be in movies, but also was known to blow through money like crazy and needed the stable income that club performances brought in. Edith Massey was also cast as the seductive bartender in the saloon, but sadly passed from lymphoma before she was able to film her part, and the role would eventually be recast. Which, this woman does well enough with these bizarre lines that were clearly written with Edith's very particular cadence in mind, but it becomes distracting and a little sad to watch, because she's trying to make this role her own, but all you can see and hear is how Edith would have said these lines in this costume. The story tells of lost gold, an old deserted town, and a handsome man named Abel Wood, who is searching for a secret treasure map. Along the way, he meets Divine's character, a Mexican woman named Rosie Velez, who will help him along the way, which she is unfortunately playing in brownface for the entire movie, with a very cartoonish Spanish accent. And I'm not defending this decision whatsoever, but it makes a little sense as to why they would go this direction, considering that the film isn't just a parody of westerns in general, but instead one western in particular, the 1946 film Duel in the Sun. A sex drama western that was so culturally lampooned in its day, the reviewers mockingly referred to it as Lust in the Dust. The film happened to star white actress Jennifer Jones, playing the part of a Mexican woman named Pearl Chavez, which is what they were making fun of here with Divine's character, and would have mostly been seen as acceptable humor in the early 1980s. This comes at a strange time for Waters, as he basically had fallen into what would be seen as the second biggest slump of his career. Polyester was released in 1981, and his next film would not come out for another 7 years in the form of Hairspray. Everything that he was attempting to get off the ground for one reason or another fell apart in the developmental stage, and the fact that the most public Dreamlanders like Divine were going off and making their own off-brand Waters films showed a sign of trouble within the remaining fragments of the group in my eyes. And Divine expressed a lot of genuine frustration about the situation at the time, of them constantly having to ride the line between being mainstream and obscure underground artists, saying, "I never set out in the beginning to play just female parts, but they were the only parts that came my way. They were written especially for me, and they were the leads of films. As a young, aspiring actor, you don't turn down the lead in the movie. It made me a star of sorts with a cult status, but then a cult status isn't enough. You can't get by on that. You can't make any money. I don't want to grow old and be poor and be in some home somewhere eating garbage out of a can. I just want to be comfortable. It just takes so much money to get through this life." But following Polyester, things began to change in the way that people perceived her, as she would say. Finally, someone said, "Hey, I think this person can act. Before, I was always just this fat transvestite with some big candy floss wig." They couldn't see beyond the paint and the exterior to what was behind that. "I've always been a great actor." The film isn't all 100% terrible. It was directed by Paul Bartel, who also made Death Race 2000 and Cannonball, which, this is a departure from, but he handles the material well enough. The middle section is pretty rough, and it's clear that the movie was greenlit off of its stars and the strength of its first and third acts. It forgets to make jokes where there should be jokes. It plays things a little too straight at times, which ultimately just translates to being boring, a cardinal sin of any 80s comedy films, or just comedy films in general. But when it remembers that it's supposed to be a Western spoof starring Divine as a gold rush treasure hunter, it does it well. It isn't necessarily as funny or clever as it could have been with Waters behind the wheel, but how could it be? Few people have made movies that actually have as many jokes that land as he has, and it makes for a film that is alright, but one that I couldn't recommend unless you're a true Waters and Divine completionist. It also gave us the great music video for Divine's cover of Walk Like a Man, where she dances and sings on a stagecoach in Western prostitute drag, while whipping the horses to go faster and faster. So it's not all that bad.
Girl on my mind, she's first class, like a friend on Facebook, giving me advice. Well, I'd say everything's alright, but back to
Following Polyester, Waters entered into one of the hardest times of his career in trying to transition into being a Hollywood director, as he spent several years trying to find funding for his next film and failing to do so at every single turn. The first project that he worked on in this time has almost no publicly available information about it. Waters supposedly is fairly superstitious when it comes to projects that he has in active development, and does not comment on things out of a fear that he will jinx what he has planned. So all that we know about movies that never came to be mostly come from statements that he has made after the films already fell apart. But in 1982, he uncharacteristically commented on a script that he was developing and said, "I'm going to start writing soon. I want to do it with Divine as triplets. Have scenes where they talk and everything. My production manager has said he's going to quit if I do that." This film would never end up being made, and the closest thing to it that exists is the dual roles that Divine plays in Female Trouble. Following this, he would begin his most troubled production attempt with an effort to get a big-budget sequel to Pink Flamingos titled Flamingos Forever. And I really hate that this never ended up happening, as it is clear that he wanted this to be the big send-off to the Dreamland era of his career, while also ushering himself into the more mainstream world he clearly wanted to be a part of. It would be a way to make some more of his friends legitimately famous, make Pink Flamingos even more well-known, and further cement him as a filmmaker and Divine as a movie star. From almost all angles, the movie makes sense on paper except for one fatal flaw. Sequels to cult films never are loved in the same ballpark as their predecessors. They come across as almost sad. All you have to do is look at Ghostbusters 2, Gremlins 2, Shock Treatment, Caddyshack 2, Dumb and Dumber 2, The Two Jakes, Grease 2, or Son of the Mask. It is almost always a really bad idea to do this, and still, I would have loved to have seen this movie be made as an opportunity to see the Dreamland crew in a project satirizing 80s sequels, and poking fun at the idea of trying to retain relevancy post-cult classic status. As Waters would say while trying to find funding for this project, sequels have become a genre all by themselves. I want to bring together all of the most popular people who have been in all of my films for it. Of course, what I'd really like to make is something like Divine meets Francis the Talking Mule, but no producer in his right mind would ever give me the money for that. It's a satire on Hollywood sequels. It tells what happens when Divine and Edie return to Baltimore and become cult-like figures. It will be more Fellini than X-rated, an exploitation film for the art movie house. If you aren't aware, Francis the Talking Mule was a series of 7 films in the 1950s that are very much in the same vein as what you would expect with the later Herbie films, of family comedy stories based around ridiculous plots, filled with recognizable pop culture figures. which informs us of the kind of tone that Flamingos Forever was going to take the form of. And I think that this would have really worked. The script is out there for you to find it, and if you read it, you will see that it is like most sequels of this era, in that it is more or less a retread of what came before, except more bombastic and silly. Had it been made, this famously would have ended with a shot of Divine riding away on a giant piece of dog shit, like Slim Pickens in Dr. Strangelove. The problems facing this were threefold. First, Divine outright did not want to do the project. After landing the lead in Lust in the Dust and the main villain in 1985's Trouble in Mind, she saw that there was a career for her on stage and screen without being attached at the hip to Waters, and you can't really blame her. It is much better to be independently wealthy and famous, if possible, than mentally associated as a part of a duo or a group. Like, think of the Always Sunny people. They are all famous, but excluding Danny DeVito, who was already famous, outside of Charlie Day, all of their independent projects have mostly flopped. And even Day struggles with his artistic pursuits outside of Always Sunny. Very rarely do you get a Matt Damon and Ben Affleck situation, where you come up together and then find success independently. Where Waters would say on this, Divine did not want to do Pink Flamingos 2. He probably would have in the end, but he didn't want to. And he was right, in a way. He was already wary of the shit-eating thing, so to make a film where he would ride off on a turd at the end, I was thinking more about The Thief of Baghdad at the time. If you read the script, you can almost hear Divine's voice saying the lines, even though he never actually said them. I don't write with an actor in mind anymore because I learned my lesson from Desperate Living. I wrote the lead part for Divine because he couldn't do it, because he was doing a stage play at the time, and I realized then that if you write a part for one person and they can't do it, then what? The next issue was money. No one wanted to put up the funds for this because even though Pink Flamingos was a hit, making a sequel to an underground X-rated film that was 12 years old is not a guaranteed return on your investment. Eventually, a perfect match came together that sadly didn't work out, which is a legitimate shame because Lloyd Kaufman of Troma Entertainment offered to produce Flamingos Forever as part of their brand. I could see Waters being very wary of this, because the second he said yes, then the movie would no longer be fully his. It would have combined Waters' band of punks with Kaufman's band of punks, and I really don't know what that concoction would have been like, but I hate that it didn't happen. The third major blow to Flamingos Forever was Edith Massey suddenly passing away on October 24th, 1984. Something that upset Waters so much that he abandoned the idea of making the project altogether because he couldn't imagine doing a Dreamland reunion movie without her. Elements of the story would later be repurposed into other Waters films. In particular, sections of Crybaby and A Dirty Shame are lifted from the draft of Flamingos Forever. But Waters would move on to working on a new screenplay called Hatchet Face, that we will talk about here in a little bit, and an adaptation of John Kennedy Toole's masterpiece, A Confederacy of Dunces. He has said that it is the only novel that he has ever read that he would ever think about adapting. But I think it's possible that there was an ulterior motive behind this, as the main character of that book is an overweight man. And it would have been a great way for him to retain Divine as his star, who is also getting increasingly frustrated at being typecast as loud, violent, crazy women. Waters once said this in relation to Kathleen Turner, but the same mindset applies here as well. Never leave a leading lady alone once she's in costume. She's why you got your movie made in the first place. Idle time for major talent can only lead to shit stirring from the ignored and famous. Pay attention to your stars as if your life depends on it, because it does. Through this move, he could simultaneously give Divine what she wanted, while also theoretically making it easier to get funding because it was an adaptation of a very popular book, which, in turn, would have made him look more reliable in his ability to mount a film successfully. But then this fell through, because the studio head who agreed to fund the film backed out after learning more about Waters' past, because that executive had been a very close friend of a victim of Tex Watson. He would later say on this adaptation in 1992, "I don't want to do that anymore, because when a book is revered by a specific audience, the movie could never be as good as the audience wants it to be. The old maxim may be true. Good books make bad movies, and bad books make good movies." And on this, he's absolutely correct. Dunces is the funniest novel that I have ever read, but the humor is almost exclusively derived from the prose that the narrator delivers. The cadence of these words, the diction, That is where the gold is here. Not the plot, and not even really in the dialogue. And without Toole's voice driving it, then there's just not a lot that could be translated to being as good on the screen. Which is why that there's been at least 15 different attempts to adapt it over the years, starring very famous overweight comedians, without a single one ever being made. Because it is a near-perfect novel, whose charm could never be replicated on the screen. Then Waters did what all creative people have to do sometimes when they can't get things off the ground. He went and got a job, taking a position as a film professor for the college program within the Baltimore prison system. And this happened because a friend of his from back in the day with the beatnik bars in the 1960s now worked for the prison system and invited Waters to be a guest lecturer for his English class. And Waters accepted because of how well it had gone when he first showed female trouble at a prison several years previously. And that guest lecture went over so well that it just sort of turned into a regular position at the prison that he would hold for the next 4 years until the program was eventually defunded. And after they were released from prison, Waters was known to hire many of his former students for his next films, with some of them even appearing on screen. He has joked that every single time he gets a new class, he always shows them Pink Flamingos on the first day to familiarize them with his work. And that he loves that there's always a lot of prisoners who react just as strongly to the filth and indecency of that movie as regular theater audiences do. He seemingly did put his heart into it as well, saying when asked about this, "I tried to be a good teacher and motivate my students to write well and participate. We screened a lot of films, we did a lot of improv. I feel like it was a success overall." He also at the same time jokingly would tell the Baltimore Sun about his new job. "I tell them, the next time you want to murder someone, don't do it. Just write about it, paint it, or make a film about it. These films are my crimes and I get paid for it." He once said that being in the prison at least once a week gives perspective on how lucky he has been in his life, and that he doesn't really trust anyone who hasn't been arrested at least once. It became a means to ground himself, as he said that he enjoyed being able to drop the weight of celebrity, and the othering that came from being treated differently by everyone when he entered the prison to teach, saying in 1998, "I like prisoners actually, and I like going into jail because nobody can reach me, and it's hours of silence. When that door clangs shut, I feel a certain bliss. I do believe in rehabilitation. One of the Manson women is totally rehabilitated and should be let out. I mean, she was 19 at the time. I believe in rehabilitation. It is possible." He has clearly been a prison abolitionist ever since he was young. Divine walks past graffiti in Pink Flamingos that reads, "Free Tex Watson." Something that could potentially be written off as just an edgy joke, but it really wasn't. As it is very important to understand the political biases of Waters' views on the fundamental rights of people, and examining his time working within the prison and justice systems can better inform our own understanding of the philosophy of his crime films. It was at this time in 1985 that he made his least well-known short film, Reckless Eyeballs, which he co-wrote with the prisoners in his class and shot using them as actors. And as such, the film is property of the Maryland prison system and has never been shown outside of that prison setting. He's explained that the film was largely improvisational, and that it was done as a psychological exercise where he told each of the members of the class to take on a role that was the opposite of who they actually were, and then interact with one another as their opposites. He would say, "We'd wait for a song to come on the radio. There was no editing. We shot it in order with each take, close-up, wide shot. There was no editing because we just had one video camera. The last day of the class, we got to the premiere and I gave everybody a get-out-of-jail-free card from Monopoly." Waters has said that he does own a copy of the film, but that he never intends to show it within his lifetime out of a fear of the legal ramifications of doing so, and that the copy that he has will be donated with all of his belongings in his estate after he passes to the film department of Wesleyan University, whose film program oversees the estates belonging to several other titans of films after their deaths, such as Clint Eastwood and Martin Scorsese. But I think this ultimately speaks of Waters' ability to build a bridge of empathy with anyone, no matter their background, even those who have committed serious crimes and are now in prison, which I find very interesting about him. Not to get ahead of myself, but Waters famously would later hitchhike from Baltimore to San Francisco at the age of 66, just as a sort of experiment to see what would happen, and what that journey would be like. And at one point he was picked up by a Republican councilman from a small conservative town named Brent Beidel, who felt bad for Waters because he was walking down the highway in the rain and he thought that he must be homeless. Now, Ideologically, these two men should not in any way get along whatsoever, but they hit it off so well that they would end up taking the rest of the journey across the country together. Beidel would later say of their 1,000+ mile car ride, "We are polar opposites when it comes to politics, religious beliefs, but that's what I love about the whole trip. It was two people able to agree to disagree and still move on and have a great time. I think that's what America's all about. And I think that there's something fascinating about Waters in that. A humanistic quality of approaching people on their level that you might not expect from him based on the surface level of his work. That he can knowingly walk into a room with people that he knows have done some of the worst things that a person can ever do in this world, and still see them as people, and try and find some semblance of common ground with them." The subtitle of his most recent autobiography is The Tarnished Wisdom of a Filth Elder, and I think there's something to that. I wouldn't call Waters a necessarily accepting person of hateful beliefs. He definitely clearly sees certain groups of people as the enemy, and has made that well known many times over the decades. I would not say that he is ideologically tolerant to the right, or to people who have done harm. He has made a whole career of making fun of them, after all. But I would say that with wisdom comes a real ability of being able to pick his battles, to enact social tact in ways that behoove his actual agenda, and to use empathy, charm, and kindness, to speak to people in such a way as to break through their ideological barrier that informs their perception of the world, and possibly in that, plant a seed that could one day flourish into action that creates a kinder, gentler world. And the reason that I spend so much time here talking about his time in the prison system is because I think thematically it very much contextualizes a lot of what he's doing in his next film, Hairspray, which he himself has described as being a bit of a Trojan horse of a film, using that wisdom, social tact, and empathy to make a big-budget Hollywood studio film that uses popular entertainment to tell a story about bridging the gaps of social inequities within America, not just on race-related issues, but also on those related to queerness. For a lot of Americans in the 1980s, this would have been the first time that they would have ever been introduced to a drag performance in an empathetic light. Other mainstream Hollywood films, like Some Like It Hot, use drag for petty laughs, where a man is dressed as a woman so that makes it funny. But what Waters is doing here with Edna Turnblad is so much more nuanced and emotionally grounded than anything that people had seen at this scale before, that to call it a radical act does not fully do justice to what Hairspray did in normalizing depictions of queer art as mainstream within the American zeitgeist. But before we get to his next film, in 1986, he would have his first cameo in a film that he did not write or direct, and this is notable for a few reasons. He plays a used car salesman in Jonathan Demme's Something Wild, which is a severely underrated movie that has more or less been entirely culturally forgotten that you should definitely check out. Waters is only on screen for what amounts to just a couple of seconds, but this would mark a change in his attitudes towards his own public image. Before this, he didn't even appear in his own movies, and I get the feeling that he was somewhat uncomfortable with seeing himself on the screen. That is me reading into his motivations 100%, but I think several things point to that direction. From here on, Waters would try and cultivate a wider public recognition of himself as a person outside of his work as a filmmaker. And through that, he would make a great deal of appearances in documentaries and interviews, and through stunt casting and bit roles in smaller films. He would say on why he did this first one, "I did it because I like Jonathan, and I know him, and he had a lot of cameos." Over the next few years, Waters would appear in movies such as Homer and Eddie, Family Album, Anarchy TV, and unfortunately the Woody Allen movie Sweet and Low Down. Hairspray, which would release 2 years later, would solidify the hard turn in his career from John Waters the underground filmmaker to John Waters the Hollywood personality. Jeff Buhai, who had written Revenge of the Nerds and a few other teen comedy movies that have mostly been forgotten, like Last Resort and The Whoopee Boys, was the one who coached him on pitching to studios, and then helped him to set up meetings to get his next film financed. It did not go well, as he said, "I had a past that could scare away even the most adventuresome executive." But the one thing that this did do was that it made people talk about the movie, which in turn made Bob Shaye reconsider the no that he had initially given to Hairspray. He called Waters, offered him a budget of a little over $2.5 million, to which Waters made the counteroffer that since the budget was lower than he was asking for, that he could forego his salary and instead take a percentage ownership in Hairspray that would include all future profits, to which Shaye agreed upon. This would end up being one of the smartest moves that Waters would ever pull in his entire life, although he wouldn't really know it for another 15 years or so. Upon investing the needed budget, Shea did make one demand that saved this movie in my opinion, in that Waters had written the script with the intention of having Divine play both Edna and Tracy, which Shea said could not be allowed to happen if New Line was going to be involved. And I don't think that this would have been necessarily a disaster, but it undeniably would have been a totally different film, and would not have gone on to have the same cultural impact that it has today if 42-year-old Divine was trying to play the 16-year-old protagonist of this otherwise kind of serious film. Divine was disappointed by this and had a hard time coming to terms with the fact that she was getting older, and was finding herself in a Waters movie but not being the primary focus of that film. In return, he did give her the role of the crazed racist television station owner, Arvin Hodgepile, which made her happy. This would mark the beginning of a phase in Waters' filmography of most of his movies having some sort of autobiographical subtext that comments either on his career or his life in general. The hair in the film, as in all of his work, especially Female Trouble, is both honoring and poking fun at the outrageous hairstyles that women in Baltimore actually wore, particularly in the 1960s. It strangely was a town that was known for having supposedly good hair, especially in a historical context, which is just very funny to me. The culmination for his love of Baltimore, his childhood idealization of Elvis, and reflections on his youth in the culture of the 1950s. He would say, "My first hero was Elvis Presley. When I saw him, I just wanted to be him. I wanted to swap. I wanted to wiggle my hips like that." And it was the same with Little Richard. You have to remember that the 1950s are remembered fondly now because of the music, but the 1950s were horrible. I mean, really, truly horrible. So rock and roll freed me. In my room, listening to rock and roll records was a great place to be. It felt like freedom. There were 3 black stations in all of Baltimore. I grew up with rock and roll and old rhythm and blues and hillbilly music. And you know, Hairspray was a true story. Lots of the scenes in that film happened in real life. It's the way that it was. He has said that elements of this are autobiographical, in that for a time before the formation of the Dreamlanders, his closest friends were almost always exclusively black. And before he was publicly gay, he was beaten up for having a black girlfriend in the early 1960s. The experiences he had growing up around this and seeing the protests against the policies of Governor George Wallace on the news informed the way that he wrote this story. He has always said that the movie is definitely an idealized fantasy compared to the reality of the 1960s, as the real-life version of the Corny Collins show, which had been called the Buddy Dean Show, went off the air after desegregation because they couldn't find enough white kids whose parents would allow them to be on television with other black kids. And the change within Waters' body of work starting with this film is the more naturalistic way that he presents characters. In his earliest work, every emotion that is ever felt is big. Big laughter, crying, anger, all of it is taken to a cartoonish extreme. Part of this was out of kind of necessity, because their audio equipment was so bad that he was worried the dialogue would be totally inaudible if the actors did not scream their lines. But he took that and he made it feel like a style decision more than anything else. But starting here with Hairspray, and going on up through the end of his career, we see him directing actors to be much more realistic in how they deliver their lines. Now, we obviously still have these big moments in all of these movies, but they are very much less common than in his previous work. And that remains consistent throughout the rest of his filmography, where his movies start to look, sound, and feel more like actual Hollywood movies. This is also one of only 2 times that Waters would ever make a physical cameo in one of his films, and I really wish that he had done this more often, because I think it probably would have helped him in maintaining his fame. But also, it just works for his general vibe, and he pulls off a director's cameo better than most in a way that is fun and not distracting at all to the story. And Hairspray is great. I don't need to tell you that. It's like the one thing that is universally agreed upon with him, that if John Waters only made one single movie that everyone enjoys, it's Hairspray. But that didn't stop New Line and Waters from panicking in the months leading up to the release of the film, as they were absolutely devastated when the movie received a PG rating. They feared that a weird media controversy would happen when word got out that New Line was releasing a John Waters movie that children all over the country could go watch and be corrupted by. New Line suggested at one point that they should do reshoots that had enough raunchy material to push them over the edge into being PG-13, but because everyone was so happy with the final cut of the movie, they eventually decided against this. And Waters doing a PG movie was very much in the cultural mindset when talking about Hairspray, with Rolling Stone even saying that it was a family movie that both the Bradys and the Mansons could enjoy. And even though they were being playful with stuff like that, they still all gave the movie rave reviews. And this was also helped by New Line having Waters lean into this, as he would joke on multiple interviews for the movie while doing press, including in his next appearance on David Letterman. The only shocking thing left that I could really do was make a PG movie. I wanted them to put me in the ads for it where I'd say, John Waters says bring the whole family, but they wouldn't let me do that. Letterman later tells him in that interview that he genuinely thinks this might be the biggest runaway hit of the decade. Universally, it did well, not just with critics, but with audiences of all kinds. Everybody liked Hairspray. Everybody still likes Hairspray. And theaters at the time started reporting numbers that were unusually high for each screening of the movie. At the Baltimore premiere of the movie, Waters and Divine both were invited to write their names and put their hands into freshly poured cement, a symbol that they had been accepted within the film and cultural community of a city that had been hounding them for years over censorship issues. The governor of Maryland at the time even declared the week to officially be John Waters Week across the entire state. It was the biggest premiere that a Waters film would ever have, and was broadcast live on television on the local stations, and following the premiere, the Baltimore Museum of Art threw a 50s-themed after-party. It was by all reports an exceptional event to attend, and Divine was quoted as saying that it was truly one of the best nights that she had had in years, that it was everything that she had ever wanted her career to be. 3 weeks later, she would be found dead in her Los Angeles hotel room. Hairspray had only been in theaters nationally at that point for one weekend. Waters said that for days the press camped out in front of his home hoping to get a statement from him, and that he had to unplug the phone because it literally would not stop ringing. In the weeks that followed, he would receive sympathy cards from basically every single big name in Hollywood, with his favorite being Whoopi Goldberg's, that simply read, "See what a good review will do?" Divine's weight was always a part of the large commanding presence of her character, but it was also obviously a negative coping mechanism to deal with the pain that she had been through, which supposedly got much worse with time. One person close to her said that she would regularly drag a chair to sit in front of the open fridge and would just grab things and eat them. Divine was a person of excess, and always had been, and used fame as a way to facilitate that excess. Whether it be the parties when she was younger, the copious amounts of drugs, the sex. It was a never-ending thing for a great deal of her life until about the age of 40 or so, when she finally started to slow down. I mean, the reason that her character in Lust in the Dust walks beside the donkey for most of the time, instead of riding it, is because she was literally too fat to stay on the animal for long periods without hurting it. While performing in clubs, she got so sweaty that people sometimes thought that she was going to have a heart attack. Even going back to that early interview with David Letterman, you can see Divine fighting for breath for most of the time. And as she got bigger later in her career, she began to use food and props more often as a way to make humor out of the very real situation that she wasn't addressing. Divine was actually in the process of using Hairspray as a career windfall to rejuvenate public interest in her, and had just been cast as a series regular in Married with Children as a male role the day after her death. She had been scheduled for the first day of shooting on set for the sitcom. The character was going to be an uncle who had just landed on hard times and has to come live with the family for a while, and would have been one of the first gay roles on a primetime television show in America. Divine would have made even more history than she already did, and would have gotten the kind of role that she had always wanted. Famously, Ursula and the Little Mermaid was in production at this point in time, and used Divine as the basis for her design, although it is often incorrectly reported that Divine was going to voice Ursula as well. This was not true, as the part had been written for B. Arthur in mind, but still, it speaks to the cultural level of awareness that she had at the time of her death. At Divine's funeral, so many people ordered and delivered flowers that the venue did not have enough physical space for them and had to start turning them away. More people descended onto the small town of Townsend than had probably ever been there in its history for that day. Paparazzi from basically every outlet were sent. Waters said that Divine would have loved the melodramatic atmosphere of how out of hand the situation became. Waters and several other Dreamlanders were also pallbearers for the ceremony. But even then, not everyone showed respect when they should, and many still wouldn't for decades. The New York Times, who famously had always hated Waters and the Dreamland crew, ran the headline, "Divine, transvestite film actor found dead in Hollywood, and 42. And Divine's parents' pastor gave a message at the funeral service that I think was a little homophobic and somewhat unnecessary, even if it was well-intended, when he said that it was hard for most people in the community to watch the boy who was always sensitive to the feelings of others to then become Divine, the cult movie star. He and his parents spent many hours with me trying to figure out what was going on. It was an agonizing period, and I, as a pastor, felt totally inadequate to help in any way. But although Glenn took the painful road to find himself, at least there was reconciliation. The tragedy was that Divine was cut off at the point of becoming who he really was, and the world will never see how that flower could have unfolded. Divine is buried in the Prospect Hill Cemetery in Townsend, Maryland, the same cemetery that he would come to late at night to steal flowers from the graves for lavish dinner parties that he threw in his early 20s. Divine's mother in the end even allowed for the gravestone to have his birth name on it, along with the stage name that the world knew him by. Decades later, Waters would say, "We were stupefied that he died. I've never gotten over the shock of it. I'm still shocked that he died. I just wake up sometimes and I'm amazed by that." Waters, soon after the funeral, bought a plot for himself in the same cemetery where he plans to be buried with other Dreamlanders, within the visual sight of Divine's grave. He would tell the Baltimore Sun, "We're going to spend eternity with him. I bought a gravestone where Divine is buried. So did Pat. So did Mink Stole. So did Dennis DeModi. We call it Disgraceland. So we'll all be together." He's also said as he gets older, "It's so weird looking back at my films and seeing so many dead people. It's very sad to me, but also in a way it's not, because at least they're still up there in the movie." As you can probably imagine, all of this happening after the first weekend that Hairspray was in theaters actually was not a good thing. Nobody wanted to go see a comedy starring a comedian who had just dropped dead publicly at the age of 42. Hairspray, which was poised to be the movie of the year, suddenly started to die in every single theater. New Line tried to save it by expanding it to 200 additional theaters around the country, which did little to help, and after several weeks, Hairspray was quietly pulled from screens before it even turned a profit, and still to this day is the least publicly known version of this story that exists. The mainstream attention as a celebrity persona that Hairspray brought to Waters was huge, even if the film did not actually do particularly well, which created a new life for his previous efforts. He would be paid by a Japanese company to tour Japan with a print of pink flamingos, which he thought was funny because culturally their government did not care about the dead chickens or the dog scene, which is usually where he faced censorship issues, and instead made him blur any frontal nudity that was in the film. And even in its tragedy, or even because of its tragedy, the early passing of Divine marks a sudden shift in Waters' life, not just in the films that he would make, but also in the public recognition that he would receive. It is the one thing that pushed him over the edge from being semi-famous to just being an outright famous person, to where now he says that he is recognized and has to stop and talk to someone on the street 8 or 9 times out of 10 whenever he leaves the house. Crybaby, which was released 2 years later in 1990, is one of Waters' weakest efforts, but that doesn't make it a bad movie. Hairspray had not made a ton of money, but it still had the perception of being a hit. It was a movie that people talked about. It had the veil of success, and according to Waters, that was all that really mattered at the end of the day. He soon found himself with an agent, as well as a media lawyer who represented David Lynch, and he could actually name his fee for writing and directing a movie for the first time. He now had producers, and studios actively trying to be the one that could buy his next film. And Crybaby would end up being the center of a bidding war between multiple studios, a far cry from the days of driving Prince of the Movies around in his car to show to churches and community centers around the country. Waters had meetings over the course of several weeks with practically every person who had any power within Hollywood to pitch the film, and Paramount ended up putting up the best offer on the project. It is essentially the story of Romeo and Juliet, except now it takes place in the 1950s, and they don't die at the end. Crybaby is a member of a group of rednecks who live out in the woods and have nightly parties with live music. They live the good life, but one that has no ceremony to it. And this is contrasted by the life that Allison, the girl that Crybaby is deeply in love with, who comes from the upstanding high class of Baltimore. The two groups have been at odds with each other for years before the film even begins, and as you can imagine, once the love story starts, it plays out more or less how you'd think. The addition of a very young, peak of popularity Johnny Depp is the key that helped seal the deal with Paramount. He was starring in 21 Jump Street, which was then one of the most popular shows on television, and in which John Waters himself even cameoed because of his friendship with Depp. Depp was deeply frustrated over the show, however. He was extremely famous, but it only starred in one movie, Private Resort, because of the amount of time that 21 Jump Street took from his schedule, with seasons sometimes stretching up to nearly 30-hour-long episodes in a year. He also hated how the show presented him as being this extremely young person, which led him to having a very teen-heavy audience. Depp was very much looking for the kind of project that would help change his image into being a more adult performer. And he felt that starring in a John Waters movie would have been the best kind of thing that he could do to achieve that goal, as Waters himself puts it. Johnny Depp at the time was essentially like Justin Bieber in America. He was the teen idol and he hated it. He said, "I hate being a teen idol." And I said to him, "Stick with us and we'll kill that." And so we did. And then Tim Burton came along next to work with him, so it did work out. And he does great in this, I think. The role isn't a particularly demanding one, outside of the physicality needed for the dancing sequences, as a great deal of his character's purpose is to stand around and look cool and pretty. But he does it well, and sells it where he needs to. It would be easy to go too far here with this, and the line is written with enough care. One would imagine that Depp might struggle in a Waters film in a way that he didn't in Tim Burton's work, but the marriage works surprisingly well. And speaking of marriage, this was the era of Depp's infamous relationship with Winona Ryder, and the couple apparently approached Waters and asked him to officiate their ceremony since he is ordained to do that, and he called them into his office and sat them down and convinced them by the end of the meeting that they shouldn't get married, which might have been one of the best things that he ever did in his life. Her parents would later write him a letter thanking him for this. I do also think it is very funny that Waters says that even years after making this together, Depp has never once called him John to his face, and has always when in person addressed him as Mr. Waters. In keeping with the autobiographical shift within his work, Waters has admitted that he essentially based Depp's role both on his Elvis obsession and also on a crush he had as a kid, saying, "I love the bad boys." Johnny Depp's character in Crybaby was based on this boy who lived across the street. I thought he looked great, but all the parents hated him. He fixed his car in the driveway and was a high school dropout. I don't know what happened to him. He's probably dead, but I made that character on my memory of somebody. I exaggerated it and idealized him and made him Johnny Depp. Memories from high school are so strong when you're older, and when you create anything, you can play with those memories. If someone hassled you, you can make them a villain. You can also mock them. And also, speaking of people using a Waters film to change their public image, in a stunt casting that actually miraculously works, Patty Hearst plays one of the parents in the movie. For those that do not know, Patty Hearst was the granddaughter of publishing magnate William Randolph Hearst, who in 1974 was kidnapped by a group of far-left political radicals in America called the Symbionese Liberation Army, who held her for 19 months and attempted to brainwash her and threatened her safety if she did not commit crimes with them. Most notably a bank robbery that happened on April 3rd, 1974. The court case following her escape from the organization was one of the most covered news stories of the 1970s. And as you can probably already guess, Waters was at Hearst's trial and watched her testify in person, but ultimately was kind of let down by the experience, saying, "Patty Hearst was a letdown, looking so plain in her sensible shoes and private school outfits. This is Patty Hearst, I kept thinking. No wonder no one ever recognized her on her cross-country jaunts. She never looked at the spectators, her lawyer's orders, and she started getting bad word of mouth from her fans a few days before the trial began." Before this, Waters had actually been in Los Angeles the day that the majority of the Symbionese Liberation Army died in the famous shootout with the LAPD, which raged into an uncontrollable fire that soon ensued afterwards. And seeing this on the television, he got in his car and drove down to try and watch the end of it in person. And he said, "I went to the SLA shootout site near Watts. The rubble hadn't been cleared away yet, and I found a pair of charred Levi's that I immediately declared were Kamala Hall's. I later ripped them into pieces and mailed them to appreciative friends around the country." Surprisingly, Hurst is pretty good in this. She fits in really well with the energy needed for the world of John Waters, and would go on to appear in every film that he made from that point on, including the one that loosely adapts her life story. The two met while at Cannes. She was there along with the Paul Schrader biographical film about her life, and she thought that he was joking when he asked if she wanted to have a bit part in Crybaby. Her family was extremely upset over this, and even offered her cash to not be in the movie, but she wanted to anyways. As Waters said, she was famous for something she didn't want to be famous for. She was sick of being a crime headline. Why not have a little fun with this notoriety that was hanging around her neck like an iron weight? Susan Tyrrell, who was nearing the end of her career, was, it seems, the worst on-set personality that anyone had ever had to deal with on a Waters production. She was primarily known as an actor in the 1970s, and was tangentially a part of Warhol's circle, which might have been what drew Waters to her in the first place, since she isn't even the only Warhol personality in the film, as superstar Joe D'Alessandro appears in a bit part. Tyrrell brought her personal baggage to set and was constantly drunk every single day, according to Waters, who regretted casting her in the part, although I would argue that her drunken energy added to her role as the matriarch of the Rednecks. Although, in that context, some of the creative decisions that she's making may be less intentional than they may initially seem. He said of her, "Sometimes she'd be so loaded she couldn't even focus on me directing her before a take. She had talent, yes, but God was she exhausting." A pre-famous Brad Pitt also auditioned for the role of Milton, one of Crybaby's closest friends, but lost the part because Waters felt that he couldn't cast someone so handsome in the role because it would then detract from Depp's presence in the film. And Amy Locane, who plays the innocent Allison in the film, was unfortunately much like her character in real life. She dropped out of her senior year of high school to be in the film, and apparently had lived a fairly sheltered life. And this at times created an awkward tension on the set among the types of people that a Waters film tends to attract, because they felt they couldn't really be themselves around her. Waters was having to deal with union restrictions for the first time, and having to deal with the realities, benefits, and prices, and dealing with an actual movie star on his set for the first time. As apparently filming publicly with Depp became a constant hassle when people noticed that he was there. Because this was a real studio movie, it also meant that Waters would have to move to LA to oversee the post-production process, which he did not want to do. The studio micromanaged the editing process, focus tested it all over the country, and this ended up souring Waters on the film in a way, and still today he does not talk very fondly about it. This movie had its roots earlier in his career, and it is clear when researching it that he took an old idea and retrofitted it to match his new mainstream Hollywood style. He had talked previously about pitching a movie that never got funded called Hatchet Face, about a woman and her multi-level beauty problems. And Hatchet Face does appear in this film as a character. The part was even written with Divine in mind before her passing, at which point Waters took out an advertisement that read, "Wanted, girl with a good body and an alarming face who's proud of it." After finding who he thought was the perfect performer for the role, a New York woman named Kim McGuire, he actually asked for additional money to be added to the budget so that they could extend the production by 2 weeks to allow time to film more scenes with Hatchet Face than had been in the original script. But this almost feels out of place with everything else going on here. There's a clash of style of what Waters once was, infecting what his visual brand is now, and creates a tone that is at times confusing and disjointed. As an artist, you can see his base instincts still driving him to make things like Pink Flamingos and Female Trouble, and he is constantly having to fight some of those inclinations in producing art at this scale. Most of this film consists of pretty people facing a world of PG-13 problems, and then occasionally a really grotesque or obscene moment will happen, like the adoption agency modeling the kids that they are selling. And it almost comes across as like a separate filmic universe is invading the world that this story takes place in. I think one of the most compelling pieces of evidence in this that you could make in arguing that Waters was leaving his past self behind for a more financially successful rebrand is that nobody talks like they're from Baltimore anymore. The film still takes place in Baltimore. They are still, for the most part, shot in the Baltimore area. But every character now has this generic American accent compared to how the people talked in his earliest and most sincere work. Those were movies about a specific time and place and the people who lived there. But these later movies could take place just about anywhere. And Waters has retroactively talked about this, saying he was displeased with the film because of his own creative decisions that he made in the writing process. After all these years, I've come to realize why Crybaby was never as popular as Hairspray, and it's my fault. The character Allison, I wrote her as a traditional ingenue, and no matter how well acted the part, this was a flaw. My heroes and heroines should never fall in love with a traditional anything. Crybaby should have fallen in love with Hatchet Face. Then we would have had a hit. And considering all of this, it just makes it kind of sad how few jokes actually land in this project. You have the old visuals from his early career, but none of the elements that sold that on a comedic level. It is him attempting to dance to a tune that he does not know. I'd say that while it is good and enjoyable, it isn't really funny, even though it is clearly trying to be. That's not to say that it is entirely humorous. The iron lung patient who constantly smokes cigarettes, and Allison drinking a bottle of her own collected tears in almost sexual agony after Crybaby is sentenced to prison, are to me the highlights of the film. But overall, Waters as a filmmaker is relying on nostalgia both from the visuals and from the extensive soundtrack of 50s hits, instead of focusing on what he does best: character work, jokes, and story. It's flashy, but is shockingly devoid of any substance. I think that everybody who has this weird thing about Elvis that is also an artist can't help but make one thing in their career dedicated to the king. It's not happened yet, but you'll one day hopefully indulge me when I do an Elvis video in some fashion. Apologies in advance for that. Joanne Denton resurrecting his spirit to help her run for mayor wasn't quite enough to fully scratch that itch. We all need to do it once to get it out of our systems, and this is that movie for Waters. And on a music level and overall aesthetically, he kills it. But sadly has almost nothing to say on this time period of the era of juvenile delinquency culture, or really even on Elvis himself. The film is essentially a parody of the kinds of love films that Elvis himself starred in, and a lot of what is stylistically going on in this is in reference to that. But it just isn't doing a lot with the material, unfortunately, at least to me in my opinion. It's a Twinkie wrapped in a jumpsuit and a bedazzled cape, just totally empty fluff. But to an extent, that is also kind of the point, in that to make fun of the vapidness of Elvis movies, you yourself have to engage with vapidness in some fashion. The movie even had a gimmick of some theaters having fake plastic Crybaby tears that had a sticky back to where you could put them on your face when you watch the movie. Partially because of the studio meddling and partially because of Waters trying to force something that would be liked by your everyday average American. The movie was reviewed poorly and was a massive disappointment at the box office. And still to this day is considered a low point for his career, which I know has to be extremely frustrating, because if he had landed an even bigger hit after the success of Hairspray, it would have been the push that he would have needed to make him an actual successful mainstream filmmaker, which is something that he has never actually been fully in his life. This was the actual make or break moment of his career, and he kind of fumbled it. And unfortunately, even though this isn't the end of his journey, the downfall of his career in film can be attributed to everything that happened in the release of this project. The biggest failing of the movie, on at least a cultural level I think, is that it came out right after he made Hairspray. What I would most compare that to is that it's a very similar situation to what Tarantino found himself with when he made The Hateful Eight, which isn't a bad movie by any means, but it came out directly after the excellent Django, and had these same basic setting and vibes. Both Hateful Eight and Crybaby did not have identities that were individual enough within their own creator's repertoire to succeed and then have a life and audience of their own, and as such are often overlooked within their filmographies. Both do have their own cult followings within the fandoms of both directors, but Crybaby just didn't hit as strong as it could have because it is so connected to the same train of thought that created Hairspray, which, is also a little sad, because Crybaby actually does the aesthetic look of that era better than his first attempt did. It is a gorgeous movie to look at. This feels like the time it is depicting, but after Hairspray it all just feels kind of stale. As he put it, Crybaby was thought of as Hairspray's weak little brother, a reputation it only partially shed years later, after new fans saw it all over the world on television because of Johnny Depp. Soon after this, Waters switched gears hard and tried to ride whatever Hollywood good faith that he had left to get a project off the ground as fast as possible, to prevent the failure of Crybaby from lingering over him. The film would have been a spoof of the blaxploitation action films of the 1970s called Glamour Puss, which he described as follows. Glamour Puss is an irreverent white-sploitation picture that satirizes the sexual, racial, and economic sacred cows of today. The film follows Trent Marlowe, who is mistakenly gay-bashed by a band of skinhead trenzoid Nazis and rescued by a cliché-busting gang of gay militants led by a rapping African-American fashion goddess known underground as Glamour Puss. She doesn't need a man anymore because she fucks the system. When a white yo-boy and a black hag team up, look out. This glamour pussy means business, and her all-rapping new breed of sexually confused, fashion-conscious outsiders want the 90s all to themselves, and they want it now. One studio head in a particular pitch meeting interrupted him while he was saying this and reportedly told him, "John, if I didn't know you, I would think you were insane." He supposedly was openly laughed at in several pitch meetings for this by different executives, with one at Disney saying after he finished, "Oh well, sure. When I heard skinheads, I thought Disney." And as much as I always want new Waters films, maybe it was just a good thing that this one didn't get made. Because I could see it aging pretty badly, which is something that his films actually typically kind of avoid. But I think you can see him trying to get back to his roots as a filmmaker and figure out how he can make movies that are true to himself as an artist and a human being, while also surviving within the limitations of high-stakes Hollywood. Something that can serve as criticisms of modern culture without having to rely too heavily on sex or violence that would get him an X rating, which, in that context, makes his pivot to talking about race make more sense, because it is something that he can write about that is a pressing issue that can still be done in a Blazing Saddles kind of way that skirts the ratings boards. After this, he wrote another film called Raving Beauty that would also not get made, but I have seen some references that imply that this script was a retooled, updated draft of Glamour Puss that kept things from the script that worked and introduced a whole lot of new stuff. And it seems like there was a brief period of spinning his wheels trying to reignite excitement for something that had once shocked people. He described what Raving Beauties would have been about when he said that it was a searing comic melodrama about a female movie star shooting a film on location in Baltimore, who is driven crazy by stalking fans, rabid tabloid reporters, her controlling megalomaniacal director, a vengeful ex-husband, a Tourette syndrome-suffering personal assistant, a teenage daughter who is only sexually attracted to the homeless, and her radical act-up gay son, who relentlessly cruises the Teamsters on set. When mental despair almost takes over, our diva heroine suddenly finds love in the arms of a handsome sewage worker who is hired to empty the toilet underneath her movie star trailer. And oh yes, he believes he's an extraterrestrial. It would take 4 years before he would be able to get another film made in the form of 1994's Serial Mom, which, as I've said, is my personal favorite movie of his. It is such a mix of 90s studio filmmaking blending in a perfect way with his humor to create something that, for the first and really only time, feels genuine to who he was as an artist, while still being marketable to your average American. I've been at parties where this movie killed. I genuinely think you could show Serial Mom to anyone of any age and they would like it, despite its subject matter. Just one of those few actual universal movies. And if you don't believe that, even John Waters' mother liked this one and told him that she was proud of him for making it.
Before my mom died, she said, "You know, Serial Mom is your best movie." And I actually think it is.
It tells the story of Beverly, a housewife in the vein of Donna Reed. She is perfect, well put together, even before she prepares breakfast for her husband and her children, but is someone who is deeply, deeply neurotic, and has been slowly driven insane over people in the 90s forcing cultural customs of politeness and social consciousness, like recycling, wearing white after Labor Day, not rewinding their videotapes, and chewing gum in someone else's home. She decides that the only recourse with dealing with these horrible people is to kill them all and end this epidemic of bad manners, as Waters would describe the film. It's not your usual John Waters movie about crazy people in a crazy world, but instead, a movie about a normal person in a realistic world doing the craziest of things, all while the audience cheers her on. The film begins with a scene where the police are asking around to different people in the neighborhood to see if they know anything about the harassment campaign against a woman named Dottie who lives nearby. Apparently, someone has been calling her daily and leaving vulgar messages on her phone for unknown reasons. Beverly pretends to be totally ignorant of this. And then as soon as the police leaves, she picks up the phone and calls Dottie to continue the harassment. All because Dottie once cut her off for a parking space at the grocery store. The line, "Is this the cocksucker residence?" when she picks up the phone is maybe my favorite line in film history. Years after filming this scene, Waters called Boy George to ask him a question and got his voicemail, and was delighted when Boy George's voice said, "This is the cocksucker residence, please leave a message." This to me is the most funny sequence in any John Waters movie, and also is so simple in design. It is just Kathleen Turner effortlessly giving the performance of a lifetime, while Mink Stole backs her up and gives enough energy to feed off of. My only complaint about the scene really is that it is so funny, that it unfortunately gets the film's biggest laugh within the first 10 minutes. The rest of the movie is very funny, but never quite hits this high ever again. And as a result, it lacks a feeling of building jokes on top of each other. They gradually gets funnier as the film progresses. While making this, Sam Waterston, who plays the husband in the film, said Kathleen Turner is one of the few genuine movie stars left. And what she's doing here is really exemplary of that. The movie is carried entirely on her back, and she delivers the best performance that anyone in any of these movies ever gives. And Waters could tell that having her in this was going to give him a high point of his career. While making this during an on-set interview, he said, "I never say this, but I really think that this is going to be the best movie I've ever made." Also considered for the part was Meryl Streep, Kathy Bates, Roseanne Barr, Glenn Close, and Julie Andrews. And all of those women would have done a great job with their own take on the character outside of Roseanne, who I think would have pushed it a little too far into camp, but I don't see any of them at this time in their careers excelling at topping the manic energy that Turner brings to the table, except for maybe Glenn Close. There's just something really special about this performance. It is also funny to me that behind the scenes there was also a concerted effort among the crew and studio to make sure that Kathleen Turner never watched Pink Flamingos, out of a fear that it would result in her leaving the film. This was Matthew Lillard's first real film acting job, playing a horror-obsessed teenager before he would later become famous for essentially playing the exact same character. And he does it really well. Similar to Ken King in Polyester, I really think that the character of Chip in this movie is supposed to be another John Waters stand-in, with him and his interests not being understood by his parents. He's a good character, with a fairly sweet moment where his mom watches Herschel Gordon Lewis's Blood Feast and tries to meet him on his level and bond with him over things that he thinks are important. It almost comes across as a sad fantasy sequence that he himself had always wanted as a teenager but never had the validation in real life. Mary Jo Catlett rounds out the cast, playing a terrified older woman who knows that Beverly is the serial killer out on the loose, and does a great comedic performance with a lot of really funny facial acting. You would know her best as the voice of Mrs. Puff on SpongeBob, and hearing that voice say lines that are written by John Waters is worth the price of admission alone. Serial Mom is probably John Waters' only classically good film. I think Waters is an excellent and important filmmaker, obviously, but his work is so original and unique that any comparisons to other films and other filmmakers really does a disservice both to Waters and to the other filmmaker that he's being compared to. In viewing his work, you have to kind of formulate your own opinions separate from the frame of reference of quality associated with other works of art, to really appreciate what he's going for most of the time. Except for Serial Mom, which is his most straightforward and traditionally commercial film that he ever made. I think it is fun to watch the crew that Waters has worked with his whole career try and play it straight, and they do an excellent job with that. Vincent Peranillo had been with him building and designing sets from the very beginning, and seeing the guy who built Mortville out of trash then try to make the 90s take on a 50s kitchen and doing it well, I think shows the kind of range that he had with visual design, and how he was able to make that speak to character. The same could be said of Van Smith, who designed all of Divine's wild looks, who now had to show restraint but still deliver with the iconic 90s fashion that Turner wears in the film. I think Serial Mom is ultimately about the commodification, glorification, and fame that true crime brings to people who do terrible things. Not just in Beverly's family selling merchandise with her face on it, and getting a movie made about her life starring Suzanne Summers, but also in how Beverly waves to the people in the courtroom, who have come to watch the trial, as she thanks them profusely for coming to what she clearly views as her show. It is no accident that the primary juror that helps decide her fate is played by Patty Hearst. By 1 year, It predated the madness that would ensue following the trial of O.J. Simpson. And while it feels like it goes on for a little too long and isn't necessarily as entertaining as her murder spree, the trial itself feels like it was the reason that the film was even made. It is an hour of wild entertainment followed by half an hour of social commentary that I think more or less works and still has some funny jokes thrown in there at the end. I also appreciate this as Waters' most outwardly horror work of his career. The closest thing you could compare his films to are crime films. All of his movies in some way or another revolve around the concept of crime and the people that commit crime. And if you were to describe any of his works as outright horror, then I think only this and Multiple Maniacs would truly fit that bill. Although he himself probably sees all of them to some degree as existing within horror spaces. He tells a story of how an electrician came to work on his house one day and was put off by all of the props from his past work that decorated the space. The electrician asked him what he did for work, and he said to the man, "Oh, I just make horror movies." And in that, a lot of what he's doing here is directly an homage to the psycho-biddy subgenre of killers who are women who happen to be over the age of 40. Primarily popular in the 1960s and 70s, they were a series of movies that all operated on the same basic themes of madness and aging, often with a plot related to their strained familial relationships. And while they're still made today with movies like X in 2022, they mostly are relegated to this time period, and Waters is playing with that a lot here. We open with her swatting a fly while making breakfast for her family, a clear nod to Psycho where Norman Bates' mother says that she wouldn't even hurt a fly. At one point, they watch the excellent Straight Jacket starring Joan Crawford, and there are probably a good number of other references to films in the subgenre that I didn't catch, as visually, a lot of what is going on here is a parody of that, just like he did with Elvis films in Crybaby, and Douglas Sirk movies in Polyester. This unfortunately suffered a similar fate as Crybaby. After completing a rough cut of the film, the studio demanded to have a screening to see what they had done so far, and were mortified at what they saw. One of the executives said, "You can't show Serial Mom setting the teenage friend of her son on fire," to which Waters responded, "That scene is in the script that you approved exactly as we shot it," which he quickly came to realize that none of them had ever actually even read the script, and had instead had their assistants to approve on their behalf. And that things were about to get very tense between them. They scheduled a test screening for the film and made the viewers fill out a questionnaire before watching it. And if they had ever even heard of John Waters before or had seen any of his movies, they were immediately disqualified from participating in the survey, which he felt hurt over. Because if they didn't want to advertise the movies off of his name, why were they making a John Waters movie in the first place? He also felt that the questions that the audience were asked at that test were purposefully designed in such a way as to where the average answer would be negative, which would then give the studio the ammunition to do whatever they wanted to do to fix the edit the way that they wanted it. They hired a new editor to recut the movie, rewrote a new ending, and scheduled to reshoot scenes that had already been completed without Waters on set, which prompted him to come back at them with his lawyer. In the meeting that followed, one executive said to him, "You'll never work in this town again," to which he said, "If you do the version of the film you want, it will be so bad I'll never work in this town anyway, so what do I have to lose?" But then the tabloids did something positive for once, that saved the situation. Kathleen Turner realized what was happening to the movie, and called gossip columnist Liz Smith, and told her everything that was happening behind closed doors. And then she published all of it in an article titled, "Leave Serial Mom Alone." Waters was threatened with multiple lawsuits over this that eventually went nowhere because Kathleen Turner again saved him, saying that she would not help promote the film in any way if they didn't drop the hostilities. But within the system, everyone on the business end was upset that they had been publicly hardballed, and were now the bad guys in this situation. Waters would even have to file a lawsuit against them months later to receive his final payment for the movie, that they were withholding out of spite. It basically came down to an argument with the studio of when the money was going to be made. From the studio's perspective, the film was destined to be a bomb, but his argument was that almost everything that he had made had been a bomb at first, but eventually made back their investments plus more over time. A Waters film has legs that most do not, and even though it sometimes takes 15 to 20 years, everything he does, for the most part, becomes a cult hit, and will eventually turn a profit. Working with Waters is working the long game. But, when you're dealing with quarterly numbers, the long game means basically shit. But Waters has tried to keep a positive look on it, saying years later when reflecting on this, "You know what? I don't complain. I don't name any executives because the movie's still out there and still playing. A couple of them are dead, so they can't defend themselves. I guess from their point of view, they didn't make a lot of money. But if I had done what they had wanted me to do, we wouldn't be discussing it today. It would have failed twice. It would have failed later in life when these movies do find success." And he does also think that the film was a little before its time, that led to its downfall with audiences. Again, this was before the OJ trial, and he feels that when people see it now, they appreciate it more for what it's lampooning within American culture, saying, "I think it plays better because people have more of a reference point. When the movie came out, many people believed it was true. But yes, I think it probably plays better because it was before court TV. It was before any of that. And now it looks like everything people are used to seeing on the History Channel, the Discovery Channel, every station has true crime now." The film released with Waters' intended cut, and then to make matters worse, even though it reviewed moderately well, it lost a ton of money, making $7 million on a $13 million budget, and did not cover the cost of promotion or distribution. And so if Crybaby was the beginning of the end, despite it being his best film in my eyes, Serial Mom was the real fall of John Waters as a filmmaker. It was over for him within movies that were operating at this scale, and to survive, he would have to go back to making movies in the way that he had been doing in the 1970s.
I'm happy taking drugs. Don't take them away from me. I'm happy feeling free. Drugs just come on to me.
3 years later, in 1997, Waters would guest star in one of the most well-reviewed episodes of The Simpsons, Homer's Phobia. It is about the budding friendship between Homer and a man named John, who has recently opened a new store in the mall selling camp and kitsch-themed cultural items, who takes a great interest in the Simpson family for being walking icons of middle American unintentional camp taste. And everything is going well until Homer learns that John is gay, a discovery that sends him down an emotional paranoia spiral, where he begins to worry that every action that he takes will be read as gay because he's associated with John. He becomes obsessed with the idea that John being around his family will rub off on Bart and make him gay as well, which isn't helped by the fact that Bart becomes close with John and plays with toys that John brings to him and begins to dress like him. And Homer begins to force Bart into increasingly masculine bonding activities to try and cure his possible queerness to little avail, eventually giving up after multiple failures and coming around to accept him for who he is. It's a great little episode, but is one that Waters actually had very little to do with, as all of this concept is a creation of the writers for the show at the time, as Waters would say. The Simpsons was great to me. You know, it's been voted as one of the best episodes of the show, and I had no input there. They just asked me to do it and I liked the script, and so I said yes. I was very honored to be asked. They filmed it very much like a radio show, with the cast sitting around at different mics. It was a couple days experience and it was great fun. Kids now come up to me in airports and ask if I was on The Simpsons. They are a kid and it's the only way they would know me. Pecker in 1998 is a somewhat underappreciated work in Waters' filmography. It is often ranked near the bottom of his output, but in truth it is far from his worst. I like it substantially more than I like A Dirty Shame and Crybaby, and honestly probably more than Pink Flamingos. I think if viewed through the context of his greater body of work and life story, it is easier to build an appreciation about what he is exploring here as a filmmaker. As I would argue that starting here, he would enter a phase where each of his remaining movies would be somewhat autobiographical. Not always in a literal plot sense, but instead on a looser thematic level. It tells the story of a boy from Baltimore named Pecker. He comes from a working class family. He works in the kitchen of a local burger restaurant and lives an average American teen life, with the caveat that he is well known within the greater Baltimore community for his hobby as an amateur photographer. His boss allows him to have a showing at the diner, and a New York art dealer comes to the show and signs him as a client. And Pecker and his family soon find themselves in the midst of the New York art crowds, causing a culture clash between high society and the middle class of Baltimore. As a film, this and Hairspray are the two most approachable works that he would ever make. He calls it his nice movie, and overall the tone of this thing is very pleasant and breezy. It's what you would expect from a family movie in the 90s with a John Waters spin to it. The Japan Times would later call it a Disney film for perverts. which is kind of in a way true. If he wanted to, he could have easily gotten this movie to be PG-13. You'd basically only have to cut a few shots out of the whole thing. But then again, we wouldn't have teabagging and Halo without this movie, as this is where that comes from. So maybe we all gained a little something from him making this an R-rated film. But in all seriousness, ultimately I'm kinda surprised he didn't go that route and make this an outright family picture, especially because it would have had a more guaranteed path to financial success, and would have been the right move politically after being in so much trouble with the financiers. But he didn't do that. And probably the most frustrating part of looking at his life story is how often he makes somewhat strange decisions in the name of art that just were not in the best interest of his overall career. After the financial failures of Crybaby and Serial Mom, Bob Shaye was hesitant to give Waters any more money because it would be a near guaranteed loss, which forced Waters to look for additional investors outside of his normal Rolodex. He found that money in Japanese businessmen, visiting the Cannes Film Festival because they wanted to diversify their investments, and thought that the American film industry would be a fun opportunity for that. They decided to put up almost all of the money needed to produce Pecker with a condition that the film had to star Edward Furlong from Terminator 2. For some bizarre reason that I still don't fully know the answer to. Furlong at the time was huge in Japan. He even recorded a really horrible album exclusively for the Japanese market called Hold On Tight that never came to America, that included an awful rendition of People Are Strange by The Doors. Anyways, after receiving most of the money needed to make the film, Bob Shaye reluctantly gave him what else was needed, resulting in Pecker being a joint American and Japanese production. Something that you can find behind the scenes with basically any movie that Edward Furlong was in was that he was notoriously difficult to work with, which is a shame because he was actually pretty good. John Flynn of Rolling Thunder fame notoriously hated Furlong when they made their really weird horror movie Brain Scan together. And to a lesser degree, this was also the case here with Waters and Furlong's relationship. Waters described Furlong as moody and easily upset, and seeing where he ended up as an adult, he clearly did not have the fortitude to be a child actor, and was ultimately kind of a victim of being forced into that life. There's a lot about his story that was tragic, including the fact that he was arguably being abused by his girlfriend, who started out as his teacher, who began a secret sexual relationship with him when she was 32 and he was 16. According to Waters, her presence on set was the only thing that would motivate Furlong into actually being willing to work, and she kept the tantrums to a minimum, which stopped the production from becoming an absolute train wreck. The shot of the two rats having sex in the opening credits was one of the most complicated things to pull off in any of his films. They hired an animal trainer that claimed that he could get the rats to do the deed on command, but nothing that he tried worked. And after attempting to get the shot for multiple hours, they eventually had to cut a hole in the trash can for someone to reach their hands in from underneath and just grab the animals in a way that you couldn't see their fingers and mime the act like they were puppets. It's one of the only shots that they got that entire day, and was apparently extremely frustrating. In this context, the bad CGI that he would later use for the squirrels in A Dirty Shame becomes almost excusable, although I would have preferred him to use puppets like he did with the rat in Crybaby. Waters also found himself in personal trouble multiple times during the production of this film. Terrified about not wanting to piss off New Line or the Japanese investors, he was a little timid with spending money and tried to cut corners wherever he could, so as to look responsible by coming in under budget and saving money. But when it came time to edit the film, it ended up being only 83 minutes long, because they didn't shoot enough material, and they had no additional footage to pad out that runtime with. So Waters was then placed in a position where he had to return to the investors and tell them that the movie was too short to release, and that they had no additional footage, and that they were going to have to put up more money to again get Edward Furlong and crew back out to Baltimore for a couple days to film additional scenes, which did not go over particularly well. Somehow Waters kept Bob Shaye from learning about this for a long time, and so the pressure actually wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it still wasn't great. The other issue, however, was one that did cause a rift with Bob Shaye and New Line, in that Waters was inspired by the story that they were telling, and started carrying a film camera around with him to practice his own photography during downtime on set. But executives began to feel that this was distracting him from his duties as the director, and that the job of being a director isn't really one that is associated with having downtime on set. And it was seen as him almost skimming off the top by doing something that would potentially make him more money down the line, with one of them saying to him, "Since you're taking these photos on company time, do I get a percentage of the sales if you later show them in an art gallery?" Which apparently caused frictions that got so intense that Waters was afraid of a legal battle when he did in fact later open a gallery of those photographs. As I said, I view Pecker as the most autobiographical work that Waters ever produced for a number of reasons. At the end of the film, Pecker's newest exhibition is held in a dive bar owned by people he knows, much like Waters' own early films were shown in local churches and small businesses. His best friend has a problem with kleptomania, and is constantly on the run from the law because of the things that he has stolen. Pecker's photographic work is seen as unrefined and lacking polish, but in that, presents a more true-to-life form of the daily workings of Baltimore, warts and all, which brings meaning to the photographs despite what they may lack in any technical skill. When he leaves his shitty camera behind for a newer one, his work loses some of that tactile rawness to it. I see Waters as a filmmaker grappling with the guilt of the unintended effects that his fame and actions brought to the lives of the people closest to him. As Pecker's celebrity grows, so do the hardships of the people around him. The phone in his parents' house rings incessantly, and someone anonymously sends a DSS agent to their house because they think that they are unfit to raise young children. The press around Pecker's career in newspapers and on magazine covers feels nearly unstoppable, and also overwhelming. You remember earlier that quote from Waters where he was talking about Warhol and himself, about how when you become famous you bring others into the light with you, and how some of those people will flourish and others will crumple under the weight of public scrutiny? That is basically what this movie is about, as the subjects of his photographs become small local celebrities in their own right, whether they want to be or not. Some feel as if this has ruined the peace that they had in their lives, while strangers do embarrassing things in front of Pecker in an attempt to impress him, in the hopes that he will turn his lens in their direction and make them famous as he had already done for others. It is so apparent that even when talking about the basic plot beats while doing press for the movie, Roseanne Barr interrupted him and said, "So basically you've made a movie about yourself." But this is something that Waters himself has disputed ever since he made the movie, saying, "Critics always thought that Pecker was autobiographical, but it wasn't. I wasn't naive, and Pecker was. I wanted New York to discover my early works. They just didn't until way later. I wasn't blue-collar either, although I wished I were. True, there once was rumbling from my core acting crew that I was getting rich from my movies and they weren't, the same way Pecker was from his photographs. But even still, although he says that this film was not about himself in his early career, I think there's just too many parallels to not point out that he was almost certainly using his own lived experience to comment on who he was in the 70s, even down to the ending where Pecker decides that his next career move is to become a feature film director. Waters insists that instead of himself, the film was instead about photographer Nan Goldin, whose work often depicted poor queer people. She is most known for her photographs that were taken during the AIDS era, when, like Pecker, was criticized for taking advantage of her subjects for financial gain and fame, while they gained little from being in her work outside of added stigma. And stylistically, you can definitely see this within the film. The pictures that Pecker takes are very in line with the kinds of images that she often produced. Waters has even said that the main basis for wanting to make the film was to explore the psychology of wanting to exploit the people around oneself for art after an event where he invited her to a party, where she showed up with her camera to take candid photographs of the celebrities in Waters' house, which is something that he prevented, making her leave her camera in the car, telling her, "Oh, no you don't. I have no desire to see a picture of myself with a bad hangover in Matthew Mark's gallery next year, no matter how artful it may be." A through line that can be seen throughout the film as Pecker takes his camera everywhere he goes and photographs people in settings that may not be the most flattering or comfortable for them to be seen as a subject of a work of art. Still, I'm of the personal belief that there is more nuance to the layers of this story than Waters might not want to let on, and that the film can simultaneously be about Nan Goldin and John Waters and be better because of it. Pecker also is a combination story about himself mixed and satirized with his love of the fine art world, that he had developed by this point into a second career for himself as a photographer. He once said, I have a Peter Hayer picture of a pile of trash, which is the best thing in this house because trash paid for it. I have a painting that's all just mold. I believe that art in the beginning should make you kind of angry, because that's what's going to change things. It's the same thing with clothes. You think, oh, I would never wear that to my own funeral. It's so ugly. But then you think, wait a minute. It's so ugly that it's almost cool. And then it is cool. You decide it's cool by picking it up and putting it on. It isn't cool lying there in that bin. As soon as you curate it, like art, it makes it cool. Waters' fine art career should be seen as an extension of his film output, as an examination of what it means to produce a single memorable image, and the power of the image in relation to the nature of cinema. He would say on this, "It's about images. I believe that people remember film stills. They don't remember film plots. Everybody remembers From Here to Eternity and Making Out in the Water. Who knows what that movie was about? That thing with Divine with the red dress and pink flamingos is more famous than anything that happened in the movie." A lot of his fine art photography is at first kind of difficult to wrap your mind around, and questions the nature of what even constitutes as fine art. The basic power of images, and the nature of copyright and ownership, as a great deal of his photographs are actually just stills from other pre-existing movies that he was not involved in the production of, where he has photographed a screen playing the film with his camera, and then taken those images and presented them to us within a different context than was originally intended. Such as one work titled Lana Backwards, which is a collage of different photographs of the backside of actor Lana Taylor from different movies. He would say on this, "I always noticed they kept her one beat longer when she left a room. The director never cut. I was fascinated at that. I realized women wanted to see the back of her outfits, and men wanted to see her ass." The photographs, when shown together, create a greater cultural observation about the act of filmmaking and the motivation of the audience or viewer. And in that, Waters' photographs are transformative works and do not break copyright laws. As he would say, "I'm going into other people's movies, taking images and putting them into a new narrative." And this began as an accident almost within his own work, as when he was asked for stills for multiple Maniacs for some publication in the early 90s, he did not have any. And so, as he explained, "I just put the VHS on and took a picture in the dark of the TV screen. And that's what started it. Because it had a different quality. It doesn't work digitally. I still have to take it with real film and a camera. That was my first one." He says that he wants this photographic art to be able to build an appreciation or different understanding about how we evaluate film as a medium, and the different ways that you can cultivate a greater understanding for the craftsmanship of a work of art that may not at first be obvious, saying, "There's no such thing as a bad movie. You can find one frame in there that's great. When you don't like the movie, stop watching it as a moviegoer. Watch it like you're at an art show. Just concentrate on the furniture or the color blue, and then all movies are good." And viewing his work through a lens of his interactions with the art world also can contextualize a lot about what John Waters is all about, both within cinema as well as an expression and commentary on what American media values, such as a series of prints that pairs images of Charles Manson with celebrities dressed and posed in similar ways, which is done as a commentary on the nature of the crossroads intersection between crime and fame, and in that, can further help us to understand what he is trying to say about images in relation to people who do great harm within the stories of his films, such as Serial Mom and Female Trouble. His photographic work can also help as a means to examine his ethos of finding beauty or at least interest in displaying what normally is hidden and considered to be taboo. Such as one installation by him called 12 Assholes and a Dirty Foot that depicts exactly what one would imagine based on that title, but also comes with a little curtain and a pulley rope to hide it when needed, in case your parents are coming over or the IRS is auditing you. And all of this is done as an extension of the concept of the image. In the years since this, he has donated a great deal of money and works of art to the Baltimore Art Museum, and when they tried to name a wing of the museum after him as a sign of gratitude, he instead requested that they dedicate the bathrooms to him, which they honored. Waters is as much of a physical personification of modern art as Andy Warhol was. He once said, "Art makes people angry. All contemporary art does if you think about it. You know, abstract expressionism with Jackson Pollock made people furious. Then Andy Warhol put up the soup can, and in one night, abstract expressionism was over with. Then minimalism infuriated people. It always works like that. The next generation pisses off the one before." And if that isn't a statement that can also be applied to the Dreamland era of his work, then I don't know one that could. And through all this, I think you can take that information and better appreciate Pecker as a work of exploration on the concepts of expression and self-evaluation. Pecker did not do well at the American box office, but at least broke even with its release in Japan, where it did much better. It has found a life of being played fairly regularly on American cable TV, and critically, it did just fine. The bad word of mouth for this movie in the long run ultimately, I believe, has come from Waters fans, who went to his work expecting one thing, but in this instance got a very soft and warm-hearted movie. There is little punk to it, but that's fine, because it is actually pretty decent if you leave your expectations at the door. Waters built such a reputation as an outsider artist that any attempt to go mainstream was met with hostility from some and ignored by the rest. It is a testament to the idea that you can build your own career grave by catering too hard to a certain demographic. Because if you ever desire to be anything other than that one specific thing, it will probably not go over well critically or financially. Cecil B. Demented in 2000 may not be the absolute best John Waters film, but for me as an audience member, it is at least the most compelling within the overarching story of his work, and it functions well as a companion piece to Pecker, in his continuation of exploring his own history within film. It can also be seen as a bit of a course correction. They gave hardcore Waters fans exactly what they wanted from him, after they did not support his previous effort. It is a movie that is more of a statement than a creation of pure entertainment, built partially out of satirized spite and fueled by a sense of public rejection on a professional level. It is a retelling of the Patty Hearst story, but done so as a parable that allows him to comment on his own history, his art, and where he stands within the world and history of film culture itself. It is simultaneously three things in one, using the frame of the Hearst narrative to talk about the issues that were facing the then modern film industry, the betrayal that he felt with the downfall of his career, and advocating for the greater idea that American audiences deserve better than studio market-tested slop like Forrest Gump 2, that appeals to the lowest common denominator of people who have $10 in their pockets. Basically, he's using the figure of Patty Hearst as a cultural icon to project a conversation onto, as a means to discuss some pretty bad things that he recently went through. The story is about an actor named Honey Whitlock, who is kidnapped by a renegade underground film crew led by a crazed director named Cecil B. Demented. He is making a film that is less of a film and more of a cultural movement, and has decided that Whitlock is going to be his star whether she likes it or not. The group is intended to be a clear parody of the SLA that kidnapped Hearst back in the 70s, whose core tenets can be described as: to counter fascism, racism, and capitalism in the United States, the Symbionese Liberation Army embraced Marxist, black nationalist, and feminist principles. Members believed an armed resistance was the only way to bring about equality. They adopted violent tactics in response. The Demented Forever crew are a cult that is politically bound through their adamant position against the basic movies that studios are producing for mass consumption for Americans. They believe that everyone in their lives is conspiring against them to lull them into a consumerist culture, so they cut themselves away from their biological families and form new connections with like-minded cinematic radicals. They are in form and function the SLA taken to a comedic extreme and applied to something that is ultimately meaningless. We see familiar events that mirror the Hearst case, where they film a scene with her robbing a movie theater instead of a bank, with the famous shootout at the end being at a drive-in movie theater. Knowing Waters, I'm a little surprised that the film ends with the arrest of Honey Whitlock, and that we don't continue on to see her trial, although maybe that is to avoid not retreading familiar ground that had already been covered in Female Trouble and Serial Mom. He told Letterman in the late 80s, "I made a prison movie already with Female Trouble. I don't want to use that subject again." A great detail that adds a lot of character to the film is that each of the members have their own favorite director tattooed forever onto their skin. Otto Preminger, Andy Warhol, Herschel Gordon Lewis, David Lynch, Kenneth Anger, Pedro Almodovar, Fassbinder, William Castle, Spike Lee, Sam Peckinpah, and Samuel Fuller. These names inform the personalities of the characters that wear them. It's more noticeable in some than in others, though arguably it's horribly unrealistic for a bunch of 20-year-olds to be this enthusiastic about these figures. But this is Waters, and realism is never the biggest consideration. It's fun. That's what matters, and any stylistic flares should not be held as faults against the work. Within discussion of their ideology, it also should be noted that Demented himself is a bit too idealistic for his own good, as many young artists are who care a great deal for the history and form of their field. He's a little too judgmental, and if you've ever had a conversation with a 20-year-old student in a film class who thinks that they're going to go on to make the most important work of art this century by the time that they're 25, that they too can be the next Quentin Tarantino or David Fincher, then you know exactly the kind of personality that's being made fun of here. He says that he's a prophet against profit, and basically Waters is lampooning that trait that everyone who ever wanted to be in film or is a filmmaker today at one time had, when they were an overly self-confident 18-year-old who felt like their movies were the most important thing in the world, and had such a drive that they would even do their movies for free if they had to, or die to get them made. Which, is a fool's ideal that an older, wiser, and more established artist is making fun of for the man that he once was. But also, that younger, eager man was the person who got him to where he was today. Clive Barker said in the late 90s that we are all just the walking graveyards of the people who we once were. And I think that works of art that try to explore this, like this film, are fascinating. As Waters put it, Demented is a cult film director that shoots on the run. My cinematic posse and I did the same thing in the old days, but I hope I had a sense of humor about my own importance even then. Cecil does not. Like all fascists, Cecil B. Demented, the character, is humorless about his diluted directorial vision. My biggest gripe with the film on a narrative level is also connected to this, and how it handles the notions of sex. Everyone in the Sprocket Holes, which is the official name of the group, wants to sleep with each other. They are aggressively horny, but Cecil has demanded a group-wide rule that no one can get off in any way until they've finished making their movie, and that sexual release will be their ultimate reward once they have accomplished their mission. This is a very large part of the movie. It takes up a great deal of screen time, and to me feels confused. It doesn't even make sense within the context of it being a parody of the SLA, because those people were having all kinds of sex with each other. It was kind of a big part of their ideology, as PBS described them. It is hard to imagine life within the walls of the safe house. Intense political discussion, faux military discipline, guns everywhere, and free and open sex. They were a group of Marxists who developed the notion that sex is not something meaningful, but instead is just a physical necessity that was almost a duty to give to your brother or sister within the movement whenever and wherever they wanted it. And the fact that Cecil's group is so anti-sex is probably intending to play on this somehow, but I've put a lot of thought into it and I still can't come up with any meaningful reason that actually works as to why he decided to include this. Because nothing else about their system is dogmatically the inverse of the SLA like this is. My guess would be that it is a Waters film, attempting to be a return to form, which demands an element of perversion whether it fits the tone of the story or not. Similar to Pecker's title insinuating a movie that is much more dirty than it actually is. That this in a way may be him playing to his audience in the kind of manner that can be dangerous to the longevity and status of a cult filmmaker. The late-stage Kevin Smith problem, where his movies have slowly become incomprehensible to understand or fundamentally enjoy, unless you are deeply entrenched in familiarity with his earlier work. When a filmmaker begins to make movies primarily for their already established audience, that are hostile to outsiders new to the fold, I think is where they potentially run into trouble, because that is the territory where very strange creative decisions can be facilitated and bred, that are often toxic to artistic growth. There's also a great deal of talk within the movie about the nature of censorship and the MPAA, so this all may just be a way to have a movie that talks a great deal about sex that doesn't actually show sex within it, in an attempt to avoid an X rating, which is a similar tactic that he would later employ on A Dirty Shame, a sort of self-censorship take on censorship itself. Ultimately though, this is a persistent yet small issue in an overall well-made movie that is very enjoyable despite it being quite different from what you would expect from John Waters. As far as style and form is concerned, this is a massive departure for him as a filmmaker, and is a signal that he was welcoming internal creative change into a new age of Hollywood. It is not a return to form in technical style, so much as it is an entirely new beast that is in part constructed out of used elements from who he once was. The soundtrack is the most noticeable, obvious thing on the surface. The opening track is a new song written for the film by Moby, and the overall tone of the music is much more based in rap, hip-hop, and occasional elements of 90s ska-like rock. A far cry from the general vibe of the 50s and 60s that he had attempted to emulate since basically the actual 1960s. But this also makes sense if you understand his views of pop American music. Basically, he felt like Little Richard and Elvis and other countercultural outsider figures that became huge had taken over and co-opted the music industry in a way that forced a change to everything within culture, in a way that was overall mostly positive. until the Beatles took over with the British invasion. He says that the Beatles renormalized pop music and took away any notions of a feeling of danger, sexuality, and punk that was not established again within the music industry until the emergence of early hip-hop and rap. And that what black artists were doing in the late 80s and early 90s was to him the true cultural secession of rebellion, inherited from what was going on within pop music in the 50s. Waters has always been known to hire beautiful and distinct-looking fashionable women for his movies, but usually he favored rougher-looking guys no matter what age they were. Few people would say that Crackers and Pink Flamingos was traditionally very attractive. He looks like Rickety Cricket on a good day. But the character himself is undeniably presented through a distinctly sexual lens on the part of Waters as the filmmaker. He once said that James Intveld was one of the most attractive men that he'd ever met in his life, and was so flustered when they met that he couldn't look him directly in the eyes. And Intveld is far from ugly or anything like that, but he does have a distinctive look about him that is rooted in more old-school thoughts of masculinity, that falls somewhat outside the boundaries of modern male aesthetics for beauty. And I think that can help to inform us on his personal preferences of the types of men that he usually likes to showcase within his films. But he goes against that here in Demented. All of the young men in the crew are all very much the standard of young male beauty at the time, and I think there's something there to that. But what that thing is, I'm not exactly so sure. Demented himself even has strong Johnny Knoxville energy, who Waters would actually hire to star in his next film. There's an underlying theme of the concept of beauty to the story, as there is in most of his work. Their film that they are making is not well made, but the pain that they are putting into it, and the movement that they are cultivating around themselves is what gives the film itself meaning. An idea that there is an artistic beauty and inherent value in suffering. That harming yourself or even dying in the process of making your art in a very public fashion is a method to imbue your work with purpose, and through that, define your own existence as one that is worth living. A sort of apotheosis, from a man to a filmic cultural being. In that mindset, Cecil B. Demented, both as a character and as a film, is a vessel of pure self-parody that allows the 50-year-old John Waters to make fun of the shortcomings of the 20-year-old John Waters, both in his art as well as the ways that he viewed the world. I think one of my favorite stylistic moves that he does in any of his films comes early in this one, where we watch Demented direct a scene at a very fake theater set, while the movie that we are watching has very traditional blocking, direction, and editing. It is in style very formalist to what you would expect with a mainstream Hollywood film of its day. But this is done to create a distinction from the footage that Demented is shooting with his camera. Because when we cut to the view from his lens, the shot composition, the blocking, the sets, the costuming, and the large performances that the actors are giving are basically indistinguishable from his work in multiple Maniacs, Pink Flamingos, and Female Trouble. It is a total parody and commentary about those old Dreamland days, and a lot of the characters are, to me, stand-ins for people who were once in these movies, such as Michael Shannon's character Petey, who to me very much brings to mind Crackers and Pink Flamingos. Honey Whitlock is shocked when they move on to the next scene after a single uninterrupted take, asking if they're not going to do any coverage shots for the edit, which Cecil declines because there's no truth in that. Doing the scene more than one time creates a lie, and that true cinema is captured in the moment unedited. There's also a scene later on where Demented and crew attacks a meal fundraiser that is being put on by the Maryland Film Board, and in another moment Paramount is directly mentioned as adding to the death of American culture. And as you'll remember from earlier, Paramount was one of the entities that Waters struggled so badly with when trying to go Hollywood. And in that, Waters is using Demented in a playful way to get a winking revenge against these organizations that had at some point harmed the growth of his career. The film is one of Waters' personal favorites out of his entire repertoire, and is often the one that he chooses today when presenting his work at public spaces. When developing the project, he pitched it to every studio and production company in Hollywood and received a resounding no from all directions. He was especially upset when Bob Shaye and New Line Cinema finally cut off the hose and refused to fund the project. From a business perspective, his bridges had been burned. So he did what many smaller-scale independent art filmmakers of his age often do, like Roman Polanski, Francis Ford Coppola, Woody Allen, David Lynch, Jim Jarmusch, and Oliver Stone, among others, who have had their reputations tarnished, either for losing money too many times, or for being hard to deal with, or for personal misconduct. He went to Europe to seek funding for the project and eventually found it in France. When meeting with the French businessman, they had basically already decided that they were going to make the movie before the meeting, just for the chance to get to work with John Waters, but then became exceptionally more excited when they found out that it was about a man who is willing to even die for his arts and passion. They paid him $1 million to write and direct the project, which is substantially more than he had ever been paid by an American studio. But with this also came some downsides, as when it came time to do promotion, he no longer got booked on late-night television like he did with the Hollywood studio films. Throughout the 90s and early 2000s, you can measure the tactile diminishing quality to his celebrity status. He appears almost yearly on Letterman in the 80s, but in the 90s he only got booked on Conan a couple times, and that's basically it. He would do a lot of daytime TV interviews in this time, but that doesn't carry nearly the same level of prestige, and he would not again start being booked on late-night shows until after 2007 or so, which is one of the many indicators that we can look at to paint a picture of how he was valued as a creative entity in this time. The cast of Cecil B. Demented does a great job with this across the board, like with most of his later output. Many of these faces that we see here are new and would only stick around for a single film. Melanie Griffith joins as Whitlock, and watching her arc as she succumbs to their brainwashing or persuasion, depending on your perspective, is so well done and is believable. And having this many young people in a movie is often a big gamble when they're working with material that is supposed to land with adults. And the entire gang works off each other's energy really well in that regard. Patty Hearst, of course, also joined the film as one of the rebel kids' mothers, and while her role here is small, it is still impactful. It is almost necessary that she appeared in this, and I think out of all the Dreamlanders who played small, non-starring parts in his films, she was the one that he used most effectively with her limited screen time in each project. The filming mostly went well here. It was several weeks of almost exclusive nighttime shooting, which isn't ideal or fun for most involved. But it seemingly was mostly easy except for an injury that Melanie Griffith sustained when she fell and cut her face and had to get stitches. But otherwise, she was excited and happy with the project, and did it because of her boyfriend at the time, Antonio Banderas, convinced her that she would be great in it. And like with much of his late-stage work, the problems waited to appear for when it came time to release the film to audiences. Cecil received the worst reviews so far in his career, which is kind of crazy to me, and I suspect that more was at play here than just their base feelings towards the film. Waters had lost Hollywood in a way that he would never get back even still to this day. Culturally he is loved, but financially people won't touch him with a 10-foot pole. And making a movie here that was so anti-Hollywood in its messaging was probably not the right move to win the hearts of those people back. Roger Ebert, who was never really in Waters' corner to begin with, has some real obvious backhanded compliments directed at him throughout his review. There's always been something cheerfully amateurish about his more personal films, a feeling that he and his friends have dreamed up a series of skits while hanging out together. My best guess is that John Waters produced the talent shows in his high school. Cecil B. Demented takes this tendency to an almost unwatchable extreme. In a home movie that's like a bunch of kids goofing off. The story and dialogue are genuinely amateur night, and there are times when you can almost catch the actors giggling, like kids in a senior class sketch. It's been like that in a lot of Waters movies, from the raunchy early sleazoids like Pink Flamingos, through his transitional phase, Polyester, to his studio productions, Hairspray, Crybaby, Serial Mom. Now he seems to have returned to his middle period again, if such a thing is possible. There will, however, always be a small corner of my heart, filled with admiration for John Waters. He is an anarchist in an age of the cautious. He's an independent in the age of studio creatures. A man whose films are homemade and contain no chemicals or preservatives. Even with Cecil B. Demented, which fails on just about every level, you've got to hand it to him. The idea for the film is kind of inspired. When this kid gets out of high school, he's going to amount to something. You wait and see. The kid he was referring to there was at the time 55 years old, and had already amounted to one of the most unique and important filmmakers of his generation. Internationally, the film only made $2 million on its $10 million budget, and has not to this day developed enough of a cult status to rake back in that initial $10 million, and he has never been able to find financing again with the French or really in Europe in general. This movie is stuck on DVD, and is at the time of writing this only streaming on Tubi, which is a service I love, but often is not associated with the long-term healthy financial status of the titles in their library. Overall, this was yet another critical blow to his slow-motion fall from grace that had been happening very publicly for 10 years now. And then, something interesting happened. In the background to all of this, things had been in motion for several years on a new Secret Waters adjacent project. Producer Margot Lyon had been at home late one night in 1998 watching cable TV and happened to catch the TV version of Hairspray, and just somehow knew that this would make a killing if it were repackaged as a musical for Broadway. She approached Waters and told him that she would like to pay him to adapt the show. Seeing as he had never worked in theater before, let alone a musical, he didn't feel as if he was the right man for the job, but gave her the blessing to go forward with the project. He did not expect this to go anywhere, as things like this often do not. In fact, this was even the second time that he had been paid an initial licensing fee to develop Hairspray into a musical, as producer Scott Rudin had attempted to do so in 1990. And for a while, that was that. Waters eventually received a tape with 4 proposed songs for the show, with Nathan Lane singing as the role of Edna. He would occasionally hear little updates that things were going well, including one occasion where Margot Lyon told him that everything was going smoothly, saying, "I will always try and honor your voice. I will not make just a generic Broadway show." But this was a back burner thing for him that he would occasionally just hear things about. Until things started moving fast, starting with the news that an investor was putting up $10 million to get the show made. It would later debut and win 8 Tonys, and would last for 6 years in its original run, which amounted for 2,642 performances, which does not count any of the later national tours, the West End version of the show, or any of the multiple productions that have happened in the past 20 years. Now, the Neil Simon Theater, where the show was held at in New York, has 1,467 seats, and multiplied by an estimated $200 per ticket, which is on the very conservative low end of ticket prices. That means that before the cost of production are taken out, the show is bringing in at least $300,000 per performance if the show is completely sold out, all of which Waters was taking a cut of every single time, because of the original royalties deal that he made. And as you can imagine, this made him an exceptionally wealthy man, in ways that his film career never really could have. I know that these things are never at all accurate, but I've looked at several celebrity net worth websites, which all list him at being worth somewhere between $30 and $50 million. And the most that he had ever been paid for a movie was $1 million for Cecil B. Demented. And of course he has multiple other sources of revenue, from public speaking to his books and his fine art career, as well as residuals from any past work that he has done. But still, none of these would have brought in the numbers that Hairspray on Broadway did. So because Margot Lyon had just happened to be watching that one channel that one night in her home, and by complete happenstance ended up seeing Hairspray without really knowing anything about it, Waters ended up, mostly by pure luck, stumbling into a machine that would print vast amounts of money for him for the rest of his life. He would later say that his parents could genuinely say that they enjoyed something that he was a part of without having to lie about it. However, tensions with Bob Shaye continued with each attempt that Waters made to get money from him for new projects. Shaye reportedly told Waters, "New Line's not your patron. You do know that we run a business here." But to Waters' advantage, New Line was in a really good spot financially because of Shaye's good sense in investing. In the past 5 or so years, they had made a string of hits with the first 2 Rush Hour movies, the 3 Lord of the Rings movies, the Blade movies, all 3 Austin Power movies, the first Final Destination movies, Elf, The Notebook, and many other huge hits that did quite well. They were in the unique position of having a lot of cash on hand, and being able to make small bets that they normally might pass on. And for old time's sake, Bob Shaye decided to roll the dice one last time on a Waters project, giving him $15 million and one final chance to prove himself with an actual studio movie. This was the largest amount of money that he had ever been trusted with before, which even shocked Waters when Shaye told him. This was his actual last chance to prove that he had what it took to operate within the sphere of professional big-budget movie making. A Dirty Shame in 2004 is maybe the most aptly titled movie of all time because it is genuinely, really such a dirty shame to have so perfect of a filmography capped off with this ending. Having Johnny Knoxville star in a Waters movie and it turn out this badly is maybe one of the worst outcomes that has ever happened in a high-profile collaboration of this nature. I'm not trying to be as much of an asshole anymore. You just have to come to a point where you realize it's probably not the best thing in the world to be known as the Paul Schrader of YouTube channels. So I'm gonna try and be as nice as I can here, because I recognize that the problems that exist within A Dirty Shame are there because of larger cultural problems within the American film business, and are not outright faults that should be leveraged against Waters as a filmmaker or an artist. This is Waters continuing his attempt to go back to his roots, here more so than he ever did after Polyester. It is him trying to recapture what he was doing back in his Pink Flamingo days, but is absolutely failing to satirize early 2000s culture on even the most basic level like he had successfully done so for the culture of the 1970s. It is a total failure to provoke or shock. It is the safest movie that is technically a filthy film about sex. The most PG-13 feeling X-rated movie that has ever been made. You could easily watch this with your parents and it'd be totally fine, but I would never want to watch Pink Flamingos with my mother. And that is the issue here. Remember before when we were talking about the scale of obscenity, and how a work like Flamingos feels so raw because it just goes a few steps over that line into feeling dangerous, while at the same time surviving because it isn't being totally indefensibly profane most of the time. This movie only crosses that first imaginary line of obscenity into being corporate-approved controversial, fitting into that Cards Against Humanity and Deadpool zone of being dirty in a way that is actually totally safe for anyone's ears that isn't Amish or something like that. It tells the story of a small community that is visited by a man named Ray Ray, who possibly might be the devil. He is giving people concussions, and when they wake from them, they find themselves internally changed, their inner sexual deviancy awakened by his touch. And soon a war breaks out on the streets between Ray Ray's clan of perverts and the alliance of prudes who oppose change and want to keep the wholesome nature of the town intact. Not everything here is awful though, but most of it unfortunately is. I do like all the devil stuff, especially them floating like witches when they're horny and Ray Ray having a hissing snake for a cock. Anything that plays into the mysticism of the sex cult is fun, but basically every single joke outside of that falls so flat that it's kind of astonishing. It really feels like Lust in the Dust, as if someone is trying to make a John Waters movie without fully knowing what makes one of them good. It is an obvious attempt to return to what John Waters was, but only results in him floundering in a way that is at times difficult to watch. It is really the end result of someone who has gone through years of hardships, who's throwing the greatest hits at the wall and just seeing what sticks. Revisiting this for the purpose of this video, I watched it with several people and not a single person laughed during the whole runtime, which is poison for a Waters project. If he only gets a couple of smiles and an hour and a half from a group of queers, then you know he's got a problem. One person even asked if we could turn it off halfway through. Not all that he is doing here, however, is a return to form, at least in the method of how he produced the movie. He famously, since moving into the studio system for the most part, only hired famous actors for comedic roles if they were not necessarily associated with being funny, out of a fear that if he were to hire a comedian, that they would bring their own publicly known personality to the part, instead of trying to inhabit the character that had been written on the page. Basically, any talented dramatic actor could make a funny line land with an audience. Philip Seymour Hoffman was one of the funniest actors of his day, but most people wouldn't call him a comedian. But if you were to hire, say, Will Ferrell for a part, you're only going to be able to get the Will Ferrell branded version of that line. That is the only kind of take that you're going to be able to get out of people like that. As the second you get this huge media personality on set, it is no longer fully your project. It is instead, in most instances, just you directing the next Will Ferrell movie. But on this project, Waters decided from the get-go that he wanted to hire a famous comedian to play the lead part of Sylvia Stickles. Everyone told him that he would not be able to get an actually famous person to agree to star in this movie with the severity of the content as he had written it into the script, mixed with the social politics of the year 2004. But he had faith. Roseanne Barr, who had previously been up for the lead in Serial Mom, came to Waters and basically begged him for the part. The two were publicly somewhat connected, as he had been a regular guest that appeared multiple times on her short-lived daytime talk show, The Roseanne Show, where she always was complimentary to his work and even said that he was one of her favorite filmmakers. She insinuated in one episode that she and Louis Anderson had at one point previously reached out to him to pitch a story that they had come up with together that they wanted him to then write a script for that he would direct them in, which obviously never ended up happening. Roseanne and Waters also joked about making a meta movie about the early Dreamland days and the making of Pink Flamingos, where she would play Divine and Steve Buscemi would play him, which wouldn't even be the first time that Buscemi had played Waters, as they jokingly had done a photo shoot together for one of Waters' annual Christmas cards that were mailed out to all of the big names in Hollywood and New York. After accepting the part, Roseanne even stayed over at his house for an entire weekend, according to him, as they talked through all of the nuances that would be needed to get a Dirty Shame made, developing a game plan on who they should get to commit to this and how they would get the money. And then she went home with both of them excited to approach New Line with the details of the project. And then For some reason, he never heard from her ever again. She never picked up the phone, and when he called, her representatives never would answer him either, just totally ghosted him. That was when Waters decided to approach Tracey Ullman to take up the part, which she was very apprehensive about. "I've never been in anything this controversial," she said. But he would talk her into taking on the part, assuring her that as her director, he would not lead her into a situation where she came across in a bad light. He received a similar reaction from Suzanne Shepard, who played the part of Big Ethel. He offered her the role without an audition, and she accepted without even reading the script. She apparently was not even fully aware of who he was outside of the fact that he had made a great number of movies before that people seemed to like. She received a train ticket to Baltimore in the mail along with a copy of the script to read along the way. And they later found her at the train station when they came to pick her up, waiting in line to try and buy a ticket back home, mortified at what she had just read. Somehow, Waters managed to talk her into staying at least a day to give it a shot and told everyone on set to be on their best behavior. And she ended up embracing the Dreamland madness and loved the process by the end of it. For what it's worth, she ends up giving the best performance in the film. Both of these women are really good in this movie. Most everyone in the cast is. Knoxville's a little weak, honestly, which is kind of sad to me. But even he is at least trying. This was in that 10 or so year period where Hollywood decided that he was both popular and pretty enough to try and work him into supporting comedic roles in films. I love the Jackass movies more than just about anything else, but Knoxville really is meant for that kind of in-the-moment humor. I like him in a few movies, with his best performance for me being the weird two-headed alien in Men in Black 2. But this isn't really his art form. He's painting with crude tools, and I never really get what I'm wanting from him in something that isn't moderately off the cuff like Jackass. Which is another dirty shame, because the inherent queerness and trash cinema nature of Jackass is culturally probably the closest thing to what the Dreamlanders were doing back in the 1970s. Waters himself is in Jackass 2, and the first time that he met Knoxville, he apparently said to him, "You did the same thing as we did, only you made millions and I made hundreds. How did you do that?" It just really bums me out here that this is a marriage that fundamentally does not work as well as it seems like it should on paper. But everyone in this movie really is trying their all, and mostly succeeding with that, but can only do so much with the material here, which totally falls flat. On a metaphorical level, Ray Ray is kind of the Waters stand-in for this story. This remains consistent in that there almost always is a younger man in his movies that can be read as having parallels to himself. And to me, this person who's entering a wholesome small community, and one by one using his powers of influence to awaken their funnier, dirtier, truer selves, unburdened by what others think of them, is very similar to Waters making these movies and showing them to sheltered audiences in the 1970s, introducing everyday regular Americans to a side of nearly pornographic cinematic entertainment that they previously were mostly totally oblivious to. And in that light, I can at least academically appreciate what Waters is probably going for here on a narrative level, even if I don't like the film itself. The production also did not go as smoothly as it could have. The giant inflated fake breast that Selma Blair wears in the film ended up being the most expensive thing that had ever been in a John Waters movie. They were made by makeup artist Tony Gardner, who Waters got to know on set during his death scene in Seed of Chucky, who would also, funny enough, later design the fat suit that Travolta would wear in the remake of Hairspray. The appliance on Selma Blair had to be done fresh every day to achieve the look that Waters desired, but the membrane was so thin that they began to melt and sometimes would even pop under the hot lights, and would have to occasionally be taken off and reapplied at a cost of $1,000 each time. Meaning that any day that she was on set, they were spending a minimum of $1,000 to do her makeup, with some days costing $5,000 due to the amount of times that they had to redo them. One of my absolute favorite Dreamlanders, Jean Hill, is in this movie again for the first time in a Waters project since Polyester. And he did not anticipate the poor health that she would be in by this point. She's only in one shot as a cameo at the top of this fire escape, but was not well enough to climb up there by herself, and so several men then had to pick her up and carry her to the spot, which took longer than expected and delayed the day. I just wish that she had been used more, not just in this film, but in all of his work. She easily could have taken the spot that Divine left behind, and it is very odd to me that he didn't rely on her talent more, because she has such a fun energy that fits his style so well. Then came the hardest post-production cycle for any Waters project, one that was so notorious that it is still almost legendary within MPAA history. First off, Test audiences did not like the film, and New Line ordered Waters to do reshoots, which at first terrified him until he learned that they felt that the movie did not lean into the sexual humor enough, and that Waters had been a little bit too timid out of a fear of getting an X rating, and that the executives actually wanted him to write more dirty jokes to be filmed and spliced into the existing edit, to add more humor to the finished project. Waters' contract with New Line stated that he had to deliver a movie that was rated R, which is why the film has the tone that it does. It is basically a fantasy film. It patently does not take place within our reality. It is a Looney Tunes special about sex, but does not show sex. It merely discusses it with almost no nudity or bite to it. It is so outrageously silly that he felt like he was safe with the content that he was showing. And I think that if he were to make this movie today, he would easily get an R rating, or might be even able to squeak out a PG-13 with a few cuts here or there. But this was the Bush years, and the film received an NC-17 rating, and New Line was furious that Waters' team had sent the version to them that he did, without their final approval on the cut. Because after the reshoots were done, they had pointed out a few problem areas that needed work before the ratings board saw the new version, and were worried that it went a little too far in some areas in their eyes. An NC-17 rating is significant because almost every major chain of movie theaters, and at the time, movie rental businesses, refused to stock or even show most NC-17 titles, meaning that it was virtually impossible for a movie with that rating to ever come close to a hope of ever turning a profit, unless it was made on an exceptionally low budget. That's not to say that some studios had not tried and succeeded with this path in the past, most notably Deep Throat, which made $50 million on a budget of $50,000 in 1972, The Evil Dead, which made $30 million on a $400,000 budget in 1981, and Showgirls in 1995, which made $38 million on a $40 million budget, and eventually crossed the threshold into being profitable on the home video market. But the road to financial success becomes much more difficult once you take on an NC-17 or X rating. For most movies, it is virtually a death sentence. Waters' perspective was that they should send the worst version of the film that they could, so that when they showed that they were willing to be submissive to the board and make liberal cuts at their discretion, it would be easier to get an R rating with the version that they actually wanted to show in the first place. A strategy that famously worked for Matt Stone and Trey Parker with Team America World Police, but the MPAA did not fall for that trick again here. On the phone with Joan Graves, the then chair of the Classifications and Ratings Administration, he asked, "I was surprised by the rating. What can I cut?" To which she responded, "After a while, we just stopped taking notes." The official paperwork claimed that the problems with the film were based around overall content, and that simply cutting shots would not affect the very core issues that are centered within the movie itself on a thematic level. Or, as they more politely put it, this was a painting made from 1,000 brushstrokes, and really, what good would be done by removing 10 of them? Essentially signaling that no matter what he trimmed from the edit, they would be determined to give the film an NC-17 every single time that he submitted it. Several additional submissions were sent in, all of them were rejected with the NC-17 label. And to put it lightly, New Line was pissed, saying that by panicking and continuing to submit the movie, he was burning any chance that the film would ever have to get an R rating. And Waters hired one of the best media lawyers in Los Angeles and decided to take on the MPAA. This was actually the second time that Waters had to take legal action against the board, as they had also previously tried to block him from using the title of Pecker, saying that even if it was the character's name, it was also clearly intended to be a double entendre, a similar situation that also caused headaches for the team working on South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. He eventually won that case after citing other films like Free Willy and Shaft as being possibly read to also be dick jokes, and that also no person in the history of time had ever used the word pecker in trying to be sexually alluring. At the hearing for A Dirty Shame, Waters argued that the movie does not contain any graphic depictions of sex in the film, and that even though the subject of the movie was centered around sex as a concept, that it was always shown as a positive and consensual, non-violent force within these people's lives, and that it is used to better their connections within their community. The board voted unanimously that their decision was final and that they would not view any further cuts of A Dirty Shame, no matter how much was taken out of it. They also said that if they were to release the film anyways with the NC-17 rating, in order to get their posters approved by the board, they could only show the image of Selma Blair's extremely large breasts in New York and Los Angeles, but that they would have to Photoshop the poster for them to be a little bit smaller for the rest of the country, and for the Utah release, that they would have to Photoshop them down all the way to the point of looking normal. Waters was later furious when the board gave the trailer for the film a green band instead of a red band, which meant that it was approved for all audiences, which to this date is the only time that has ever happened for an NC-17 film. The board during the hearing even brought in hired medical doctors and psychologists to give testimony about how viewing a movie like this could be potentially harmful and detrimental to someone's health. This hearing was held weeks after the leaks of the horrific and now famous George Bush prisoner of war pictures, and Waters was of the opinion that this might have played an impact on how restrictive this all went down because nobody wanted to touch anything that involved strange sexual acts that might call to mind those obscene images. Waters has also since argued that the MPAA should have obviously never become a governing body in the first place, but that in the decades since, it especially has outlived its usefulness after the invention of the internet, saying that any young person has seen things substantially worse dozens of times than anything that he or most artists would ever put to film, and that if the MPAA was an organization that was designed primarily to protect children from seeing certain things, then they have already lost that battle, and are only punishing artists out of an abuse of the status that they have been granted with what little time and power that they have left. By this time, New Line had been purchased by a parent company of Time Warner, who had a strict policy of not allowing any of their subsidiaries to make and distribute NC-17 films, as they viewed it as bad for their brand. Bob Shea called the heads of Time Warner to a private meeting over dinner at his home to discuss the situation in private. And Shea somehow in that meeting got everyone to agree to release the project, with an agreement that an attempt should be made to publicly downplay its rating. Nobody except those men know what was said within that room, but I imagine that one of the stipulations was that New Line was to never put them in that situation with Waters ever again. Time Warner even allowed the film to be released on DVD in its NC-17 form, but forced Waters to cut a version that could play on cable. Not because they ever wanted to show the film on cable, but because Blockbuster would not rent NC-17 movies. But if they were able to get the TV version rated safe to play on cable, then they could use a loophole and stock Blockbuster with the made-for-TV version, which as a result is the cut that most everyone who has ever watched this movie has seen. And it is, as you can imagine, an even worse version of the film in every possible way. The footage that you've been looking at here is from the original NC-17 cut from a 20-year-old DVD that I had to special order. All three films that Waters made in this period, Pecker, Cecil B. Demented, and A Dirty Shame, have all been more or less forgotten due to where he was in his career. None of them have ever seen a hint of a possible Blu-ray release, and I really think that needs to change. I think that all of his work should be readily available. During everything that was going on with this fiasco, Tracey Ullman was sitting on the sidelines growing increasingly frustrated with the situation. Waters ordered New Line to prepare a special screening just for her so that he and Mink Stole could be there and try and calm her nerves. But this did not go well, as Waters said. The projectionist showed up late, the sound was terrible, and the projector broke down several times once it began, and continued to start up and stop throughout the screening. In the days afterwards, Waters and New Line received an email from Ullman's representatives saying that she would not be able to promote the film in any way that had been originally contractually agreed upon, and that they should not press the issue and just let this go, or else the already controversial movie would become even more controversial. Waters and New Line's people drafted a response email, and it was finally agreed with her lawyers that Ullman would not publicly talk bad about the film, and would make one single appearance in person for interviews at an event for promotion of the movie that Waters was not allowed to attend, and that she would do one day of over-the-phone interviews for the press, but nothing more. The film, to everyone's shock, actually got mixed reviews and wasn't outright panned, which might have just been a mercy on the part of the critics at that point. It got its fair share of bad reviews, but it fared much better with the press than Pecker or Cecil B. Demented. But it only made $2 million at the box office and was not a hit on the home video rental market. And with that, John Waters' film career was basically over. He has not made a new movie in 20 years, which is the dirtiest shame of all to come out of this, both for him as an artist but also for us as a culture. We all deserve better than a Waters who was forced by circumstance to operate for the majority of his career within the confines of the repressive puritanical system that was clearly designed to keep people like him away. Looking back at his whole career, he would express a very complicated view of himself and what he has done, regretting how things shook out but also grateful for the position to do what he did in the first place, saying, "Is it perverse that I like my later films better than the early ones that made me the king of puke? They're easier to watch, and the acting is better. I directed all of the Dreamland crew to scream their lines and overact in the old ones, so don't blame the talent. The bigger budget ones look like real movies, something I always wanted, just didn't have the money to do. Yet I know the 16mm ones, even blown up to 35mm, appear ruder, scarier, closer to imagined snuff movie aesthetics. So younger audiences will always like the grain. I'm just happy that all my films are still out there, somehow making the cut and crossing over to the new technology. I don't care how you watch my movies these days. I just want you to keep watching. Probably to capitalize off its recent success and to save face both for himself and for Waters in the eyes of Time Warner. Bob Shaye soon after this had New Line greenlight a film adaptation of the Hairspray musical, which would end up making $203 million off of a $75 million investment. So, even if he lost over $10 million of Time Warner's money on A Dirty Shame, he at least made up for it with this movie. Hairspray was universally loved. I don't know if there are any people out there that actually dislike this movie. But one huge noticeable thing about it is that John Waters was kept away from it at basically all stages. He was allowed one single meeting with director Adam Shankman to give notes and advice, and he appears as the Flasher in the opening credits. But aside from that, this was New Line Cinema making a John Waters movie that was done entirely on their own terms, which sadly meant that from their perspective, it had to be done without John Waters himself. But he also didn't seem to hold any feelings of ill will about this, at least publicly, because they apparently paid him quite a lot of money to make this film, and would again do the same when they did Hairspray Live in 2016 on ABC. And in 2013, he was also paid a great deal to develop a Glee rip-off television version of Hairspray that would be a musical serialized story about the kids on the Corny Collins show facing different problems every week, which obviously ended up never being made. He has said that he would be okay with them attempting to do a new version of Hairspray every single year if it meant that they kept writing him big checks. And in a way, he seems to have developed a similar relationship to Hairspray that John Carpenter has with Halloween. He said on this in 2013, "It's the gift that keeps on giving. I got paid to write a sequel, White Lipstick, which never happened, and a television series, which still might. But I want to keep on with it until we eventually get Hairspray on ice." Which brings us to where he is today, in this kind of weird space where he's continuously getting paid for Hairspray productions, and is subsequently wealthier than he ever was when he was actually making movies, is more culturally well known by the average person than he ever was before, but still is in a position of not being allowed to work on the projects that he would like to do. Which, it could be worse. Many people do it the opposite way, where they work until they eventually fade broke into obscurity, never to be heard from again. At the very least, he got to go into semi-forced retirement, being more loved than he ever has been, with more money than basically any other cult filmmaker outside of George Lucas. In 2008, he'd receive another paycheck in the form of Crybaby the Musical on Broadway, which was being done obviously to try and recapture the magic that Hairspray had produced 6 years earlier. But in the vein of most other Waters projects, the New York Times and most major critics hated it. It was nominated for but did not win 4 Tonys, and closed after just 68 performances. Waters would say on this, "I loved what this whole team did with it. Crybaby on Broadway was actually closer to the tone of my films than Hairspray. But that was the problem. It was the sexiest Broadway musical for the whole family. Male frontal nudity, a French kissing chorus saying, 'Girl, can I kiss you with my tongue?' A great musical number about schizophrenia called Screw Loose, mixed together with a polio shot routine and a power ballad titled I'm Infected, added up to a magical night at the theater for me, but alas, the New York Times didn't agree." That same year, Waters tried to move past the bomb that was A Dirty Shame to get a film project off the ground despite his reputation. This would have been a children's film called Fruitcake, and not a lot is actually known about it. In 2008, he spoke at a convention and mentioned that he was currently in the financing stages for his next project. And soon after, The Hollywood Reporter ran an article that Johnny Knoxville and Parker Posey were slated to star in the film. That would have been a Waters-style children's movie about a little boy named Fruitcake, who travels the country with his deviant parents who make their living going door to door, asking people if they want anything stolen for them. If the people agree, then the parents and Fruitcake go and steal that thing that is needed, and then are paid half of what the label says that it is worth by retail. But around January 2009, Waters was in a bad place, not just with this project, but with everything in his life. The 2008 financial crisis had devastated new productions in film on all levels, which also resulted in both Crybaby and Hairspray closing on Broadway in the aftermath of the crash, which had become the primary financial income for Waters since the failure of A Dirty Shame. Still, fruitcake would exist in different forms of development over the next 10 years, but nobody who had the cash wanted to touch it. To the credit of his character, Knoxville never abandoned Waters and remained dedicated to starring in it as the father character for the entire 10-year period of time that Waters was hoping to get this made. Waters would say on the film when he was starting to give up hope, "I had 2 meetings this past week, but 4 to 5 million budget independent movies are extinct. They want me to make it like I used to, but I have no desire to do that. I did that. I have 17 movies. They are playing everywhere in the world, more than ever. I can't afford to make a movie the way they want me to do it. I make way more writing these books. Thank God I have 5 other careers." And so around here we have a lot of things happening at once that signal a transitional period for Waters from working filmmaker to general famous person and cultural jack of all trades. The one time I've been in the same room with him, he asked the crowd, "Have you ever seen a documentary that I'm not in?" Which is kind of true, and there's a few factors that contributed to this. Around 2003, Waters began to travel the country in his free time doing a one-man show called This Filthy World that would become his full-time replacement income after the closure of Hairspray on Broadway. I doubt he even knows how many times he's performed this show in the past 20 years, as he has continued to do it and just changes the material slowly, adding here and trimming there, to where the show is now totally different today than it was when he first started doing it. This has resulted in a greater cultural awareness for him as a person. He has, since entering semi-retirement, begun to act a lot more in bit parts, including playing a pivotal role in the new Chucky television series. In 2011, The Lonely Island and Nicki Minaj premiered the music video for the John Waters-inspired song The Creep on Saturday Night Live. And I know that some people will find it silly on face value to insinuate this, but this is a gateway moment that in my mind absolutely allowed for a new level of fame and celebrity for Waters, that allowed this transition to fully happen from who he was into who he is today. The Creep has in total 117 million views on YouTube. That is an astronomical amount of eyes, almost certainly more eyes than have ever watched all of his movies put together. And most of Saturday Night Live's viewership are more normal middle-of-the-road Americans that would have been totally unaware of who John Waters was before this moment. For context, if 117 million people had paid to watch Hairspray in the theater, it would have made more money than The Last Jedi or Black Panther. As funny as it sounds, this music video is the biggest reach that he ever had in his career. It is hard to describe the cultural power that The Lonely Island had on high school and college-age boys from like 2009 to 2013 or so, and Nicki was one of the biggest pop stars of the era. And suddenly, both of those entities were loaning their status to co-sign Waters on a national live program that was watched by an average of 8 million people a week. And this is something that I've never seen a John Waters biographer emphasize the importance of, which I find bizarre. It is only mentioned one time in passing on his Wikipedia page, but moments like this and his appearance soon after on Drag Race are massive milestones in his campaign for continued relevance, past the point of people being willing to continue to fund his work. Waters himself has said in his book Carsick that more people recognize him publicly on the street from the few seconds that he was on screen in this music video than they do for any of his work outside of this. That is extremely important to recognize when trying to examine his greater image today. As an episode, his Drag Race appearance is really good, one of the best in the entire catalog of the brand in my opinion, where they are tasked with recording musical numbers that are adapting famous scenes from Female Trouble and Pink Flamingos. Trixie Mattel as Divine and Ginger Minge as the egg-obsessed mother in the Pink Flamingos-inspired segment of the musical is one of the high points of the entire show. Similar to The Creep, his appearance on Drag Race certainly helped him maintain his relevancy on a cultural level. To be honest, there are probably a great deal of young queer people who do not know who John Waters is, or only even vaguely are aware of him, but do watch every single episode of Drag Race. And him being broadcast to that younger demographic is just another one of those things that keeps his films evergreen, in a way that isn't possible for a lot of filmmakers. Carsick is probably the single biggest artistic work that he's done ever since he was forced out of the film industry. He explained this in very simple terms when he said, "I just signed a book deal resulting from the shortest pitch ever. John Waters will hitchhike alone from the front of my Baltimore house to my co-op apartment in San Francisco and see what happens." And he says on this that basically to stay both rich and famous in American culture after his film career fell apart, he needed to become a king of spinning multiple plates that all sell stylized spectacle, saying, "Not only did I need a plan B that was just as important to me as movie making, I needed a plan C, D, and E, but plan H for Hitchhike? I'm 66 years old for Christ's sakes." But it became an idea of a new adventure that he couldn't quite let go of, one that he knew that he would not be healthy enough to do for long. He decided to take the plunge that resulted in this critically acclaimed book about his countrywide travels. He was no stranger to hitchhiking from the 60s and 70s to a number of occasions with other famous faces when they didn't have a car. Like one time when he and Patty Hearst stood on the side of the highway trying to get a ride to the next town over. The driver who picked them up realized about halfway through the trip who they were and was in total disbelief. The book, while really good, doesn't need much more mention here in this project than it has already gotten, as it ultimately is an odd and interesting but somewhat minor work. But I will say that I've always been obsessed with the detail, that the hat that he chose to wear on his journey has the words "Scum of the Earth" printed on the front. But aside from that, there's not a lot else that he's had going on outside of books and his art. He's appeared in movies and television, including getting to play his idol William Castle in Feud on FX, which might be one of the only actually inspired things that Ryan Murphy's ever done in his whole career. He hosted a court TV murder show about spouses that kill each other called Till Death Do Us Part. And this all puts him in a weird place as a filmmaker, in that he is more well known today than he has ever been in his entire life, but with that has found himself sort of being confined in a prison of that fame that he has made. Him and Lynch have basically both been given the Stan Lee treatment. Two old dudes that get paraded around as the figureheads and importance of cinema, without actually being allowed to work in any meaningful way that would give them creative fulfillment, because of the way that the streaming empires have been constructed, that have crushed the mid-sized independent movie as we once knew it. It is amazing that Lynch got The Return made, and if that hadn't happened, his last work would have been Inland Empire, which was put out just 2 years after Waters made A Dirty Shame. Waters has said that he doesn't want to continue making movies in the same way that he did with Pecker, Cecil B. Demented, and A Dirty Shame, where he's having to work with essentially no budget or prestige on a project that would see such a limited release that it would basically go straight to video and be seen by next to nobody, essentially being trapped in a similar way as to how he was operating when he was first starting out, which, as you can imagine, would be honestly embarrassing for him and wouldn't be something that he would like to go through. He's worked too hard for that. He doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. He is part of that group of legends who should be able to walk into any studio with an idea and walk back out an hour later with a blank check. But unfortunately, the film business doesn't work that way anymore, if it ever even did in the first place. And he's also made it clear that he especially would never take money for a project that was raised by crowdsourcing, saying, "Oh, I would never do that. I have 3 homes. I'm not gonna bum money from you. I'd feel a little hypocritical, don't you think? But I have no desire to make an independent film for $1 million again. I could go do that, but I can't go backwards. I'm not going to be a 70-year-old underground filmmaker." Which leads us to his latest big push and first public real attempt to get a movie made in 20 years outside of Fruitcake, with an adaptation of his first novel, Liarmouth, which was published in 2022. This project was announced in a very public spectacle kind of way. In all the trades, there were these big articles about how John Waters was back and coming out of retirement to make another big film. And I think this was potentially a political move on their part to get the public goodwill on their side. Because when they announced this, they didn't have a single bit of the money that was needed to make this thing. And to my knowledge, still to this date, they do not. Now, this is purely speculation on my part, but I think in private they had probably exhausted all options of potential investors to make this thing around the time that the novel was published. And after having the door slammed in their face from every single direction, they decided to go public with the project to show that people would be excited about it. I think that Liarmouth is an excellent novel. First off, the cover design is great, and features a really excellent painted image, but the book itself beyond that is very funny. I think it is actually Waters at his funniest outside of maybe Polyester, and it makes me wish that he had taken the turn to novels sooner than he did. It loses a little bit of steam by the end, but I was constantly laughing on most pages for the first 2/3 of the novel, and I normally am not the kind of guy to do that. It tells the story of the con artist Marcia Sprinkle and her complicated relationship with her daughter Poppy and her mother Adora, and a chase that finds them running after each other across New England. To tell you more would just to serve to get further lost in the weeds, but I will say that it is the funniest that Waters has maybe ever been, and is up there with Desperate Living in its originality and ability to deliver humor out of bizarre character interactions. And I just love that here at the age of 78, Waters is as on top of his game in this book more than he maybe ever has been. To read it is to really experience a master at his craft that is making every decision seem effortless. He said on the film adaptation of this book on April of this year, My last film was 20 years ago. The book was optioned, I turned in the script. They like the script, but we don't have the money to make it. I'm thrilled that Aubrey Plaza is going to star in it, but we don't have the money yet. I don't know what's going to happen, and so I'm trying to get Fruitcake going too. We'll see. Which, this kind of language does not bode well for a project that has been attempting to get off the ground for 2 years now. The war to get this made is going to be difficult, and I really hope that it happens, but I don't know if it will. And if we want this, then there needs to be things that get people excited about Waters again. It is a battle that will be fought over public optics. But the base problem here, as I see it, is twofold. The first being the baggage that Waters carries with him as a business investment that we have covered in depth. And the second being that if I were to compare the tone of Liarmouth to any other Waters project, it would actually be a dirty shame. It almost feels like an attempt to redo that kind of wild fantasy logic world of people with strange carnal desires, but to do it well this time? And he does it. It is a fantastic novel that would work on the screen. But in that, just like with A Dirty Shame, this would be an expensive movie to pull off, unless it is substantially transformed in the adaptation process. I just don't see how you can do it written as it is on the page and still get an R rating. And I obviously have not read the script. He very well may recognize these problems and have changed the events of the story to better fit that new medium. I want them to make this movie, and I need that to be clear. But if he did, I fully see a scenario where they get into the exact same situation that they were in before, battling the MPAA to be able to release this thing to major movie theater chains. Just for instance, one example here that will be a hurdle in getting this made is that one of the main characters in Liarmouth is a sleazy, kinda gross, straight guy named Daryl. But his dick is sentient and is one of the other main characters, and is also flamboyantly gay. And they constantly argue back and forth with each other on who they're going to have sex with. And that is just one of the many issues going on in this book that would really struggle within the American film system as it currently operates. Copious amounts of violence are 100% okay to do, but once you go into sex, nudity, identity, and the politics and optics of pleasure, you run into issues crazy fast. And if this was being made on the cheap, then it might not be a huge problem. The People's Joker is an excellent example of that. I don't even think that movie was officially rated, but Vera Drew made this great, interesting film on a low enough budget that it has grown into this huge thing on a global level, while also still being considered an underground film. But I don't think you can do that with Liarmouth, because it is essentially wall-to-wall action from the very beginning, with lots of characters and a ton of different settings. And Waters has made it clear that he wants a real budget or he doesn't want to make it at all. This thing is essentially if you smashed Mad Max and It's a Mad World into the blender and filtered it through a lens of the Waters aesthetic. And I think you're looking at like at least $20 million to do what's on the page of that book. And the higher that budget gets, the riskier it becomes on all fronts for everybody involved. It's this weird thing where commerce meets art, and when your job is on the line, as much as I hate to say it, I can empathize with the perspective of the movie studio executive to an extent. As an art lover, I think that Twin Peaks: The Return is one of the most important things that has happened in the past 10 years. But ignoring all of that, and my personal attachment to it, on paper, I think that we can all agree that making an 18-hour-long miniseries with a $40 million budget to a short-lived TV show that was canceled 25 years ago by a filmmaker who has hardly ever turned a strong profit at the box office in his life is kind of an insane move for anyone to stake their career's future on. And I don't think that this is a good thing. I think that the film business is inherently broken at every single level because of this exact dilemma. But my dislike of it is on an abstract academic level. And if I were in the seat of a movie executive, as much as I would like to fund a Waters or Lynch project, these are the things that would be running through my head during meetings with them. And I think you'd probably be lying if you said this wasn't the case for yourself as well if your job and financial security was on the line. Because everybody has to eat. And in that line of work, one wrong, very expensive move can be the end of the road, not just for you, but also for your small production company and the people that work for you. There's a lot that always has to be considered there, but you have no idea how much I want Waters to have his own Twin Peaks: The Return moment. I really want Waters to get to do this, and I think that the only way we can make that happen is through things like this, that get people interested in talking about Waters again. Not just as a person, but also why his work matters. Not just why it mattered in the 1970s, but why it still matters today. Why he as a person is not only culturally important, but his culture itself. Why we should consider him an important part of our history. And why he should be able to make things that he wants freely with the time that he has left. We should be so lucky to receive things that he wants to make for us, and I also think that it's up to us to make that happen. Just this past year, the Academy Museum opened up the first major career retrospective of John Waters' life that was timed to debut with him receiving a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, complete with information about his entire career as well as displays of notable props and costumes from every single work that he's ever been involved in. It took researchers 4 years to put together the exhibit, and would be open for 1 year and just closed a few weeks ago on August 4th. There was so much information to showcase that it took up the entire 4th floor of the museum, and the photographs of the collection were later sold in a large format coffee table book. From what I can tell, Liarmouth sold very well, and was received positively on top of that from critics. And I think that this signals that Americans and the world at large are ready for another John Waters movie. That he's gone through that long phase of dormancy into being financially viable and interesting again. Similarly to Lynch and Tim Burton. A lot of those guys start off as cult but then become revered by the youth culture that weren't even around when those things were first being made. And they build this creative mystique as they get older. And I think that we owe it to him to be able to get this paid off like he deserves. I obviously think that he is one of the most important figures in expression and film in American history. He certainly is one of the most important figures within my own creative life, and is someone that I look up to dearly. Here at the end of this, I don't even know what to say to wrap up my own final thoughts. And to be honest, I've probably said enough already. So I'll just leave you tonight with one last quote, with how Waters responded when he was asked about how he feels about everything, about what he's done, and all that he has achieved in this world. If anything, I made trash at least 1% more acceptable, which is an achievement, and is one that I'm proud of.
From the way you've got me heaving, I'm darn glad to see you leaving, 'cause to lose your love I really didn't mind. But I know you've no idea how it gives me diarrhea when I see the awful mess you left behind. Dirty dishes on the sink piled to the ceiling. When I look at them, I get a stinking feeling. I bought you a vacuum cleaner, so it makes me all the meaner when I see that pile of dirt upon the floor. And inside the bedroom closet is a 16-ton deposit of the dirty, smelly underwear you wore. So I'm puking my heart out over you. You should see my complexion turning blue. Oh, my heart, it ain't a quiver, but you sure upset my liver, and I'm puking my heart out over you. Since the day you popped the question, I've had acid indigestion, for I found that I was underneath your thumb. 1 week after we were married, I was wishing I was buried when I saw you were a dirty, lousy bum. When I look at you, I feel as if a lizard is inside of me and gnawing on my gizzard. Oh, my love would have been truer, but your breath smelled like a sewer. When you married me, you played a dirty trick. And my heart may not be breaking, but my belly sure is aching, 'cause the very thought of you still makes me sick. So I'm puking my heart out over you. You should see my complexion turning blue. Oh, my heart ain't all a quiver, but you sure upset my liver, and I'm puking my heart out over you.